that is very dangerous to believe what other people say. Those other people might be wrong. So if I test it myself, I am not wrong. If I keep getting the same results over time again, how can I be wrong? If I keep getting the same results from the tests. Does that make sense?
Well, I could not get the entire discussion that you say speak on, but mm, yeah, I would say that I could not get it completely. So I don't know what should I say. It became too complicated to understand for me. I agree on that.
What he's basically saying to you is, if there's a worldview out there that claims the Earth is a giant ball, that means the Earth has to be curved. And if you go out yourself and you witness the Earth not being curved, and then you do a test to validate it to yourself, then you know it's not curved. So then when somebody comes and says, hey, here's a picture from space of the Earth as a ball, you say that can't be true. See what I mean?
Yeah, it's basically, I guess you're trying to say like until I verify things myself, I should not be convinced. That's what you're saying.
Well, certain things, for sure.
Yeah.
But more important than that, he's saying that if you test something yourself and you validate that somebody else is telling you a false story, then it's not that you shouldn't have believed them based on what the evidence they gave you, but you should believe the evidence that you tested yourself. You're like, hey, I went out, tested this. What you're saying isn't true, brother. It's not true.
Well, in that condition, if someone told me something, but in that time I did not believe because I did not test it by myself. But right now I have tested already and I have verified it, then I would say I will not get convinced for everything you said in the future, but for that one thing, I get agree that I was wrong and you are right because now I have tested it. So if I have tested that I was wrong, of course I will accept that I was and you were wrong. You were right, but not that does not mean that you got correct in one thing, so I should get convinced for everything you say in the future. I have to test everything one by one.
That's cool. So let me ask this question. When it comes to the idea of the Earth being a globe, imagine all of the claims and all of the things that people say go along with the Earth being a globe. Have you tested any of them at all? Anything about the Earth being a globe at all? Have you ever tested any of it?
No, not yet, not myself. But as you said, majority of the people believe it and they have tested as they say. So I go to believe it because
They have
majority.
not tested it.
Yeah, for one reason, I believe the majority. One thing is they are majority, so there are less possibility of lying and not saying the fact. And the second thing, if majority is on one specific thing for a long time without changing their stand, then I would go on that stand to make it confirm.
Are you sure? Are you sure? Let me ask you this question. What is the number one religion in the world? What's the number one religion in the world?
I don't know, but as my knowledge, maybe I could be wrong. Sanatan Hinduism is more in the past as a carbon therapy.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
So it's either going to be Christianity Islam, or Hinduism. Those are the three biggest. Some people say Christianity has the most adherents, whatever. But let's just say you were for lack of a better idea, let's just say you grew up as a Hindu, and then you found out that Christianity had the majority of people. Would you convert just because it had the majority of people?
Well, not to be convert, but to like being a Hindu, I would believe the majority. Maybe they are right. As I said, not 100%, but maybe. So I would go on their fact that as they believe, and I would test their thing first because they are in the majority. But I would not leave my thought as well at the same time.
Okay, that's fair. So you're saying that if there's enough people that believe an idea contrary to your idea, you'd be like, oh, wait a minute, there must be a reason why they think that way. I'll investigate.
Yes, because they are in the majority, so there's a less possibility of being wrong, and they are standing on the same thought for a long time. So that's very convincing me, like why they are being on the same stand for a long time in a majority.
Hey, Ankit,
Yes.
what if I told you the majority has never tested the globe and they all believe it because they all think somebody else has tested it, but nobody has?
Mm, wait a minute. I will be back. I have just a minute. Yeah, thanks for the wait. What was your question again, so I can get it?
What if I told you the majority of the people that believe the earth is a ball never tested the earth as a ball, never figured out how or why the earth is a ball, never figured out the size? They all just believe that somebody else did it, but they're all pointing fingers at everybody else, but nobody's ever done it.
Well, I would go on the majority as they are thinking, but I will not leave my thought as well, or the religion or whatever I have, but I will not claim those thought that are in the less of the majority. Like if my thought is not in the majority, then I will never claim my thought over the majority until
Why?
my thought get, because they are in the majority. So
What
in
does that
my,
have to do with anything?
yeah, but still, like if for my perspective, as I see this, what should I do? I convince myself like I should not um, impose the thought that is not in the majority over the majority. What is majority supposed to be open, but I should not leave mine as well until it is getting proven false.
So you're appealing to consensus.
I would go with the majority openly, but privately I will take my stand as well.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You avoid confrontation. You're avoiding confrontation and happen to. Fair enough.
Yeah, because that's understandable why.
Well, we avoid confrontation. We don't go out blabbing to everybody and screaming the earth is flat, right? We understand that that hurts people's feelings.
Yeah.
But when people ask, when they say, oh, I can't believe there's a flat earther out there, of course I'm going to say, I'm a flat earther. It'd be no different than if they said, I can't believe that there's Hindus out there that believe in reincarnation. You'd be like, well, I'm a Hindu.
Yeah, it's just to be. It could be, but it will be better for the conversation as well, because the majority always supposed to be over everything. That's why they are the majority, as I see. Otherwise, the things are just gonna be in confrontation, of course.
Well, if the majority jumped off a cliff, would you do that?
No, I would not, because some things are not to just believe because of the majority. Things are divided in the common sense as well. So that common sense will say to me, do not do this. It's just blind.
Right, no. So, one of the things that I've noticed, go ahead.
Yeah. No, you go.
One of the things that I noticed, right, when someone told me the earth was flat in the beginning, I had to find out how far away the horizon was. I always thought boats go over the curve. But when they told me that the horizon was only 3 miles away from my eyes, I was like, that can't be right. I've seen things 20 miles away. And they still didn't go over the curve. They just disappeared. I just thought they went too far away for me to see, but they were still going behind the horizon. And then every time I ever flew in a plane and I would look out over the earth, I remember, even this is before I was a flat earther, I would say, oh my gosh, the earth is so big, I still cannot see the curvature of the earth.
Well, not everything is supposed to be verified or tested by myself, as I see myself, how I think. So even if majority is testing something else, I will still go with the majority for the convenience. But like, even if someone tested something opposite that the majority used to believe, and the majority got proven wrong. So when they got proven wrong, I will go with the new information without tested as well, because it does not harm me to believe something physically. So if I am just believing and it does not harm me, then I would go with it until it is harming me. Yeah.
Well, it kind of is harming you, but I mean, I'll just put it this way. You're not a speck of dust in an infinite void, in a vacuum, flying out of control in outer space, and you're not a complete accident. You're not happenstance on evolution. It's impossible.
I could not get it, maybe because of your mic is not so much clear. So sometime I cannot get because of the mic.
You're just not an accident. This wasn't happenstance.
I could try to understand what you're saying, but sometimes your mic is not so
I'll
clear.
write it in the side chat.
Yeah, so when your topic is a little more complicated for me, then your mic is making it more complicated for me to understand. It's not so clear. So,
In the beginning, the universe was created. This made a lot of people very angry and has been widely regarded as a bad move.
Well, Yaga Bruno, namaste. I appreciate what you said about fear advisor, but it is right. That's why I appreciate. Not entirely. Fear can be a good advisor. Fear advisor can be good as well in some time. Like when I had some bad habits a few years ago, my fear became the good advisor for me to stop my bad habits. So your thought is good, but not entirely, not for every scenario. Yaga Bruno, yeah, I appreciate that you brought it more clear for me. I agree on that praise, at least till now, as I have my understanding on that topic. Rational fear that you said, and lack of fear is foolish. I agree on that as well. And but panic is almost never good. Advisor completely agree on that as well. And namaste again. Raga Bruno. Yeah, I completely agree on you that even fear must be balanced. Unbalanced fear is like unbalanced body motion, very dangerous. Yes, totally agree with you. Thank you for that praise. Yeah, I also got the same as you got from this conversation. I will definitely try to be here more. Thank you for the invitation as well.
I see the tower standing tall across the sea. They say, bro, it's hiding geometry. Then they panic, twist in reaction, and whisper softly, divine refraction. Camera zoomed in, still clear view. They close their eyes, optics, dude. No math, no measure, surf assumption, globe theory, Kanu function, refraction junction, divine refraction, science fiction attraction. When logic fails, they change their section and chant the mantra, divine refraction. Where's the curve, my friend? He says light bends, depends on the trend. Kitna bend karega yaar 90 degrees. He smiles, hard, possible, please. No shimmer, no haze, and no distortion seen. Yet they claim a bending beam. I say measure it, they say trust the nation and summon once more. Divine refraction. Bro, when the photo's clean, when the line is flat, they shout refraction. Imagine that. Main bola thoda logical la, wo bola are yaar naisa bata. Divine refraction. Bas ek hi reaction. No proof, no data. Pure abstraction. DJ Rakesh exposes divine refraction. Refraction, refraction, evade direction. Jab photo flat, they call it correction. DJ Rakesh bolta, san mere bhai. Refraction nahi hai, you just can't deny. DJ Rakesh signing out. Next time, Globe Gang bring equations, not excuses.
Hello.
Hello.
Irfan,
Hey, what's up, dude? Hello, hello. Welcome to the channel.
I'll say hello to your roots. What's up?
Hey, what's up, Jedi?
What's up, Roots?
Yo, what's up, Swole?
Hello, everyone.
Hello. Welcome to the Flat Earth channel. We have an event on today. I believe we're going to be talking about geometry. Specifically, the geometry of the Earth.
Yeah, the topic was already there and they talked a lot already. That's why maybe they're not talking it on anymore. Or maybe you can bring it again if you have some thoughts. It will continue.
Well, there's a few people on the panel. If anyone has any questions, I'm not sure what was covered before, but yeah, the position is we don't assume the Earth to be a ball. We don't assume the Earth to be a globe, because in reality, when we go outside, we don't experience any symptoms of a spinning ball.
Yeah, that's fair.
That would be our position, and we say that the globe really is a bit like a religion. It's a belief.
That is fair.
Can you? What's your position, Anit?
That is fair, in my opinion. Like as you said, that is the perspective that we feel in daily life.
Right. So for me, that would be the default position until proven otherwise.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're religious.
Otherwise, we are with the majority as well. Because majority believes it is pure, either with their fact or as a belief.
Well, how can they know it as fact if we don't have any factual evidence It's just a belief. Regardless of whether the majority believe it or not, doesn't change the fact it's a belief. Faith.
Yeah. Until we test it ourselves, it is a belief for us, at least.
Until we test ourselves. Yeah, very good point.
Yes.
So a high-powered camera, telescope, a body of water. You can prove that we're not curving at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared because water doesn't curve. Right?
According to the science, you're talking about the water. So according to science, the people who make it a sphere, water can be bent as well with the help of Newton's law.
Newton's law.
And what is it? Gurutwakarshana.
Newton was superseded over 100 years ago. Right? We're not working in Newton's laws anymore.
But you're saying that water cannot be bent.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're talking on based on the experience of daily life, that not on the science of the earth, right?
Okay, I'll read this out to you. Maybe you'll understand. So this comes from scienceprekk.science.edu. Water will always form a flat surface unless it is acted upon by another force such as wind. Now there's another one here from the physics hyper textbook. Water seeks its own level. That's one of the realities of life. Now just the last one. I appreciate you being patient with me. This one says, this effect is part of folklore knowledge, as it is witnessed by the common saying that water seeks its own level. That was from Isaac Asimov. And this one, again, from English.Libertex. Since water pressure is independent of volume, the level should be equal to each other, also referred to as water seeks its own level. Now, that's from two science textbooks, one scientist and I forget the other one, and it's just common known folklore, right? Everybody knows this, that water seeks a horizontal level when contained and at rest, so much so that we actually use water as a horizontal referencing tool for things like construction. So yeah, water's horizontal on the surface, which leads us into a bit of a problem for people who think the Earth is a sphere, because 70% of the surface of the Earth is water. And if water is observed, measured, and then, as I said, practically used as a horizontal reference datum, then the surface of the Earth is flat.
Well, I have seen the water when bended when if I put a drop of water on one small sphere, the water drop will bend itself around that sphere.
Okay, that's nice. That's due to water tension, and you're talking about a small droplet of water. We're talking about volumes of water extending over distances of miles, tens, hundreds of miles. Not a little droplet of water you can put on your table with a pipette, sir.
Not on the table, but a sphere, a small ball.
Do you understand what I'm saying? We're talking about a contained body of water, like a swimming pool or a lake. That's nothing to do with a droplet of water. A droplet of water has other physics that applies to it. Water tension, for example, the stickiness of the water itself and the surface that it's on. Now, a water droplet isn't comparable to a large volume of water. I appreciate what you said, though, but you have to understand it's not the same thing.
Well, in comparison to us, the water drop is just a water drop, but in comparison...
Okay, so these water droplets have tides, do they?
Yeah, but those water drop is very big amount of water for those who are smaller than
Okay. So that would mean that the surface of the water should measure to have curvature, correct? If it's curving, it would measure to have curvature, wouldn't it?
By gravity, it sticks around it.
No, please. Right, I'm trying my best with you, sir. Please answer my question when I ask it to you. The consequence of your droplet of water is the surface is curved, correct? Yes or no? I'll ask again. The consequence of the droplet of water is upon the surface is curved. Is this correct?
Like, this Earth is also not completely a sphere. It's like
I'm going to go and talk to myself in another room then. If you're not going to talk to me and answer my question, then there's no point conversing with you. We're talking past each other. It's not only frustrating for me, it must be frustrating for everybody else that's listening. So I've disengaged from you.
Yeah, and I'll just read something out really quickly. Okay, so a water droplet is not held together by gravity. It is held together mainly by surface tension, which comes from molecular attraction between water molecules. Okay, so inside water, the molecules attract each other. It's called cohesion, water sticking to water at the surface. This creates surface tension, right? So it's not gravity. It's not even claimed to be gravity. It's a false analogy. It's incorrect, even according to the mainstream. So saying a drop of water is the same as ocean sticking to the outside of a ball in space. That's not a comparison.
Yeah.
Okay.
I get it, yeah.
Yeah, Ankin, your example is not even analogous to what we're discussing. Are you saying that you can take one drop of water and place it on a sphere of some kind and it creates an ocean?
No, I was saying like water can be bent.
In what way?
Just like if you put it on a sphere, it just bends itself with the help of surface tension.
That was not your previous claim. Plus, I don't actually ever notice that. If I put a drop of water, let's say on a ball, it's going to roll down the side and drop off the bottom. I've never seen it adhere to the surface of that sphere, especially on the side of it, and then create a large puddle or reservoir. Never seen that.
Well, I see it as a bending water when it is rolling on it.
Oh, okay. So you think that's bending, do you? Like the same as the ocean?
Not like that, but...
Well, we need to make a true analogy, not something that you perceive as being something similar, even though it's not even close to what we're describing. Wouldn't you agree that on the surface of the sphere Earth conception, the water is sticking to every side of the sphere, creating large puddles or reservoirs or bodies of water?
Well, if there is a metal sphere, and if you put some liquid nitrogen on it, it can stick some water drop, a lot of water on it as well.
Ankin, we are trying to create a like scenario or an equal comparison here, an equal analogy. Is the Earth a big, giant metal sphere that's frozen with nitrogen, liquid nitrogen?
Well, I will say I am not in the right example. You're correct here.
Yeah. We need to compare apples to apples, spheres to spheres. So what we're dealing with is a large dirt ball with a very melty middle, really hot in the middle, and then dirt on the outside, and water is sticking to this dirt, melty metal ball. That's what we're talking about. I've never seen this even, I don't know if I've ever actually seen one of these recreated in all my life. Certainly not going to be analogous to whatever it is that you're discussing. So let's try to keep it the same. So the bodies of water on the Earth that you observe, do you see them curving at a rate consistent with an Earth that is a sphere and it has a radius of 3,959 miles. What I mean is, do you see the water bending at roughly 8 inches per mile squared?
No, I would say no, I don't. But as well as I say, I see the Earth not round, not sphere, not flat as well. I see it as a meteoroid because only the atmosphere is like a sphere, but the Earth is having mountains and disks and big bays and ocean and everything, so it's not flat as well as a sphere.
Okay, well, when we talk about flat is more of a description. It's kind of a surface that is in between two parallel lines, so you can have an extremely high, tolerance above and below. So in this case, the highest mountain peak, as I understand it, on the Earth is somewhere in the ballpark of 8 miles high. I think Everest is the highest peak. Sometimes I feel like I doubt that. Yeah, so I think it's 35,000 feet, maybe 7 miles high, 8 miles high.
Yeah, as we believe. Yeah.
Right. So, and the lowest ocean trench that we can find is, I believe, the Mariana Trench. It's about 8 miles deep. So there's 2 points. We can draw 2 parallel lines, and the Earth rests between those 2 parallel points for tens of thousands of miles. That means that you would not necessarily notice 8 miles high and 8 miles deep, or a line between those two. We'll call it 16 miles in total, distance between that. And all of the terrain rests between those 2 points. That means that it's pretty stinking flat for tens of thousands of miles. And, as far as square mileage is concerned, I think there are millions of square miles on the Earth that rest between those 2 parallel lines. So it's incredibly flat. In fact, Neil deGrasse Tyson says if you were to shrink down the size of the Earth, it would be smoother than a billiard ball or a pool ball. So if you've ever seen a pool ball or a billiard ball and how smooth it is, that's relatively how smooth the surface of the Earth is. So it is flat and it's very smooth, relatively.
Okay. I would
say it's probably smoother than a piece of paper.
I would not
apples to
argue
apples.
Yeah, because I cannot counter it, so I would not argue on that.
Sure.
Yeah.
So the Earth is flat, relatively smooth, and that's all we have evidence
the Earth
for.
You're saying the Earth is flat?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
But still,
Measurably so.
But still, I believe that only the atmosphere is sphere, and the Earth is like a meteoroid with the help of gravity.
Okay, so let's walk through that.
You're seriously
Hold on, bro.
Or are you just kidding?
Hold on. Well, yes. Could you listen to the conversation? We'll answer your questions in a moment. So let's start with your first claim. Did you say that you think the Earth was your first claim that the Earth is a meteor? Oh, the air is curved. Okay. The air is spherical. Why do you think that the air is spherical? Air does not have any inherent shape.
Atmosphere, I mean, like the ozone and, surrounding.
Yeah, I understand that. So when you say the word atmosphere, what you're saying is atmo, which typically, according to, I think it's Greek, it means air, and then sphere is a ball. So you're saying air ball, but air does not take any inherent shape. It only takes the shape of the container or the volume that it is in. So you're more going to have to describe the volume in which the air is, not the air itself. It's just a gas. It's just, as far as we can conceptualize it, an endless amount of small particles that are moving freely and randomly in all directions, not making any shape whatsoever.
Even with that science, with the help of gravity, if we do believe the gravity, then it can attract the air as well to itself for making the atmosphere, as if I can understand it correctly.
Okay. Well, let's tackle that again. Number one, there are at least a dozen, although I think the number is as many as 80 different types of gravity or ideas about what gravity could be. Which gravity would you be appealing to in this scenario?
I mean, when the gravity is like attracting everything to the center of the earth, the magnetism is attracting the air molecules as well to the center, and it's making the sphere spherical.
Okay, so number one, since the Earth is not a sphere, okay, we can get rid of that. So there is no center of any presupposed sphere in this case. In actual reality, there is no ball for us to measure, and so therefore the Earth cannot be a ball with a center of mass, whatever that is, attracting air to its center.
Well, a meteoroid can also have a center of mass. It's not necessary to have a center of mass only with this sphere. Center of mass can be with any shape.
Well, okay, fine. So what you would need to do for me then is, number one, define meteorite, and we'll see if that idea holds any water. Number two, give us the size and actual mass, whatever that is, of the Earth itself, and we'll see if your theory holds up.
Well, since it is being a meteoroid in my understanding, and only the...
Wait a minute. I need you to tell me what you mean by meteoroid. What is a meteoroid?
That means a ball that is not equally sphere, but trying to be sphere at least inside of it.
That's an oblate spheroid.
Yeah, like not on the surface.
Not a meteorite. A meteorite is a completely different classification of celestial body. We're talking about planets, right? The Earth is not a meteorite. The Earth is a planet. Now, if you want a strict definition, that's an oblate spheroid, slightly squashed at the top and thick around the outside, right? Now, can we at least get to this, dude? Because every time you keep saying meteorite, I'm going to lose the plot. It's a planet.
Yeah, I agree on that. Meteoroid does not have this atmosphere, so it's like Earth is not meteoroid. I agree.
Okay. So what you're trying to describe is an oblate spheroid. So the claim is that around the equator, okay, if the Earth was a sphere, the distance between that circumference and the circumference around the poles, that being the north to the south pole on this particular sphere, as it's described, the difference between those two is 0.3%, meaning that this around the belt and around over the top, the difference between those two circumferences is 0.3%. So this is a 99.7% perfectly spherical object that you think that you live on, meaning you're not going to be detecting basically any difference or any change of a rate of slope, right? It's not going to be flat in one place and round in another. So the 8 inches per mile square is definitely going to hold up no matter where we measure. So this is not a big potato that you think that you live on, because number one, we can't even measure any curvature of the potato, nor can we measure any curvature of the sphere. So the Earth is not a sphere.
Well, without countering your argument, I will say I would consider Earth as not equally spherical on the surface, but
we've all agreed to that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now we want the measurements of that.
Yes.
We want the proof of that claim.
Yeah,
but you've been spinning around saying the same thing for the last 5 minutes. We understand. We just want proof of the claim that you're going to make about what the Earth is.
But inside of it...
Show us an image. Of what you're
inside
claiming.
of inside of a unequally shaped shape can also have a ball shape if you just make it a ball. That's possible as well. That's what I'm trying to say.
Ankit, you've been in here for a while now, and I know that you've talked to AI, you've talked to Sheepdog, you've talked to a lot of people in here, and we've done our best to help you understand that your belief, even if it's based on consensus, lacks the evidence for the claim. So at this point, if you're going to describe to us what the Earth is supposed to be, believe me, we already know. Everybody in here that is what you would call a flat earther, we have all been globe believers at one time. We were part of the consensus that you're appealing to, but we also had to go out and measure the Earth for our own self to make sure that the flat earthers weren't crazy whenever we came across this information. And the Earth indeed is not the sphere that you think you live on. So I don't need, nor do any of us need, for you to tell us what you believe. Now it's more about what you can prove.
I got it. Yes, I agree on that.
Okay. So what can you prove?
Well, as I said before you came in the room, I cannot prove a lot of things. So till then, I just believe whatever the majority believes. But as well as I do believe the majority, I believe my personal thoughts as well without losing them until it's proven wrong.
So your personal beliefs, do you base your personal beliefs on your experience or with information that you've gathered that you haven't verified?
With two types of information, like my personal experience that I feel in my daily life or in my life, and other that relates to my religion, country, or the education what I have get till now. That is I call personal perspective of mine, and the global, that is majority what they think. I go with them till my personal is false to be proven.
Okay. So let's create a situation here, or let's have a little, we'll call it a thought experiment. If both you and I walked outside, and I don't know where you live, but let's say that you have a house and you have a lawn, right? You have grass growing up in your front yard. And both of us are looking at your grass. And I say that that grass is blue. And you can see the grass and it is obviously green. But a bunch of other people showed up, your neighbors, your friends, people from your religious society, whether it's a church or a temple or whatever, and they all point at the grass and they say that it's blue as well. Are you going to deny your own experience and go with everybody else's claim? Or are you going to believe your own eyes in that situation?
Well, if I see one color on the grass and in my education, if they call that color as blue, then I will go with the blue to calling it. But if
no, sir. Green and blue are already established as what they are. Those colors are already established. Everybody knows what green is, but they're saying that it's blue, and you see that it's green. Are you still going to go with what they say?
Then I will just see as easy, as simple. I am seeing it as green in my own experience, but they saying it's blue as well, so I will take it both. For me, it's green, 100%. I will not lose it, and I will believe them as well. And so I will consider only one thing about it. This grass is individually different for me and them.
Okay, but what if they're experiencing the green grass too, but because there's more of them, they all just point at it and say that it's blue? You understand what I'm trying to paint a picture of here? People can say certain things because they've been told certain things or because the consensus is so strong, right? But everybody objectively understands, sees with their own eyes that it is green, yet they call it blue. Would they be deceiving themselves and others? Or how do you think this is going to work? Where if we all experience the Earth as flat and stationary, and I don't think anybody would disagree with that, and yet everybody else says, but it's still a ball, then they're living essentially in a state of self-deception. Do you think that that is a good thing or a bad thing?
I will consider it as this thing is not fixed because my own experience is totally different. That is tested already by myself. So I cannot deny my own experience, but I cannot deny the other people's experience without any proof. So I will take it as any information about this is not fixed. It's individually different by my experience.
So what you're saying now is that reality, and I'll be careful in how I say this because it's kind of a slippery slope, but you're saying now reality as it presents itself in its physical, empirical form is subjective?
I would take it as a individual perspective.
If green has been established and everybody knows what green is, and they see green grass, is that objective or is that subjective?
It's already green by everyone, right? So it's green.
Yeah, everybody knows what green is, but they say it's blue.
Then it's individual.
No, so yeah, that's the problem here. Somewhere along the line, I guess someone has convinced you that objective reality is now all of a sudden subjective.
Green is green here, but the color of that grass is individually different for other people. That's proven in that scenario.
Yeah, I understand. Listen, I know that people can see, nobody can see through each other's eyes. That's a given. And we can all experience green in mildly different fashions. There's a handful of people out there also that are colorblind, but we're going to exclude them from the group. We know what green is. It's a certain portion of the color spectrum, right? Somewhere between blue and yellow. And we know what green is, and we perceive green. We experience the green. The grass is objectively green, and yet you're telling me that it's just based on whatever you want it to be? It's now subjective?
No, like color is fixed already.
No.
Green is green, that we know equally, and the blue is also known equally. But
before I start to accuse you of being a troll, let's use something different. For goodness, I mean, I thought green was pretty simple. Let's do something different. How about the number 2? Is the number 2 different for everybody?
No, it's not as I already.
Not as you understand it, but everybody else says that it's 3. There's 2 apples objectively, and everybody else says that there's 3 of them. Is that going to be objective or subjective?
I don't know what to reply that, and what would I reply on that scenario. It's out of my mind.
It's
the same as the green grass, bro.
At the moment, we're just talking about logic. This form of logic is a law of identity. Now, we have laws of identity because things show their constituent parts and we fit them through logic and reasoning into categories. So at the moment, you understand that we all agree what 2 is, right? It's not 5. It's not an elephant. It's not green. It's 2. We all, throughout the world, understand what 2 is, don't we?
Yeah.
Cool.
So there's 2 apples. You know there's 2. Everybody else says or sees that there's 2 apples. And yet there is a consensus. Your friends, your family, your religious community, and a few mathematicians even show up. And they say that there's 3 apples. Are you going to deny what is objectively true to go along with the consensus that there is 3 apples?
I would not deny that something I cannot prove because The information of having 3 apples is coming from them. So I don't know how to prove it's 2. But for me, it's 100% 2 that I see.
Uh-huh. So don't you think it would be important to help them understand the consensus that is obviously incorrect about how many apples there are, to let them know that there are just 2 apples and maybe they all need to get their eyes checked or maybe need to visit a padded room?
I will stand on my own experience 100% without denying their experience because I cannot prove they are wrong.
You can't prove they're wrong. Yes, you can. There's 2 apples. They're right there.
Until I can convince them that this
No. Not convince. I didn't talk. You're changing the subject. Not convince. It's not about convincing people. It's about you knowing what's true and ignoring people that are obviously incorrect.
Well, in that straightforward answer, I will say it's true. That it's 2. Yeah, I will stand on 2, not in 3, because it's their information, so it's individually for them, not for me.
You keep going back to that, the individual information. You know that it's 2, so you can ignore them, right?
Yes, totally.
Right, so if the Earth is measurably flat and stationary, right, meaning there is no curve and there is no motion detected, as you experience it, and there's a large consensus of astrologists and mathematicians and religious people and friends and family. They all say, no, I'm on a spinning water ball, but you know and experience and measure empirically and objectively that you are on a motionless plane. You can ignore the rest of them, right?
I would say that I know that the earth is flat in my own experience, but I believe it might be round or any other shape as well, because the majority is proving it in their own experience, their own knowledge, or however they are doing. But the majority is saying and proving by themselves. So I will not deny them until I prove they are wrong. But I will stand on my own experience. It is flat for me until I prove it as they are saying right.
Okay, so now we're talking about something a little bit different here. So you're saying that until you can prove them wrong, you're not going to ignore them. But what if they have failed to prove their position of the Earth being a spinning water ball to be correct? What if they are saying it but not proving it?
Well, I will try not to deny yet, because even though they could not prove their own stand, but I will be curious to prove it myself that they are wrong. If I cannot prove them wrong by myself, I will curiously search it if they are correct or not.
All right. So we'll go all the way back full circle to what Jedi was talking about. Jedi pointed out to you that water is probably our greatest standard of what level is. Level being horizontal, having no part higher or lower than another as it's defined. It measurably, like the surface of water in your cup, your bathtub, a pond, a lake, and the ocean, those are all horizontal and level on the surface. So you actually already have the evidence and the proof that the Earth is not a sphere. So the only thing holding you to that idea is a consensus which cannot prove its position correct.
You asking to Jedi, right?
No, I'm talking to you.
Sorry, I thought you asking to Jedi, so I did not hear you. I did not.
No, because Jedi was speaking to you, right, about the surface of water being level across its surface. So, like I told you, if you already have the proof that the oceans, the glass of water to the ocean, both of those bodies of water are flat, level, horizontal as far as we can measure across the surface of the Earth, you now have the evidence to prove the consensus incorrect by your own experience, so you don't actually have to believe the consensus anymore. You don't even have to entertain the consensus because you have water.
Well, believing and knowing is different. So whatever I am experienced myself and tested myself is I know that it is flat.
Okay.
But because of my own experience. But
okay, have you ever?
Yes, the thing that is majority is telling me is spherical and gravity and whatever. I will just believe it because I don't know it yet.
Well, no, I'm just pointing out to you that you do know it. Have you ever experienced the surface of water to curve?
Only on that example of a spear, the drop of water. Yeah.
Yeah, which you and I both agreed was a false analogy and not what we're talking about. We're talking about a body of water, something like, a cup of water, or the water in your bathtub, or the water in a pond, or the water in a lake, or the water in the ocean, bodies of water. These are all things that you've probably experienced. I know some people have not gone to the ocean, but I have to believe that you've been to at least a large lake.
Well, if you put the large lake on a very, very giant ball, then it will be just like a drop of water.
Stop. You are already diverting back to your programming. Do you experience the lake to be curved or level on the surface?
Supposed to be level on the surface.
Yeah, level on the surface. So you have the experience and the evidence to prove the consensus wrong. Don't you?
In experience, yes.
Okay. So there, you don't need the consensus anymore. Now, if you want to get really technical, you could go buy a very expensive laser, or you could go buy a cheap $10 mirror at Walmart and make sure that the surface of that lake over a very large distance is not curving, which we've done both. We've got mirror flash tests and we have laser tests over bodies of water that are 40 kilometers long, where there is no curvature detected, that the laser hits its target on the other side of the lake for 40 kilometers, which is 26 miles, which is a very long ways, and water is indeed horizontal, flat, and level across its surface. You do not live on a ball. The consensus is incorrect.
But still, I will not deny those that I cannot prove wrong completely. So I will just.
Why not? You just did. We've already done it. You have done it. You've gone to a lake and seen that it's level. You told me that. You did prove it.
Yeah, like I will say I know this fact, but I believe that as well, because that's also possible until I know that it's wrong.
Right. So what you're telling me essentially is that you are going to hold on to the globe belief because I guess you don't feel confident enough. I don't know, but this is now a personal choice that you're making, which from my point of view, I cannot talk you out of. If you are choosing to believe something that is ultimately false and not experienced in reality, then you and I have finished the conversation. Now, I appreciate your time and you being, very polite, but if someone is going to just maintain a belief that is objectively false, there's nothing that I can do. But good to meet you.
Yeah, same here actually. I also appreciate everything that you brought to me, and without denying anything of you, I stand on myself as well.
Okay.
So thank you.
We have some new people joining the chat. Welcome. Jed, I can't wait to talk to you if you have any questions. Or Roots. Welcome, Netstat. Welcome me. Welcome, Martin. We got Liquid that just left. We've got Nine Rimmel. Hello.
I see you have a wide topic for discussion. What's it?
Oh, yes, we do.
About?
Well, if there is an event going on right now, which it looks like there is, it says, let's talk about geometry and science, especially if it pertains to the Earth itself. What do you say?
Raz. Hello, guys.
Hi.
Like physics or only geometry? And
Okay.
Either or.
Hello.
Hello.
G? Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Anyways, Jedi, are you away from your mic?
Is this a chat? What is this channel about?
This channel is about the flat Earth that we all live on. And today we're talking about geometry and science as it pertains to the Earth.
So are all the planets flat?
Well, I don't know. When I get my telescope out and look at the planets, they seem to be circular at very least. So I would say, they are circular in nature. They could also be flat because round and flat are not mutually exclusive. Like you could have a coin or a CD, or a pizza. They're kind of round and flat. So those two things are not mutually exclusive. Do you mean spherical?
Well, you know what I mean. I'm not going into the terms because I don't know the terms, but yeah, like round, like everyone else believes, and flat.
Like a ball?
Yeah.
Yeah, like a ball. Yeah, no, I have no idea whether or not the planets, that being the wandering stars above our heads, I cannot determine one way or another if they are spheres. The Earth, though, is objectively flat and stationary.
And why they say that it is otherwise?
I don't know. I could make some speculations, but I ultimately don't know their motives. I don't like to try and read people's minds.
What would be those speculations?
Well, like I said, I don't like to speculate, especially in this channel. We're only trying to talk about what is objectively true, what we can measure, what we can test, especially empirically, dealing with, the physical realm around us. So in this case, we measure the Earth, and when we measure it, it measures to be horizontal, flat along the surface, no curvature consistent with the globe told to us while we were, still in diapers in some cases and through our schooling as children. That entire concept has been debunked by the measurements of the surface.
All right, and does gravity allows you for a flat Earth?
Well, we've also checked the claim about gravity, right? Because then we would supposedly be jumping into physics, right? And that would fall under the category of science in here. So physics, there is no physical mechanism that we can detect or determine that would be anything like what is described as gravity. There is no gravity as far as physics is concerned.
And what keeps us in this flat Earth?
Nothing, as far as I know.
So why I am attached to the ground and not floating?
Why would you be floating?
Why would I not be floating?
Well, that's a burden of proof reversal. That's, I don't want you to ask me a question. If you say we would be floating, I would want to know why we would float.
But then I ask you a question and you ask me a question as an answer. And then I just did what you did to me.
No, you asked me, why are we being held to the surface of the Earth? And I said, as far as I can tell, excuse me, sir. You asked me, why are we being, dude, you asked me why we were being held to the surface of the Earth. I said, as far as I know, we're not being held here by any physical force. And you said, well, then why are we not floating? That tells me that you think we should be floating for some reason. Why should we be floating?
Why we should not be floating? I mean, what keeps us attached to the ground? Why does a table doesn't, why I'm not connected to a table the same way?
Let me ask you a question. I can tell you that there are certain times on the earth when I do float. You want to know when that is?
Yeah.
When I go into a different medium, let's say water. I float when I'm in water.
You float when you're in water?
Yeah, don't you float when you're in water? You ever been swimming?
Yeah, but what do you mean by that?
I mean that I can float in water, and I am not being pulled to the surface of Earth. That would be the ground beneath me. I float at the surface.
Well, the density of your body is not that strong to pull you to the ground, so the water just push you out.
I don't know that the water pushes me at all. I just know that I do float in water.
Well, if you didn't have air in your lungs, you would just sink in the bottom of the sea.
Right, and as you described earlier, depending on my density compared to the density of the medium that I'm in, I may go up or I may go down. And yet, everything that you and I have both described right now, gravity is no part of it.
How is not? You haven't explained why I just don't fly and I'm just attached to the ground.
Whoa. Why would you fly?
Well, why would I not fly? What does it keeps me to the ground? Well, this is what I'm saying.
Nothing's keeping you to the ground. As far as a physical force or anything like that, there is nothing keeping us to the ground. There is no sentient being or force that we can detect called gravity that is holding us to the surface of Earth.
But you have to explain when I jump why I get back to the ground.
Oh, well, then you've instantly created potential energy. See, when you're standing on the surface of Earth, you're at rest. So there is essentially no transfer of energy. Now, when you jump, right now there's energy input into the system. Your muscles contract, you burn a few calories. Now you move from your state of rest and go up into the air. Now you have potential energy. And since you're in the medium of air, you're going to return to the Earth. But if you jump into a pool, why? Because the air cannot support you.
How to explain why?
Brother, I'm telling you, can you let me explain? The air cannot support you, but the water can.
The water, I told you, the water can't support you if you don't have air in your lungs.
Right, well, how about a piece of wood?
The piece of wood probably have air inside. It should be solid.
Exactly, so it is a relative density relationship, isn't it? If the object is less dense than the medium that it's in, it will have an upward vector. If the object is more dense than the medium it's in, like you and I or a piece of wood in air, it will go downward. So you have two different vectors, and the only thing that we can describe is that there is a relationship between the density of the object and the density of the medium, and that basically determines whether or not something will go up or down. And no gravity is involved whatsoever.
If you remove the air, I will still go down. I mean, we have vacuums in the air.
Yes, I know.
Let's use a rubber ball. How about a rubber ball? A solid rubber ball.
What?
A solid rubber ball. It's not going to go down, is it? It's got no air in it.
What is a solid rubber ball? I don't know.
Like a bouncy ball? Like the bouncy balls you get when you're a kid out of the little machines?
Right? Yeah, so what? Yeah.
Yeah, so it doesn't have any air in it. So you can't use that as your excuse now.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Says who's explained it to you perfectly, right? And you're just using the remove the air. You're saying remove the air, and it will go down.
Well,
but no, it's not.
I'm saying remove the air because it's not the air, guys. It's not the air the point.
We are not saying that the air is anything. We're saying that the air is a medium, right? And so the medium determines what happens with the object within it. So if you go, let's say, in air, the wood block goes down. If we take most of the air out of, let's say, a vacuum chamber, the wood block goes down. If we change the medium again and fill the chamber with water, the block goes up. So it's always dependent on the relative density between the medium and the object. There is no gravity. There is no force of gravity. No one has ever proven a force of gravity. It is just a concept. And currently, it is only a mathematical concept, meaning it's not even a physical proposition.
I understand what you mean, but then there is something that pulls object, like even me as a body has some sort of attraction to the other entities, but it's so small that I can't really attract them, and then that we call gravity. I understand that we haven't like defined it, but then there is something that we call gravity. This is what I mean.
I don't want you to ramble and make many claims. I want you to, friend, don't make claims. In this case, we're talking about science and physics, right? So what I would like for you to do, instead of making the claim over and over again, is to prove to me the mechanism by which you go downwards. How are you going to prove that?
Well, I told you, like everybody, like when it is has a high mass and has some sort of attraction, like this attraction, I think we call it gravity. I'm not a physicist, but this is what I've learned.
Yes.
So even even a small body, if I were very, very, very tiny, small, then I would attract something else. And this
That's not true. I'll tell you why we know that. That's not true, because gas, right? The molecules of gas, the small particles that we call gas, the stuff that we breathe, moves freely and randomly in all directions. It is not attracted to anything.
Well, this is quite different, because when you have tiny masses, I guess a gas will have a tiny mass. Then I don't know what happens there. Like, I mean, I'm not a physicist. Maybe this is something that, like, probably is not. The force is so small that it can't really get, pulled or attracted to anything.
Right. Now you're saying probably. So actually you're telling me that you don't even know if this has been proven. Believe me, we've checked. There is no evidence or proof of any kind of force that is determining someone's vector up or down in the realm that we live in. And the reason that we know that is because gas is omnidirectional as far as its vectors are concerned. It moves freely and randomly in all directions. It is not attracted to the ground. It is not forced to the ground. Gas debunks the idea of gravity completely.
I ask something. Why is Earth attached, or like why it is like, I don't know what flat Earth people believe, but like, is the Earth or the Sun the center of the system of the how's it called, the system? Yeah.
Oh, I have no idea. To say the center means that it'd be the focal point, or that's kind of a weird question. When you say center, what do you mean?
I mean, does the Earth moves around the Sun or the Sun around the Earth?
Well, what we observe is that the Sun moves across the sky along with all the other celestial bodies from east to west. So it seems that the celestial bodies move, although I'm not sure that I could consider the Earth to be a center point.
It's not the center point. So, but is the one like is Sun moving around the Earth or the Earth moving around the Sun, or you haven't defined that?
Well, the observations show us that the Sun transits the sky in a east to west direction. And of course, in the extreme north and the extreme south, it seems that you can see the Sun do circles. But that still wouldn't necessarily tell us that the Earth is the center of anything.
Who did these observations?
Many people over the last, since, the beginning of mankind. The Sun has come up in the east and set in the west for everybody. And in the extreme north, and apparently now the extreme south, the Sun does circles in the sky.
Are they scientists or are just experimental?
Well, what would it matter? That's what we observe. The scientist is going to observe the same thing that I observe. They just have a PhD attached to their name.
Well, isn't that important? I mean, I'm not...
Not really.
How is not? I mean, I can easily make wrong assumptions or like wrong calculations if I'm not expert to the field. I'm not saying...
No, you can't make assumptions and you can't make calculations. You can only make observations. The scientists and I both have eyes. We both see the same thing. And if we're going to be empirical about what we observe, then we will attempt to prove the cause for what we see. But him and I both have the same problem. We don't have access to the sun, moon, or stars. So we don't really have a great way to prove one way or another how or why they're doing what they're doing.
The bodies. And what do you think about the rest of the world, the rest of the people that believe that, you know, this is why they move, this is why the Earth is round, and all the occasions that, like, you know, they can prove that a comet after 30 years will come back at some point in the future.
What do I think about them? I think they're under, well, number one, if they're observing the same thing that I'm observing, but they have a different conclusion, I want to know why they're getting to the conclusion that they have. So far, all I can figure out is that they are under a delusion that they live on a ball, and then they make all of their assumptions and calculations like you just described to me based on that assumption that they live on a ball. And so they've created a mathematical realm where Earth is a ball and the sun, moon, and stars are all planets, and we orbit, and yada, yada, yada. You know the solar system story, along with the rest of the universe. Hold on, bro, I'm not done. So all of their assumptions are based on their delusion, when in reality the Earth is measurably flat. So their assumptions are false from the beginning.
But then the language of the universe is mathematics, and there should be only one truth. And if they...
Yeah, I agree. So if we measure the Earth... Hold on, bro. I agree with you completely. So if we measure the Earth, and it is flat, and there is no curvature, then math, being the language of the universe that you discussed, is telling us that we live on a flat Earth, right?
I think they have already done that. We have already...
Okay, so...
We have
great. So... That's fine. So can you go ahead and get me the Earth curve measurements on the surface to prove that we have roughly 8 inches per mile squared of drop over distance everywhere across the surface of Earth? Can you get me those measurements?
I told you. Well, see, I need a team of scientists. I can't do it myself.
Why? No. I'm saying somebody at some point has measured the surface of the Earth, right? So you don't have to do it yourself. You can find out how somebody measured it, and if they did something that is easily replicatable, we can all go do it and check. But so far, we have not seen any measurements of the surface of Earth showing that it curves.
Well, what about all the photos? I don't agree with what you said just now, but I'm just saying...
Oh, you don't agree that somebody has measured the Earth curve? I agree. Nobody has measured the Earth curve. Now, the photos and the videos that you're appealing to, if they're showing an Earth that is curving, then we should be able to measure the surface and see that it's curving, right?
Do you want to Google that? What you just said? Just ask Google or ask an AI agent. And
why would I do that? Why would I not measure the surface of the Earth? Why would I ask Google to tell me what's true when I have the Earth underneath my feet and I can go measure it?
When you buy stuff from a supermarket, do you ask why there is a milk or who? Like, do you just buy the milk, right?
That's non sequitur. That's a complete red herring, and it's not even analogous to what we're discussing. You stand on the surface of the Earth, do you not?
Do you step on giant salters? So this is how science works.
What? No, it's not how science works. That's how someone told you that science works and you believe them. But in reality, you have access to the Earth and you also have access to the technology. Excuse me. You have access to the technology to measure the surface of the Earth. You do. Why haven't you done it?
I'm telling you right now that if you Google that, if the curvature of the Earth is measured, there is 100% chance. 100%.
100% chance. Okay. I'm gonna give this challenge to you. You say there is 100% chance, meaning there is an absolute certainty that if you Google who has measured the surface of the Earth to be curving, that you will find that somebody has done that. I'm going to challenge you to do that. Not calculate, not assume, but measure. So I want you to get me the measurements of the surface of the Earth, who did it, how they did it, and how can we replicate it to check and see if it's accurate. I want you to do that.
No, I'm the challenger. You have to do that.
No, brother, I've already done it. That's the problem. All of us here have already Googled what you're asking us to Google, and it's not there. But if you are so confident, and this is your positive claim that there's 100% certainty that I'm going to find this information, I want you to do it.
No, I'm the challenger. I know.
No, this is not about challenging. This is about you making a positive claim. You have made a positive claim that if you Google who has measured the surface of the Earth with 100% certainty, we will be getting an answer. I want to see the answer. I want to see the method. You do it.
No, you do it because I believe that. You are the one who doesn't believe.
I don't care if you believe it. I want you to prove your claim.
But I want you to prove your claim.
I already did.
You haven't. You're just a person who talks. I don't even know.
All right, no problem. Do you want measurements of the surface of the Earth? Do you want me to get you some survey data? The people that measure the surface of the Earth every day, do you want their measurements?
Well, scientific proof, not just me and you, or
Well,
I don't know if
this is not as okay. So the event for the day, we're talking about science and technology. Measuring things is not science. That would be mathematics. Okay, so this is not a scientific topic that you are currently discussing with me. This is about measurements. Okay, so we're not going to be trying to figure out the cause of an effect like we would do if we were using science, right? This is not science. This is geometry.
Well, isn't geometry part of the science? And also, I think that
that would be a composition fallacy. Even if we did use geometry within science, that is, the parts of the parts do not make up the whole. So that's a composition fallacy. Science and geometry are two totally different things. In this case, we are dealing with geometry only.
I believe that a scientist, and this is true, can use geometry in his observations.
Yeah, I already covered that, bro. You're repeating yourself, and I don't care about what you believe. I want to see what you can prove.
Well, you can't prove anything of this, so you are talking like me.
Sure I can. What do you want me to prove? How about this? I'll give you some proof. You ready?
Yeah.
And we'll see if you agree. Would you agree that water is level on its surface when it is at rest?
Water is what?
Level.
What's that? I don't know.
Okay, so level, if you haven't come across that word in English yet, it means straight or flat, having no part higher or lower than another. Like if you were going to build something, you would use a level, right?
Okay, so water is what, at level, at rest?
Yeah, so the surface of water, like, the glass of water in your cup, is it flat, level, horizontal across its surface?
In my cup?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. What about in your bathtub? Is the water in your bathtub, is it flat and level across the surface?
It depends on the structure of the bathtub, right?
I'm talking about the surface, man. Are you telling me that somehow the surface of the water in your bathtub is not straight, flat, level, horizontal?
It depends on the incline, but if
it doesn't.
Well, how if it is a little bit, it's not the same height or
the surface of the water.
Well,
Hey, brother, real quick, brother. If you take a tray that you make food in and you fill it with water and you turn it diagonally, what happens to the water?
Goes down.
It runs out. So there's no such thing as sloped water, brother. Water's flat on the surface, homie.
Well, I'm sure if you zoom and you go to quantum level, you won't really have this observation. But yeah, me as a human, because I'm a human and I have an eye, I'm not like a robot. I'm sure I can see it as a flat.
Yeah, you can, because that's how you see it. It's how it's observed and measured. Water is horizontal, level, flat upon the surface. We don't need to talk about the quantum level. That's irrelevant.
How is it irrelevant?
Right, because we're talking about the surface of water over distances of tens, hundreds, thousands of miles.
Well,
it's not on the quantum level.
What are you like? How are you checking this surface? Are you checking with your eye, or are you checking with a microscope? How is it called?
Oh my gosh!
We're checking with optics, the human eye. You asked a question. We're checking with optics, the human eye, telescopes, and then we measure and survey with surveying tools like lasers and theodolites. We survey the land with surveying tools. Why are you speaking through me?
I don't know
Right,
where
in the side chat, my friend, being as you decided to speak through me, you might as well read what I've posted with regards to water being level upon the surface. You noticed our citation from such places as physics.info. Please read those. I have many more. Sorry, says who, mate? You carry on.
No, you take over. I got to take care of something. Thank you.
No problem. So I've also posted some other citations in the side chat. I'll read them to you. Water will always form a flat surface unless it is acted upon by another force, such as wind. That comes from the National Air and Space Museum. Science in pre-K. Do you want me to read the other ones out to you? You understand? Because we're not talking about on the quantum level. We're talking about the surface of water over distances.
I'm sure that if you zoom enough, the surface is not really flat.
If you zoom in enough, we're talking about the surface of the Earth, my friend. We're talking about where it should measure to have curvature because it's a planet, a sphere. We don't measure the curvature where it should be. When we measure the surface of the Earth, we measure the surface of the Earth, primarily water, to be horizontal upon the surface, which is contradictory to the Earth being a sphere. A sphere would have a curvilinear surface. We don't measure that. We measure it to be flat. Now, primarily over water, not on the quantum scale, not if we zoom in with a microscope, over distances that should show curvature.
Okay, don't know what
you notice. You notice this isn't scientific evidence. This is direct measure of a shape. This is geometry. Observation and measurement are required for geometry.
Okay, but have you tested a big enough object to measure?
Yes.
Like a big enough as a...
Yeah, so I'll give you an example. With the radius that we're told of the Earth of 3,950, we should have a rate of change of slope on the surface, that's curvature, a calculation of approximately 7.98 inches per mile squared. Let's keep the number simple, 8 inches per mile squared. That means over the first mile, there should be 8 inches of descent from point A's horizontal. Over 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of descent from point A's horizontal. 20 miles, 260 odd feet of curvature descent from point A's horizontal. Now we're measuring over those distances, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 kilometers, where there should be curvature on the Earth according to the claim in the mathematics. But there isn't. When we measure with surveying tools, like I said, primarily with lasers or theodolite, or other light or observation equipment, we measure the surface of the Earth to be horizontal.
All right. And let me ask you, why do you think the rest of the people believe that it is round?
Because just like you got taught this. You didn't question it. We just got told it at school. We turned on the TV. So we all got taught this. The funny thing about being children was accept the reality of which we are presented. That's exactly what we did. We were presented with a globe and we didn't question it.
And okay, I agree. But then why?
I don't know, dude. My claim is as far as the surface of the Earth. I can't divinate the motives of individuals or groups that I've never had met.
But wouldn't that be like unreasonable? Like, why would they?
So unreasonable for me to not divine people's motives and intent if I haven't met them. I think that's perfectly reasonable.
I mean, there should be a reason, though. And
yeah, there probably is a reason. I just don't know what it is. I might be able to speculate, but I don't know with 100% certainty. I don't even know who they are. It's not you, right? It's not my school teacher, right?
Fair enough, but we do know some people. We do know some people in the past that posited the idea that the Earth was a globe before they could possibly have known it, and they were religious. They thought that God is perfect. God would create perfection. Therefore, the Earth must be perfect. Therefore, it must either be a ball, because a sphere is the perfect shape, or a testicle, because a testicle is, the embodiment of divine creation, or an egg, which is also like divine creation or life. So it had to be in the shape of a ball, either an egg, a sphere, or a testicle. Yeah, that's what they thought. So we know why they thought it. And there's other people that are in record saying why they thought it, right? So we know at least why they did. Kind of like a tradition, People start thinking about something, they start telling other people, hey, this is the reasons. And you're like, oh, those reasons sound pretty good. I'm going to agree with you. And then eventually enough people are like that till they say, hey, we're going to make an education system and force our kids to learn what we all agree on. And so then all our kids are just going to believe it. There you go. That's how it happened, brother.
Guys, I have a question for you who believe that the Earth is flat. How would you describe the sun movement?
Pardon? Can you say that again, please?
How would we
How would
describe
it's
the sun
described?
movement?
Well, it can be described depending on your perspective, right? So mathematically, it's described as an arced path, but there's no way to prove that it would be an actual arc.
From east to west. That's how I would describe the sun's path. Comes from the east in the morning and goes towards the west in the evening.
And what about the south and the north?
What about them?
Why you say it moves only in two directions?
Because that's how these things are kind of defined, right? East is defined as where the sun rises. West is defined as where it sets. You asked us how we describe the sun's motion, and it's as simple as that. Now you're asking about north and south. North and south are absolute directions, let's say. North, right? Now, east and west would be circles, I think, around those poles. So not absolute directions, just directions of travel.
Or are you asking about
No, you can go ahead. You're good. Don't worry.
Are you asking about the relative difference in the direction of the sun, whether you're in the north or the south?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, well, those are relative directions based on your location, but objectively, the sun goes from east to west.
I don't understand how that works on a flat Earth model, I guess.
Well, there really is no model, but it doesn't really matter what a model would say. Everybody observes the sun to go from east to west.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is it doesn't seem to be something that's possible if the Earth is a disk, right?
No one said that the Earth was a disk.
Well, you know what I mean, overall generally flat and not a round sphere, So
right, so you have a flat surface, and the sun goes from east to west on that surface.
Do you mean it spins around the flat surface? I don't understand what that means.
Nope, I didn't say that either.
Can you clarify? I'm misunderstanding.
The sun goes from east to west over our heads on the Earth.
Back
as observed. Nope, didn't say that.
Okay, I'm trying to make you like give it like if you could do an illustration for me. Maybe I'm not.
I'm giving you the observation that we all have. I'm not going to, create for you my concept of what the Earth may look like and what the sun might be doing. What we do observe is that the sun goes from east to west for everybody.
Yeah. So I agree with that. Okay. What I'm saying is, if I have like a round Earth perspective, obviously. And what I mean by goes from east to west is obviously the Earth spins around, and then we see the sun, like quote unquote, travel to east to west, right? But what I'm saying is, I don't really understand how that would work on a flat model. That seems to be not possible to me.
Let's put it this way: it's not necessary to understand how that works. It's what we observe. How it works would be a different question completely, meaning we would have to have some kind of mechanism or an understanding of the system itself, and how it operates, how it's powered, what these things are in the sky, like these lights, if they're physical, if they're holographic, all that stuff. We have no idea about any of these things. What we do observe is that the sun goes from east to west over a flat, stationary surface. That's what we can measure. That's what we can observe. The Earth is measurably flat, so the sun is going from east to west on a flat surface.
Sure. Okay. So maybe I'm not being clear, right? So what I'm saying is, presumably speaking, if you have two models, let's say you're trying to choose which one is most coherent, a flat model or a round model or something. And let's
Fair enough.
Yeah, and let's say what you're trying to do is we're making some observation, right? Like the sun goes from east to west, I agree. Presumably speaking, we would agree, right, that to find out which one is more likely under this specific thing about the sun's movement, at least, you would see, okay, is it that one of them is, like, for example, impossible, or you would have to make way more assumptions, right, in order to actually find it be consistent with the model that the sun actually moves from east to west in one.
I agree.
Right? Yeah. So that
I agree. So the easiest way to determine that is to measure the surface of the Earth to see if it's curving or if it's flat. That way we can eliminate one of these concepts. So we've measured the surface of the Earth. It is not curving. Therefore, the concept, or in the way that you described it as a model, that model would be incorrect.
Sure. I guess we can move on to another reason if you want, but what I'm talking about is not like whether or not the model would be consistent with some other fact, like the measurement of Earth. Right now, I'm just talking about like the sun's movement. Like we're talking about which one of those facts are consistent with it. But if you want to move on to
Well, in the concept, and I'm not even going to call it a concept, in the reality, the Earth is measurably flat, and the sun goes from east to west over the surface. That's what we can prove. So in that concept, if you want to call it that, that would be the one that is correct.
Okay, I guess if you want, we can move on to that. I've just asked, like, how do we see like the Earth is horizontal? How do we measure that?
We measure across the surface of water because it is our greatest and easiest way to do. The one claim is that the gravity is pulling the water towards the center of the presupposed sphere, and so that water is essentially equidistant from a center point, and so it is as round and consistent as a surface as you're going to find on the Earth. Well, we measure across the surface as big a bodies as water as we can find with the most expensive lasers that we have, and it is measurably flat. It is parallel. The surface and the laser itself, the separation of the beam and the surface, there is no deviation, so they are parallel. The Earth is flat, measurably so.
Can you show me that?
Sure.
Paper or something?
Although I never have it at the ready, so if somebody has the 40-kilometer laser test,
I can
faster than me.
Quickly.
Thank you.
Gotcha.
There's also a 100-page PDF document with all the data, measurements, specs, distances, all that stuff along with it if you want to read it.
You understand the principle, right, of the laser test and how the water underneath the laser would have to be curving at a specific rate if the Earth were a globe.
Well, it would just have to be curving on average at any rate, right?
Well, yeah, it would be at a rate which would be consistent with a globe that has a certain radius value of 3,959 miles.
Well, I mean, we're not talking about the radius. We're just talking about whether it's round or not right now. So I don't think that matters. We're just talking about whether it has a curve.
That's what we're testing, right? So we're told the exact size of it, so we can calculate exactly how much curvature there's going to be over a given distance.
Yeah, okay, hold on. What I'm saying is, presumably speaking, if there's any curve, let's say the curve is such that the Earth will be, quote unquote, double its size than purported, right? That would still be like a round Earth, right? So that's just what you're trying to talk about right now. I don't know the exact diameter of the Earth.
Right. So here's the test that Seisu wanted posted in the side chat.
What is this, a YouTube video?
Yeah, it's hosted on YouTube, right? It's you know YouTube's just a platform that people can post videos on, right?
Yeah, that is what YouTube is. Do you have like is this like in a peer-reviewed journal or something, or is it just a PDF?
Yeah, there's a 180-page PDF to accompany it with all of the technical details.
Well, so I guess what I would be looking for is like some sort of independent verification for multiple different sources that are experts in the field. I don't know if I would trust something.
Yeah. So these are experts in the field, right? These are literally field engineers. It's a whole team of field engineers. Okay, they did 5 different tests. We've also had PhDs in optics go out doing similar tests with different spectrum lasers. Okay, Dr. John D. So these are being done over and over and over again. Now you're dismissing it, right? Because what you're trying to do is appeal to authority and appeal to credentials. Okay, so you've got some faulty logic happening right now. So you haven't even looked at the test, and you're instantly dismissing it because you don't think the people that did it are qualified enough, even though it's a team of field engineers using a $30,000 laser. You're just hand-wave dismissing it, and that's intellectually dishonest and fallacious.
Okay, so in reality, I don't actually hold any of the beliefs that you just described. But what I would say is that my issue, I guess, is that I don't know any engineering at all. So generally what I would look for to find out whether something like this would be true would be some sort of, number one, explainable, right, to me. It wouldn't just be like a whole bunch of numbers. And it would be usually be like independently verified, like in a decentralized manner. Rather than just
this is independently verified, and anyone can go and repeat this themselves. And not only is it a 180-page PDF document with all of the numbers, there's a 1 hour long high-definition video showing the entire process, done start to finish.
Can you show me the independent verification?
Yeah, you can watch the video. You haven't even looked at the test yet. There's an hour-long documentary showing the entire test done, unless you would be claiming that these people are lying and all of this is somehow CGI or incorrect.
Well, that's not what I'm saying, right? What I'm saying is, if the independent verification happens in the source itself, then it wouldn't be independent, right? It would be by the people that made it.
He told you, brother. He told you. This is just one example of a... Listen, pay attention. This is one example of a group. All right, check it out, brother. This is one example of a group. They did 17 tests. This one PDF has 17 tests in it, done at different locations, okay? Other people have done other tests at other locations. Some people have done it at different lakes. Some people have done it over the land. Like he mentioned to you, there was a PhD specializing in optics. He heard about flat Earth. He decided to use his optics skills to test it. He went out and he cataloged what he did. He did a similar thing with lasers to do a laser transit measurement. So this has been repeated multiple times by multiple different people, even people who weren't flat earthers. So yes, it's been independently verified.
So what I'm not asking is the independent verification of the measurement itself. I'm sure other people have measured the Earth. What I'm asking is the independent verification of the PDF that was posted. That's what I'm asking.
What would that even mean?
Well, what it would mean, so generally, normally what we do is we take like a paper, we like make it whatever, and then you post it in a peer-reviewed journal, and then a whole bunch of people who are also experts in the field will respond to that. And they will be incentivized.
That's not independent verification, dude. That's
well, it would be independent because there are
different things.
Well, those are the same thing. Those peer review is an example.
No, they're not.
What do you think?
Peer review doesn't verify that you did anything. It just reviews the process of what you did. Unless you duplicate the experiment, you're not verifying anything.
Yeah. So hold up. Peer review is an example of verification because what you can do is you can take data and see if it lines up with what would be expected in reality, right? So that would be an example of independent verification. There are other methods, I agree.
Yeah, so why does the laser hit the target?
Well, you're
every single time the laser, right? So the laser is placed 1.5 meters above the surface of the water. Okay, and then there's a target on the other side of the body of water that's also 1.5 meters above the surface. And every single test, the laser is hitting the target. Why? Why do you think the laser is hitting the target?
Sure. Okay. So I'll answer any question you have once you answer whether or not it's the case that this PDF, like you can show some sort of independent verification of this PDF here. I would like to see that.
Yeah. So it hasn't been peer reviewed by whoever you're thinking should peer review it, right? But that doesn't mean that the test wasn't done. That doesn't mean the test hasn't been done and it hasn't been reviewed by thousands of independent researchers.
Well, hold on, DJ. Hold on, DJ. There's a problem here because duplication is a higher standard of verification than review. Okay, so he's actually asking for a lesser standard than's already been done. This has been duplicated. Yeah, it is, dude. 100%.
No, I'm not asking for that. Right. So what I'm not, just to be clear,
you asked for a verification, dude. That's not duplication of the actual process.
So I don't think you're
somebody just reviewing it and giving their opinion on it.
So I don't think you're correctly prescribing my beliefs right now. So what my beliefs would be that, look, I'm sure other people have done this test before, and I'm sure maybe some people have come up with flat and some people have not, right? Maybe one of those groups of people are lying. I don't know. Oh, Jesus Christ. This is like the sound that disables flat earthers.
How about a PhD specializing in optics that not only reviewed the process but duplicated the experiment, and not only duplicated it but upped it by using dual band lasers rather than just one frequency?
Show me a PhD that have reviewed this PDF. I want to see that. Yeah.
Yeah, he duplicated it. It doesn't even have to review it.
Well, I'm asking so I just want to be super clear what I believe. I'm sure other people have duplicated the experiment. What I'm asking for specifically is whether or not people have reviewed this specific experiment. But presumably you could do another experiment, that's fine. And
the moment we're asking you to review it.
Well, I'm not an engineer. I don't know anything about this. I'm kind of
yeah, dude. I'll fast forward. Dude, I'll help you. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, here's how it works. Anybody who has an open mind looks at it, reads it. Globers who scrutinize it, they come up with ideas to scrutinize. For example, they might say, "Oh well, the collimator burnt out on test 4, and therefore that test doesn't count," or they didn't level the laser, et cetera, et cetera. But the fact of the matter is the laser hit the target. Now, they may say, well, okay, the laser hit the target. They have to concede that. There's also a photograph of the laser at the longest range shot, which is 25 miles. So there's actually an image of the laser, right, the light of the laser coming into the camera, which means you can use a Gaussian profile because lasers distribute their light pattern Gaussian. And you can actually tell that the centroid of the beam is actually coming into the camera. So you know that the laser hit the target. Now, the standard excuse, just for your benefit, the only excuse, because keep in mind, this is going to be 90 meters off from a globe prediction, which is 2 orders of magnitude debunking the globe geometry by laser transit methodology, which is an effective measurement methodology. So the standard response is, well, light just bends around the Earth magically to always hit the targets whenever flat earthers do a test that disproves the globe. There you go. There's the review. That's what they all do. That's what they all say.
So you just reviewed the paper? That's crazy. Are you an independent?
No, I'm telling you. Listen, friend. I've been doing this for 10 years. I've heard thousands of people talk about this document, including flat earthers and globers alike. Some with credentials, okay. Some from like astronomers, some physicists, et cetera, et cetera. And they all have the same thing to say. So I'm just telling you what their review was. And that was their review. Okay, now you know.
Yeah, sure. I would like to. Okay, wait. Can you show me the review rather than like saying the review yourself or something? So I'll just recite specifically what I'm asking. Right? What I'm asking for is here's a PDF. Now I think anybody can write a PDF. Okay, it could be true or not true. I don't know because I'm stupid. I'm not a physicist or anything. So
okay, stop for a second. Okay, so if you're not credentialed in those fields, how could you possibly scrutinize somebody's review of this event?
Well, the way you would do it generally is you get a whole bunch of experts way smarter than you and me who can explain it to us, and we say,
I see. I see. So the point is you're going to have to scrutinize what they say based on your own acumen. Okay, correct?
What? Wait, sorry.
You're either going to carte blanche accept what they say based on faith, or you're going to scrutinize what they say based on your own intelligence, right?
Oh no, I don't hold that belief. No.
What? That's the only two options, dude. Look, if somebody tells you a proposition, A, you believe them based on you trusting them that they're correct, or B, you scrutinize their proposition and then you either accept it or reject it. Those are the only options on the table, bro. There's nothing else you could do.
Well, so the difference is I don't base it on faith. Right?
Well, calm down first.
Faith. Yeah, calm down.
Yeah, if absolutely. Listen, if a physicist says such and so is true, and you just say, okay, because you're a physicist, I'll accept it. That's faith, brother.
That's not what I believe. No, I didn't say that.
Oh, okay, that's fine. So then the only other option is you have to scrutinize what they say. Correct?
Well, I could also do it based on some other metric than faith, for example.
Right, which would be scrutinizing what they say, correct?
Well, there could also be a preset measure that I have that measures the likelihood of whether or not it's true, the thing they're saying, right? And an example of that could be
a Ouija board.
Well, you could also set some standard that would increase the likelihood of correctness, right? So you'd say if multiple independent experts in the field looked at a topic and decided that this actually seems to be consistent with reality, and they can explain that to me, so of course.
Right, which would be faith. Right, that would be faith. Faith in a greater number, but it'd still be faith.
Well, so maybe we have different definitions of faith. What I take faith to be is some sort of like axiomatic, unjustified belief. I don't know if you want to.
No. Faith is confidently trusting that something is true.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
without direct knowledge of the truth of it. Okay.
Well, I don't know if you have direct knowledge of the truth of anything, but like, if what you mean by faith is just that after this process has happened, I would hold like a greater than 50% belief that it's true. Then that is what I mean. If that's what you mean by faith. Generally, I don't use the word that way though.
Okay, so if let's say 7 physicists say that this laser test isn't correct because they didn't level the laser, okay, would you believe that?
Wait, what do you think? If what?
Okay, let's say 7 physicists scrutinize this test and they say they didn't put into the document how they leveled the laser, therefore this test is incorrect. Would that be true?
I would say if 7 say that consistently, independently, and in a decentralized manner, like without bias, then I would probably believe that. Yeah.
Right, but the problem is that's logically fallacious. Just because they left it out of their document doesn't mean that they did or did not level the laser properly. So they would actually be logically incorrect. So you're basically just believing them even though they're wrong.
When you say logically incorrect, do you mean that it like violates some law of logic or something?
Okay, they're making a conclusion. In the document, it doesn't say how or if they leveled the laser, therefore their conclusion is wrong. That's illogical.
Okay, when you say logical, do you mean that some law of logic is being violated?
No, dude, there's logical propositions, right? Yes, they do form out of the laws of logic, but that doesn't matter, dude. Logical arguments, like there's like 400 logical fallacies, 200 formal fallacies, et cetera, all those. So if I said to you, you're a guy, therefore you must own a Toyota Camry, that would be illogical, correct?
You're a guy, therefore, well, the reason it would be illogical is because it violates the law of logic, right?
Which is what law does it violate?
Well, that one, you're a guy, so therefore it must be, I would say it would be non-valid, so it would probably be the law of non-contradiction, right?
What? What? No, dude. Not at all.
What do you disagree with about that?
It's called non sequitur. The conclusion doesn't follow from the premise.
Yeah, and a non sequitur is is a violation of the law of non-contradiction.
No, it is.
Second law.
No.
It's not?
Nope.
Maybe maybe you're.
There's no contradiction. There's no contradiction that if you're a man, you own a Toyota Camry. That's just an if then.
But sorry, hold up. If the thing which if the argument is invalid, right? Then it means that it doesn't follow from its conclusions. Right? So when you have a conclusion and it doesn't follow, it means you're claiming it's justified and also not justified at the same time, and that would be a violation of the law of non-contradiction. Right?
Well, I mean, look, if you put it that way, you could stress it out maybe, but it doesn't matter because there is no inherent contradiction.
Sorry, if it's a logical fallacy, then it violates the law of logic. Right? That's just
no, dude, because you can make a conclusion that's poorly reasoned, but the conclusion is still correct.
It depends on whether you. Sorry. You can make a conclusion that's correct, but poorly reasoned. I agree with that. But then
right, or you can make a conclusion that's poorly reasoned and incorrect based on your presuppositional biases of your worldview. For example, as a peer reviewing somebody else's work, you could shove your worldview into your interpretation of what's going on and make conclusions based on assumptions rather than the facts.
I don't know what you're saying there, but like the point is just
Oh, no! Stop, dude. If you don't know what I'm saying there, this is very relevant. No, we're not, dude. It's very relevant because you said you want physicists or whoever, credentialed people to peer review this. But how do you know that their review is correct?
Okay, so the problem is I can't respond to multiple things at once. I don't know which one of those things do you want me to respond to?
It was only one thing on the table, dude. You think that having 7 dudes with credentials reviewing this thing is going to matter, but I'm asking you, how would you know their conclusion about the review is correct? How would you know it?
The problem is that you have already moved on from the thing you already said, and I haven't responded to that. Which one of those do you want to go by? The one we have now, or the one we did previous that you moved on?
No, I'm just trying to get to the point where if 7 dudes agree because they have credentials, it means they're correct, and you're going to believe them.
Okay, we'll address the one you moved on to. Okay, so I would say that if 7 people have credentials, there's a higher likelihood than not that they're probably going to have a good belief on it. That's number one. And number two, if 7 people are saying it, that's going to increase likelihood even more, of course. And if they're independent, decentralized, it means that they're probably not affected by some sort of bias. So those are going to be the justification for that. That's going to increase the likelihood more than not, like compared to not having 7 dudes. It's going to be my
okay. So that's great and all. So how do you know that what they're saying is correct?
Well, I just gave you the reason why it would be more likely than not. Like all those.
Okay, but how do you know it's correct?
Sorry, when you say knowledge, do you mean like 100%? I don't know anything 100%. I'm just claiming.
You can't even tell me how you know what they're saying is correct, let alone how you know anything. So why should I trust your opinion about anything?
Okay, maybe we'd use knowledge in a different way. What I'm claiming is just that it's more than likely to be true, and that's what I mean by this is how I know it. If you use know as a like, do I know 100%? I don't think that's true. I don't think I know that many things 100%.
Okay, so there's 3 billion Christians in the world. Are they correct?
Are there 3 billion?
All different walks. So yeah, there's 2.5 to 3 billion Christians, 2.5 to 3 billion Muslims and Hindus. Like it's all in whatever. Anyway, there's multiple billions from all countries, from all walks of life, from all demographics, completely disconnected from each other. Yet they all agree on one thing. Are they correct?
Yeah, so I would say things aren't correct just because a lot of people say so.
Oh, really? Wow. Now we're getting somewhere. So just because 7 dudes agree that this test doesn't disprove the globe doesn't mean they're correct. Good point. Right. I'm glad you made it there, brother.
Yeah, so there has to be other things true than just them being 7 people, right? There has to be.
Oh, there you go. So then their arguments of why it's correct or incorrect are actually what matter, not the fact that they agree.
Well, no. What would matter is, 1, there's 7 people. Well, you would say the majority of the people who reviewed it or something, right? That's number 1. Number 2, they're experts in the field, right? On the proposition of whether this thing is true or not. And number 3, you would say that they're independent and decentralized and unbiased, right? So those things.
Them being experts in the field are irrelevant unless they use their expertise in a proper argument to make their point. If they just make a point and they generally appeal to the ethos of their credentials, being an expert in the field, then their point gains no merit from that whatsoever. If their conclusion isn't logically connected to their expertise, then their point is irrelevant.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Right. So since you're not qualified to critique these guys, like you already admitted, how could you possibly know what they say is true or not?
Well, for the same reason I already stated, right? It's going to be more likely that they've used expertise.
Yep. So thank you. So what you just agreed, whether you realize it or not, is you have no way of understanding. Even if we gave you a peer review of this event, you would have no way to understand what you're reading. You would just take it on faith that if 7 dudes with credentials said, no, this is bogus, you'd just be like, yep, I agree. Good point. Thanks for playing.
So I have a feeling we mean something different by the word faith. I don't know what you mean by faith.
You admitted that you don't have the acumen to critique their review and that you're going to take it on a more than likely basis that they're correct. And then you're going to put your faith into that conclusion.
Yeah, I'm going to believe it because of the surrounding factors of the.
Correct. That's called faith, brother. Faith.
Sure. If that's how you define faith, as in you believe in the more than likely conclusion, then I agree with that. Yeah. I mean,
No. See, dude. See, the more than likely. See, I don't agree with your metric of more than likely being based on 7 schmucks who have a particular worldview agreeing. So, for example, there's a bunch of retarded evolutionists who think that boobs on a woman evolved from butts on a monkey so that they could trick men into having sex with them face to face rather than from the butt. So, yeah, they're morons. Yeah. Oh, see, that's true. Oh, see. Oh, wow, dude. I got one. I got a person who actually believes that. Wow.
That's crazy.
I can try to build biology if you want.
Yeah, dude. So the butts, what happened was the butts, they slowly moved to the hips, and then they slowly moved to the belly, and then they slowly crawled their way up to make boobies that men find attractive.
So so you have a slight misconception. It actually crawled like the other way around. It crawled the back.
Down the back. It crawled around the back. So they had back boobs for a couple of millennia.
Yeah. You can actually see that on the tissue samples we get from like fossilized
fossilized. Dude. Hey, Jedi, fossilized monkey dino back boobs.
No, well, specifically, you're not getting it from like the you're not getting from like actual tissue. Usually, it's turned to stone or something.
Whatever, dude.
Okay, so
you're the kind of guy that when they put out an image of 5 pixels and they say it's a planet where diamonds are raining down, you believe it. That's the kind of guy you are, I imagine.
Okay, so I have the biology paper here. Frontal buttock mimicry. Do you want me to cite this to you?
No, dude. I'm well aware of the retardation.
Okay. Oh, wait, so you're just putting faith in it, right?
What?
Hello?
Yeah, he's not putting faith in it.
Well, he kind of is. He doesn't want to look at any of the evidence, right? I just cited something in a PDF.
Well, that's just a story. He's repeating the story. Okay. He's repeating the story to you. He's not entertaining the story to be true. He's not got faith in it. He's just saying what it is.
Okay, mate. So I just cited something in the side chat. If all of you click this link, I think this will really help you.
Okay.
Listen, dude. Listen, all I want from you is a hot picture of some sweet back tits, all right? That's what I want. Some back cleavage tits that I can gawk at, all right? Evolutionarily. For science, of course. Hold on, brother. I'm only doing it for science, not because I'm a lecherous dude that just wants to.
But you're just putting, to be clear, you're just putting faith in that right now.
What's he putting faith in again?
And you don't even want to open the source. I don't understand like what's going on.
I'm not interested.
No, dude. If you send it to, if you ping me, I'll look at it later. I promise.
Okay. Yeah.
While I'm alone.
No, this is just a paper. It's not like porn or something. What do you think?
So this paper,
So this paper, it's got some empirical evidence for its claim, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, what is the empirical evidence? What was the naturally observed phenomena?
Well, I've sent it. You don't even want to like.
No, you already know all the. I don't want you to elephant hurl a document in here that you haven't checked. So you tell me, what was the naturally observed phenomena, and what are we discussing? I'm sure you know all about it. So tell me, what did they do to prove their claim?
Sure. So what they did is they well, first of all, they uncovered the species which humans have evolved from. Right? These are going to be chimpanzees, Homo sapiens, so on. Right? And then what they did is they uncovered fossilized like remnants of these people. Right? Well, I guess like animals or something.
Where are these samples? I want to see them. Where are the samples? I want to see them.
There are pictures of them in the paper.
They have pictures of these fossils?
Yes.
Okay, great. Let me have a look at this. Which page? Can you give me the page?
Well, you can start by reading the first one, right? They literally have the introduction right there. It shows where it is.
I went all the way down to page 26. I see no pictures. You want to try again?
I'm asking, just read the first page.
I've gone through every page of the document, and there are no pictures.
Okay, so the document...
Are you lying to me?
The document has links. I want you just to read the first page, page 1. Read the title of the paper.
So I guess you want to get banned.
I guess I'll just read it with you. A helpful guide in the training of a mentally retarded child by Virginia State Department of Health, Bureau of Crippled Children. So I think this will really be a help for all of you.
Just remove him.
Oh, perfect, dude. Yeah, that was hot, brother. That actually made me tingle inside. So Jedi, you heard of front butt? A pejorative against it's a pejorative term for the people of culture from other cultures that don't know. In the United States we call it front butt. It's when your gut and your lower region where your belt would go becomes so fat that it folds on itself and it kind of looks like a butt from the front. Yeah. So basically that could evolve into an actual butt. If enough women find it attractive, or if enough men find it attractive in women, then their butts will change from the back to the front.
Yeah.
And if seven dudes with credentials say so, then it's true.
Yes, absolutely. As long as we all sit around a circle and nod and agree, then it's fine.
I actually took him at his word that he actually had a real paper about butts growing on the backs of ape-like alleged ancestors, and they slowly made their way to the front so that the ape chicks could trick dudes into being intimate with them from the face. It's like, hey, my eyes are up here, boys. My eyes are up here. Holy crap, dude.
I wonder if in about 2,000 years' time, female eyes will actually be on their boobs.
No, their boobs will be on their face.
On their back.
Well, no, listen, bro. Let me explain. It's very simple. So if the butt started down low and became boobs, that's going up. So the natural evolution must be they keep going up. So they're eventually going to be on the face, and then they're going to be on the head.
Yeah. Evolution's crazy. Anyway, I'm glad that's over. I don't know how we got down there, but I'm glad that's over. But welcome everybody. Lots of new people that have joined the chat. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel here on the English Hub. Lots of new names that I don't recognise. Please don't be shy. If you've got a question or something you'd like to discuss pertaining to the subject of the room, when you unmute yourself, say hi and please introduce yourself. Tell us what your name is and then bring forth your point. But like I said, I see lots of new people in the chat. I just wanted to say hi. We will be moving very, very quickly away from the last topic of discussion.
So what's the current topic of discussion?
The at the moment, it's can we get somebody to mute that guy with the dog in the background? But the topic of the discussion, my friend, is the Earth. I don't know if we're running an event at the moment. Let me just double check. Okay, so we're talking about geometry today, pertaining to the subject that the Earth is a shape. Now, that would fall under a geometric claim because we're told that the Earth is a sphere. So we're going to be talking about the Earth being a sphere or not today. Some people in the room, like myself, say that the Earth is measured to be flat and horizontal, so not the geometric claim of a sphere, as we're told, like a planet. So any conversation or discussion around that topic, I think? So, Eddie Mo, I will unmute you, but you were muted, I believe, for background noise just a moment ago. But you are unmuted now. Eddie Mo, you have been unmuted. I presume you wish to speak.
I don't have anything specific to speak about.
Okay, just keep yourself on mute then, my friend, if you're not speaking, just because of your background noise. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello there.
Why are you so silent here?
Well, maybe people are busy.
Ow. I thought you guys talk about science and geometry here.
Yeah, we do. We do. When there are people here who wants to talk with us about it, we do that.
Or when did it happen? Or when will happen?
It could happen now. Do you want me to ask you a couple of questions?
No.
No? Okay.
That ended that conversation.
I mean, as soon as someone comes in who wants to talk, we'll talk to them.
What about people who want to listen? You won't talk to them?
Yeah, I can monologue for a little while, I guess.
Remember, first rule of sales is don't ask a yes or no question. And then what's the second rule? Don't put the ball in their court until the sale is already finalized. I think that's the rules. I'm not sure. Something like that.
Sounds like good advice. And don't ask a question if you don't know the answer.
Yeah, so like as soon as you put it to them, then they have the decision to just disconnect from the conversation. But if you just start talking and take over the conversation, then they'll naturally ask questions when they feel like it.
Yep.
But it's an art, not a science.
So Casey, is this your first time in this channel, or have you been here before?
Yep. This is my first time. I don't know, I just wonder what you guys are doing here.
I really want to ask you one question. Are you able to see the chat?
Not really, I'm here to... I don't know, I'm not ready for any question. I don't want to argue with you guys. I just want to know what is going on here.
Yeah, I don't want to argue either. I just want to ask you one question. I'm going to ask you.
Nah.
You don't have to answer it if you don't want to.
Nah, I gotta go then. I don't like it.
Okay. We'll post it here for the next person who comes in. We have EDYMO. He wants to be unmuted. Well, he left, so I can't. Well, I guess I can do that anyway. Let me see. What is his username? There we go.
Listen, like a lot of interactions with women, if you have to ask, the answer is no.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I mean, they like assertiveness. I should have just told her, look at the chat. I will show you something.
Yeah, something super interesting.
Yeah, she would have responded better to a direct command. All right. I don't want to insult any women. If you are out there, maybe if you're watching on YouTube, you want to come in here and talk to us, we are on English Hub today. Meanwhile, I can read the chat over on YouTube to see if you guys want to interact over there. I have a few minutes right now anyway. If I can find my other phone. Why is it always so difficult? We could also check out X and see if they have any new lore that has dropped for the globe. Let's check YouTube. Alrighty, firing up. I think we have both bots with us today. Let's see, Flatloid stream. How many viewers do we have right now? We have 7 people watching. Shout out to you guys. Walled Garden is over there. One Big Pond 5744 is over there. WRK Revio is over there, and we shout out to you guys for listening in on YouTube. And if you want to interact, you can type in the chat and I'll read it. Walled Garden says 5th day in a row. Chat is empty. Yeah, I mean, you guys are really not too fond of chatting over on YouTube, but sometimes people will strike up some interesting conversations over there. WRK Revio says the heliocentric model works. Okay. Whereas on the flat side, I only see memes. Dude, you should come and talk to us because we can present some real evidence over here. If you type in the chat on YouTube that you're still there, I'll go over some evidence. I'll prove to you that Earth is flat. So funny, we have Globers coming in and they never ask the question straight out. It would be the first question I would ask if I was a Glober. Show me the evidence that Earth is flat. But no, they want to talk about everything except for that. They want to talk about the sun. They want to talk about the stars, the sky, everything that goes on up above them. They never want to talk about the actual surface property of Earth. All right, so let's check the other one. We have one more stream, and is it up or is it broadcasting old content? Nope, we're up and running right there as well. And we have some people in here. Dr. Bass Ackwards. That's a funny username. He says, it's always been globe Earth that is up for debate. Okay. Hyder T.E. says, as Jesus says, Earth is Earth. Amen. Amen. Thank you, God, for this knowledge. All right. That's about it. And there's 10 people viewing over on Helioskeptic stream. Shout out to you guys right now. If you want to interact, you can do so in chat and we'll read it. And if nobody else want to talk, we're going to check out X and see if there's any new globe lore that dropped today. Maybe they changed the launch date for Artemis or something again. Maybe they scrapped it altogether. Maybe they found a new black hole that smells like farts. You never know with the Globers. There's always a surprise. My brother is texting me. He's asking me if I still have my wisdom teeth. I actually do. I don't want them to pull them. They say that they contain stem cells that are healthy for you and can repair heart damage and things like that. So there's no way I'm going to let them pull my wisdom teeth. I don't know if I'm right, but it feels like I am. I'm pretty good at discerning truth as well, so if I have a gut feeling, that's how I figured. My gut feeling was that Earth was flat, and then I went out and tested it, and then I had it confirmed for myself. We have a guy over on X who says, I saw your profile. Go ahead and show me one single long-range measurement that proves Earth to be flat. I'll bet you $50,000 you can't. All right. Which one should we? I'll just pick the 21-mile one, I think. That should be good enough for normal people, but he's not normal, clearly. If any of you want to get $50,000 from this jackass, there's a simple way to do it. We'll post a few long-range laser tests for him and see if he's going to honor his weirdo bet there. 21 miles seems long enough for me. I don't have to complicate it. You see, things are happening over on X. The Globers there are really low level too, by the way. They only want to talk about sunsets and seasons. All right, let's see. We can ask their AI to summarize new globe lore. I can hear people joining, and let's see. Do we have new people in here? Soda 3392. Oh, you've been here for a while. Shout out anyway. Hello. I think that's it. Oh, someone chatted. Planet Truth. Yay. I am completely agree on what you said about that wisdom teeth. Never getting rid of those in my life. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They call it wisdom tooth, then convince you to pull it. Yeah, that's a good point too. I mean, I think our forefathers knew something about wisdom teeth. But yeah. Don't let them take them away from you if you still have them. You're smart. But let's go back to X and see what we have over here. We're going to ask their AI Grok to summarize today's globe lore. We're actually going to ask it like that just to see what he does with it. So, scour today's news about the globe. See if there is any new lore that has dropped. Because we, as flat earthers, we actually have to keep up with the lore. We know more about the globe than the Globers do. So I read space.com and all those places. I read Einstein's theories. I read Maxwell's. I read about Snell's law. I mean, we all study the globe extensively so that we can steelman it. All right, let's see what Grok has to say about this. Scouring global news. He says, no new lore drop today. All right, let's see. This is going to be fun. It's still analyzing the results here. Scour today's news about the globe. See if there's any new lore that has dropped. Okay, we'll see. He's still thinking. I have it on expert mode. So it takes a long time for him to go through all the articles and white papers. And there is something going on with Epstein, I think. All right, while we're waiting for that, if anybody wants to talk, just open your mic and I will stop blabbering about X and AI. Here we go. Top global news headlines for February 6, 2026. Middle East tensions, not interesting. US-Iran nuclear talks, I don't care about that. Oh, satellite imagery released today shows Iran, blah, blah, blah. No, I don't care about that either. Let's see, come on, Grok, I wanted you to give me the globe lore. All the weird stuff, new exoplanets found and things like that. I maybe have to be more specific with them. Raining diamonds on Saturn. Ukraine, Russia, I don't care about that. US domestic political developments, I don't care about that. All of that is irrelevant. Winter Olympics, whatever. Notable stories. People get killed someplace. Ugh, it's so boring. Epstein documents. Nah. It's all bullshit. Okay, let's see here. What else do we have? Maybe I have to specify. No, he just gave me politics stuff. Let me rephrase. I want news about space stuff and heliocentrism, new discoveries, etc. See what he says? Today's space and astronomy news as of February 6, 2026. Go ahead. Did someone want to comment on something? We have Tariam here. Hello. Oh, he left. I haven't been sick for at least 6 or 7 years, but there is some kind of... I have a stuffy nose right now. I don't know why. I don't have a cold. It's time to deep clean the house.
Me too, by the way.
Yeah.
And I think been a longer time, and even if sometimes it happened that I catch something that make me sick, doesn't take 1 or 2 days maximum.
Yeah, it's really quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm hardly...
Symptoms are not that that doesn't appear so much, so you don't get sick so much.
Right. People around me get sick and they're staying in bed and stuff like that. I barely get a headache. It's super rare.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello there, Deep Pain. I hope you're okay.
All is well. Happy Friday.
Yes, to you as well. What are you up to today?
I am regenerating.
Regenerating. All right. Have you been here before? I think I recognize your name. I'm not sure.
Deep Pain.
Yeah, have we seen you here before?
Is that a common name?
I don't know. I'm looking at it. Do you want to answer a couple of questions while you're here?
Please don't scold me.
No,
I know what's coming. I already know what's coming.
Do you? What do you think is coming?
Bad time. Bad time is coming.
No, good time. Good time is coming. Do you think you live on a ball in space? That's the easy question.
Sorry, I need to go and quickly do something. I'll be right back.
All right, that's okay. All right. Well, he seemed like a nice guy. I hope he comes back. We can talk a little bit with him. It's always fun when people have a sense of humor. AD is back. Hello. Yeah, health is a weird thing. We can't talk too much about health and medical stuff here on the channel since we're broadcasting on YouTube, but you all know what I mean. I have a reason for why I'm not super sick, and people around me get sick all the time, it seems. But we're not going to talk about that. We're going to talk more about X then and the latest lore news over there while we wait for our good friend, what was his name? Back pain or something. I haven't had back pain since I started doing push-ups and work out either. That was probably 10 years ago. My back was I was in so bad shape. I used to sit down a lot in my work, and I got in really bad shape. I could almost not even walk upstairs without getting winded and stuff like that. So with Flat Earth also came a new understanding of taking care of myself, eating healthy, exercising, growing my own food, being super nice to the family, etc., etc. A lot of good stuff came from me becoming a flat earther. I'm more critically thinking now, and I don't like the gene modified food and things like that. Anyway, there are just upsides to becoming a flat earther, I think. Well, except for that people think you're a dumbass, an idiot, a retard, and things like that. But if you can live with the scorn of other people, then you are going to have a good, healthy life as a flat earther. So I recommend it anyway. All right. Let's see. We were just talking to the AI over on X, and I asked it if there is some space news or lore. And let's see what it has to say. Today's space and astronomy news is buzzing with preparations for major missions, skywatching events, and recent discoveries reinforcing our understanding of the heliocentric solar system. Yes, that's right, Grok. They have to reinforce our understanding, otherwise people wouldn't believe that shit. Earth and planets orbiting the sun. Okay? No breakthroughs challenging heliocentrism have emerged. Okay, well, that's interesting. There is a breakthrough, Grok. We have found that water doesn't curve. So that's a challenge to heliocentrism. Modern astronomy overwhelming support to heliocentric model through orbital mechanics. Wow, big words there. Spacecraft data and observations like planetary transits and exoplanet detections. These are the best evidence they have. Okay. Nobody has ever seen an orbit, so we can disregard orbital mechanics. Spacecraft data, I don't give much for that. You can fake any data. I am a data, I'm a coder, programmer. I know what I can do with data. Observations like planetary transits. Sure, we can see some stuff go past the sun. That's not an orbit. That's just something, passing it. Exoplanet detections, I don't care about that at all. That's just bullshit, propaganda crap, that fantasy. We have found a new exoplanet 59 billion trillion miles away, and it smells like apples, and there are unicorns living on it. You could probably say something like that, and people would believe it over on X. Key space mission updates, says Grok. NASA's Artemis 2 crewed moon mission. The first crewed Artemis flight, 4 astronauts circling the moon, has shifted from a February launch window. Yeah, we know about that.
But plain and truth, you're going to regret it someday. You're going to regret it someday when astronauts are going to go back to the moon and you're going to fly up into outer space on vacation someday.
You know what I do with appealing to the future claims? I tell people to shove it to place. I can't say it, but that's what I do when they do that.
Yeah.
Appealing to future possibility. Logical fallacies. Yep. Good point. Okay, wait. Oh no, my history disappeared. I want to talk it to let's see, where is it? All right, there we go. I accidentally clicked the space news away. But yes, the Artemis wet blanket test. No, what do they call it? They call it the wet dress rehearsal. A cryogenic fueling test earlier this week was successful. Oh, they're already changing it because 2 days ago they said it was not successful, and that's why I had to abort it. So rewriting history here, Mr. Grok, are we? All right. It's an SLS rocket. It has an Orion spacecraft on it, whatever that is. I don't even know what SLS means. It's probably NASA speech for super large, whatever. What is it? SLS rocket. Super large something. I don't know. This mission marks humanity's return to deep space beyond low Earth orbit in over 50 years. Shock. All right, so, okay, fine. We're going to return to deep space, according to Grok. Then we have NASA SpaceX Crew 12 to the ISS. They're going to send more people up there. That's the story. Preparations are advancing rapidly. The Crew Dragon Freedom is the name of that thing. Arrived at Cape Carnival today for the mission. I believe that's in Florida. Now it will launch on February 11. They're going to send people 250 miles up into the sky, and they're going to dock to that space station, and they're going to go in there with their gorilla suits and their little floating teddy bears and shit that they bring up to that place to show us that their gravity is real. NASA, SpaceX, and partners held a flight readiness review today. The crew, there was going to be a woman. She's the commander, Jessica Meyer. Jack Hathaway is the pilot. And ESA, that's the European Space Agency. They also have a woman, Sophie Adenot, and Roscosmos Andrew Fedyaev. So we have some Soviet, some Russian cosmonauts here as well. I mean, I thought we were with war with those guys, but up in space, that doesn't matter apparently. They will conduct an 8 to 9 month mission. They're going to stay there up on the ISS. They're going to do studies on human adaptation to altered gravity. There we go. How does the blood change? How does the blood flow change in microgravity? Okay. So that's the latest lore about the ISS. They're going to have 4 new people, 2 men and 2 women. I wonder what they have on those people. Are they just low IQ or are they blackmailing them? Maybe they are PDF files. I said that correctly, I hope. Anyway, I don't know how they can get people to believe that. I think there was a show a few years back where they had like some kind of simulation, and they actually fooled real people that they were in space. Maybe that's how they do it. These people could be completely innocent, maybe. I don't know. I have no idea. Other launches and grounding. SpaceX continues Starlink missions. Multiple Falcon 9 flights scheduled this month. Recent Falcon 9 issue led to temporary grounding. Blah, blah, blah. Something, something. Not interested in that. Are there any astronomy and skywatching highlights in February? Okay. Planetary parade. Up to 6 visible planets, including a close moon approach to several marching across the sky. Ideal for viewing orbital dynamics. All right. So they're going to line up 6 of the planets above us. And I believe that if you do that, you can probably figure out that you're not on a ball, because how else can you see it? Unless you were standing there on a perfectly level and flat stationary plane. But they have their own logic. Of course, you can see inner planets from anywhere on Earth and so forth. Even if it's a ball, somehow that works in there. Paradigm? What else? There's something about stars. No. Not interesting. They discovered a new star, C2026A1. It could become visible in early spring skies. Okay. If you're in Chile, you're supposed to be able to see that. No, it's a bright comet, actually. It's a comet, a new comet. Here's some new lore. A rogue planet confirmation. A Saturn mass-free floating rogue planet. A Saturn mass? So a planet the mass of Saturn is discovered. They say it's 9,800 light years away. they have used Earth and space-based microlensing observations to discover this new planet that is 9,800 light years away. Okay. Does it have a name? Not that it really matters to flat Earth. Anything what goes on in the sky goes on in the sky. But that's the latest lore. They have found a new planet, and it's 9,800 light years away. And it's as big as Saturn. They know all of this, of course, because they're really good at what they do, right?
And they said a rogue planet, so it's not orbiting a sun.
Oh, is that what it means?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it used to be that they could only find planets because they would watch stars blip in and out, and they would say, well, a planetary body passed in front of the sun in between the telescope. But now they've got, I guess, rogue planet detectors. Go figure.
Yeah, they got that. Only 9,800 light years away. That's only 59 trillion billion million miles.
Some serious angular resolution.
Yeah.
Like if they know that it was a planet, they are sure that it was a planet. It wasn't a moon. So they distinguish between a moon that is separated from the planet that it was orbiting, like our moon, when it will go away from the Earth, like it's doing now. It's just drifting away from the Earth. So they know that it was a planet and not a moon. So all those are just assumptions. They don't have any rogue shit.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like they have really smart people over there. They were able to figure this out. So now we have a rogue planet. There's also some exoplanet editions. The NASA Exoplanet Archive added several new candidates this week, mostly from TESS. I don't know what that is. That's probably some super duper, advanced telescope or something. The telescope extra super is what I think that's what it means. TESS. It includes quirky ones like Cointro 1b, building on thousands of worlds orbiting other stars. Wow. All supporting heliocentric principles via transit and radial velocity methods. My wife just entered the room. I have to mute. Give me a second. Give me a second.
Hey guys, I'm back, and I'm saying that Earth is round.
Hey, do you have any empirical evidence of that?
What empirical evidence do you have that Earth is flat?
We have hundreds and hundreds of long-distance observations, laser tests, radio wave propagation, infrared.
Show it to me.
Okay, so do you understand what a horizon is?
No. Could you please explain it to me?
Okay, so let's start with a basic diagram. It's going to be hard work if you don't know what a horizon is. Never heard of a horizon before?
Oh, I've heard about it, but I would like to know the exact definition and meaning of it.
Okay, so the exact definition is the apparent location where the sky and the ground meet. Okay, but on a globe, the horizon would be a byproduct of Earth curvature. Okay, so I've just put a diagram in the side chat, and I'll just read it out for you and the audience. A man standing on a sphere would observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance, which on the diagram is represented by the red and yellow circle. The physical geometric horizon is the maximum distance that the sea and the sky can be observed to meet. Okay, so you can see the little man there standing on the globe. Okay, and you can see the line going from his eyes and meeting with the surface of the globe. Okay, you can see a little red and yellow dot, and that would be the maximum distance that you would be able to see the water. Okay, beyond that, the water would be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Okay, so when we're looking over the... Yep. Are you confused
Doesn't
about
this
something?
picture show that the Earth is round?
Yes, this is what we're testing.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so the horizon should be at a certain distance away, depending on how high the observer is above the surface of the water. Okay, so now we have an observation taken from 1 meter height, okay, which is 3.5 feet. Okay, so here's some basic calculation in the side chat. Okay, we're going to be looking at an object, a distance marker, that's 11.2 miles away. Okay, so there's a windmill out in the ocean. Okay, so when he zooms in, you can see the windmills. Okay, we're going to focus on the right windmill, right-hand windmill. It's 11.2 miles away. Okay, so if you can have a look at the calculation above it, this is a screenshot from an Earth curvature calculator. So we have distance to object. That's the first thing you have to enter into the calculator. So 11.2 miles. Okay, then the eye height level.
Sorry.
Yeah, Earth curvature. Yep.
Yeah, it's an Earth curvature calculator. So that obviously means that it's calculating the Earth's curvature. So it's basically saying that Earth is curved.
That's correct. And now we're actually testing that claim to see if the claim matches reality.
You are using the tool to prove it wrong.
Yes, we're using the tool to determine how much curvature there should be over this particular distance. And then we're going out into the real world and we're testing to see if the curvature formula matches with the real world.
Okay.
Right.
I see.
Yeah. So the eye height level's 3.5 feet, which is 1 meter. Okay, the distance to the object is 11.2 miles, which is 18 kilometers. Then we have the distance to the horizon. That would be what we discussed in the first image. Okay, that's the maximum distance that you will be able to see the water. Okay, it's the line in which the sky and the ground meet. Now, that would have to be at 2.29 miles away, which is about 3.4 kilometers away. Okay, so the reason that we have the windmill at 11.2 miles, it's acting as a distance marker, because if there wasn't some kind of distance marker, it would be very difficult to determine what distance the horizon is when we're zooming out into the ocean. Okay, but we have the distance marker, so we can see that the horizon is far beyond the windmills. Okay, we can even see a boat off in the distance behind the windmills. So that's the first problem, okay? We don't have the horizon at 2.29 miles where it would have to be if the Earth were a globe. Now, the windmills should also be hidden behind the horizon by a certain amount. Okay, so focusing on the right-hand windmill at 11.2 miles, the bottom 52 feet should be hidden behind the horizon. Okay, hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, essentially. Okay, 52 feet, that's like a 5-story building, which is also 16 meters, approximately. Okay, so I'm just going to show you a close-up image of the windmills that he's zooming into. Okay, so Jager Bruno's just put an image from the observation. Okay, so see the little black bits at the bottom of the windmill towers?
Yes.
Yeah, so that means it's low tide, right? So when it's low tide, the water goes down and it's kind of stripped off the yellow paint. Okay, so we can...
I got you.
Yeah, so there's a close-up photo just so you can see we can, at low tide, we've got that black bit at the bottom. And then in the observation, when he zooms in, you can see the black bit at the bottom. Okay, you shouldn't be able to see any of that. That should be completely hidden behind the horizon, behind the curvature of the Earth. Okay, so this is one example out of many examples where we can see far, far, far beyond the physical geometric restrictions that would be there if the Earth was a globe. Okay, these things would have to be hidden behind the horizon, behind the curvature, but they're not, right? That's not possible on a globe, right? This observation was repeated as well, numerous times. And the guy doing the observation is also a very smart guy. His name's Dr. John D. He has an 1.5-hour video that goes over the entire observation, start to finish. You can see the location, you can watch him setting up his equipment. And he explains everything in the observation. This is just some screenshots that I took out of his video, just to be able to explain it to people quickly. So yeah, this is empirical evidence, right? This is something that anyone can go and test and repeat themselves if they choose to do so. So this is what we're talking about. We're told that the Earth is curving at a certain rate. And then when we go and test it in reality, it's not doing that. In fact, it's not curving at all. So hopefully that makes sense. Let me know if you have any questions.
Yes, actually, I do have one question. I'm curious to know that what do you think about the picture that the spaceships, the astronauts took when they went to space of the Earth, and it proves that Earth is round?
Yeah, I would say that we can't verify that. Okay, we can all agree that images and those can be manipulated. The problem with the NASA footage is that it can't be replicated. Okay, you have to trust NASA. You have to trust and have faith that they're giving you correct information. Now, what we're showing you here is actually testing that claim. Okay, we're invalidating that claim that the water is curving by actually testing it here on the Earth. Okay, so I've looked into the moon landings, and I don't trust that they were as described. I think that they faked a lot of that footage.
It's not
right, but
it's not
regardless, yeah, go ahead.
It's not only about NASA. Like there are many other it's a space agency in India. It's called ISRO, and it has also sent space missions, and they have also confirmed that the Earth is seen around from the space. So are they also involved with the NASA? I don't think India and US are so good friends. Like,
yeah, they have active trade deals with each other. They're not enemies, right? They've never had a war or anything like that.
But I don't think
this is the thing. This is the thing. They don't need to be friends. Okay, maybe India faked it just for the same reason that NASA potentially faked it, right? Because they want that notoriety. They want to be seen as a country that has the ability to do what other countries cannot do, right? If you have a look at the India footage that they released of their so-called space mission, it's absolutely ridiculously fake looking, and you can't validate it. That's the problem. Okay, you have to trust it. You have to put your faith in it because you can't go there and check. Whereas what we're showing you here.
Do you believe that they actually went to space, or do you think that's
no?
Fake
You
too?
can't go. You can't go to space the way that we've had space described.
So, in their in the space missions, when the shuttle launches off, it's like they are in there, and after it, when it vanishes, it just disappears, and they're actually not going to space. I don't think that
India didn't even claim to have sent people to the moon. Okay, the only people that have apparently been to the moon were the NASA astronauts. Okay, there are also videos showing that these spaceships have escape hatches. Okay, so I can show you videos where they could show them getting into the rocket, and they could just go down the escape hatch that no one can see, right? It's like an emergency, it's like a slide, right? And they slide out of the bottom of the rocket, and no one can see that happening. Okay, it's like an emergency procedure. So there's videos of them showing that, you could film it.
They go underground from the slide, because the spaceship is surrounded
it's just like a
circle.
slide that. Yeah, so it's just a slide that goes out of the bottom of the rocket, and they just slide out. So
Slide
I'm not.
out to the ground
Look, I'm
or
just saying.
underground?
Well, I'm not sure exactly. You can have a look at the video. It's probably to a space, that no one could see. Obviously, if they're going to fake it, they'll have them sliding into a place that the cameras can't see. But this is the problem.
They gained by faking, by telling people lies that the Earth is round, not
Yeah,
flat.
so they gain billions and billions of dollars in taxpayer money that they could use for whatever purposes that they so choose. They also gain notoriety on a worldwide scale, right? That they're a country that can do what no other country can do, and that they're a spacefaring country, and that they have more knowledge than everyone else because they're exploring space, and they won the space race, right? It was a huge, big deal. Okay, so this is the problem, though. Okay, you're never going to be able to test the claims. You're always going to be stuck believing it or not believing it. Now, even if I thought the Earth was a globe, I would call bullshit on the lunar missions, right? I would say that they faked it because I've looked into it, and I don't think that they went. That doesn't prove that the Earth's flat or a globe, right? What I'm showing you is real world tests. So if someone says it's a globe, we can actually go and test for that in reality. So if you can measure your floor flat, for example, okay, you can measure your floor flat or a pond flat on the surface. Whatever's happening above the pond, whatever anyone wants to claim, right, it doesn't change the fact that you can measure that floor flat. Okay, whatever lights are going on in the sky, whatever people are telling you, you've checked, your floor is flat. It's not curving, it's not a sphere. Right, and so we're about empirical evidence. That's why I said empirical evidence when you first came in here, because this is something that people can go and verify. It can be repeated over and over and over again, and the same results are achieved over and over again.
Okay, so you don't believe anything unless you watch it happen.
No, I'm not. It's not about believing, right? So you can believe anything you want. That's fine. Okay, but if you want to know something for sure, then you should be able to test it. Okay, so if you tell me that you're 7 foot tall, right? And then I come and I actually measure you, and you're only 5 foot tall, right? It doesn't. You're not 7 foot tall. I checked. Okay, I could believe that you're 7 foot tall and never check. But if I check and I measure you, right, I can confirm that you're not 7 foot tall. Okay, so they're telling us the same.
Category.
Well, not really. It's they're telling us the measurements
it's
of
really
the Earth.
a different category. I'm not
Well,
talking
it's
about
not really. This is okay. No, it's a geometry. It's a geometry claim, right? So they're saying that the water should be curving, and we're checking it, and it's not curving, right? It's the same thing. So they're telling us that the Earth is a certain shape and a certain size, just like in the hypothetical, you've told me that you're a certain size. Okay, now I'm going to go and check that. I say, okay, I want to go and just make sure. I don't want to just blindly believe what you're telling me. I want to go and check. Okay, so we're going and checking to see if the Earth is curving, and it's not curving. Right, this is something that needs to be addressed, because we have hundreds, if not thousands, of tests now that are very consistently showing that there's no curvature over large distances, like I showed you with the Dr. John Dee test. There's nothing wrong with checking to make sure the information that you're getting told is true. And it's not our fault that when we check, we can't find the curvature that would have to be there if the Earth's a globe. We're not even claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? It's the globe side that's claiming to know the shape of the Earth and the size of the Earth and all of these things. We're just checking. Most people never checked. That's the problem. Most people get taught the Earth is a globe when they're young children, right? And then it gets reinforced later on in their life. And they never check these things. They never question these things, and they've probably not been presented with alternative options.
Is it quiet in here? What's going on?
Yeah.
Oh Lord. I was like, I see open mics and everything.
What's up, Quits?
Hey, DJ. Good to see you, brother. Good to see y'all.
Yeah, you too, man. Yeah, we were just having a conversation with some guy, but he kind of like did the Homer Simpson back off into the bush thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, his big take was the Earth is a globe because you can't present anything that shows it's flat. And DJ is like, I'm a huckleberry. That's my game.
Right. Classic.
Here's some long distance observations of some oil rigs. And all of a sudden he's like, oh, mama's calling.
Yeah, his response was like, well, what about pictures from space? And then I said how we can't validate those. And that's just the way it is. I'm like, even if the Earth was a globe, sorry, even if I believed the Earth was a globe, I would still call bullshit on the NASA footage. He's like, oh well, all right, well, there's not just NASA footage. India has also been to the moon.
Yeah, did you show the Indian version of it? What did you think of
it? Some people started posting funny memes about it in the side chat.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Yeah, the footage is hilarious. Like the little tiny bit of footage that they gave us. It's like India's greatest achievement in modern history, and they filmed it with like a, like 144p camera or something like that, and they have about 12 seconds worth of footage.
Yeah, and the angle of the camera was horrendous, pointing down basically. What is that?
Pointing down.
Give us the view, the horizon.
Yeah.
It looked like PlayStation 1 graphics.
Yeah.
Welcome. Welcome to everybody who just joined in. Feel free to ask any questions if you have any.
Hello, guys.
How's it going, man? Okay. Welcome. I hope all is well with everyone.
Here's AG. Everything's good over here. Hope everything's good with you, man. Good to see you.
Yeah, man. Same. Can't complain. Doing good. If anybody has any questions, feel free to ask. Don't be shy. This is usually how it is, it seems. 20, 30 people will join for every one person that speaks. Everybody else joins, listens to silence, and leaves. Sooner or later, somebody should join in that's willing to have a conversation. Right? I'll be back. Gonna go get something to drink. Welcome.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Gravity is not a force.
Welcome. And goodbye.
তো শুয়ে যাবে 1:15-16 বাজে।
Welcome to the channel. Any newcomers? We're talking about science and geometry today. If you're interested, you got a question, want to make a claim, please do so.
He says, "Who? What do you think about the spherical shape? Do you like it?"
Spherical, the spherical shape in general, I think it's useful for like playing sports. Balls, are fun to kick around.
I see. Why do people love it so much, man? They say that everything is spherical. Earth is spherical. Moon is spherical.
Well, I don't know. I guess it's usually tied to some kind of religious belief. Back in ancient times, they kind of presupposed or assumed that the sphere was this perfect shape, and that it was the desired shape that God would want to create. And so it's more philosophical than it is anything else. I don't know why people love balls so much.
We are on a big ball, bro.
Okay, well, it would be incumbent upon you to prove that claim. So do you have any Earth curvature measurements?
Nah, I'm just joking. That's what they claim, right? That's what everyone else claims.
I wouldn't say everyone else. I mean, we got a room full of people here that don't claim that or believe that.
And like you people represent less than 1% of humans, right?
Okay, what's your point?
I'm saying that flat earther community is a really small community.
Okay, why are you saying that? What's the point of you saying that?
No point, man. No point. These are just.
Okay, my next door neighbor has 3 rabbits. There could be one flat earther, and if there's no Earth curve measurements, right, then he would be the correct one, and everybody else, those billions of people, would all be incorrect.
Let's say, man, let's take a hypothetical scenario. We have a society in which 99% of people believe in a lie. Even if that's a lie, it becomes a truth, right?
Why? Do you think consensus makes things true?
Nah, but it doesn't make it true, right? But it shapes the belief, right?
Well, the society at large and what they believe can shape the belief of people. It can. It doesn't always, but it can. Usually it's up to the individual to allow that to happen, right? Because you could see that the grass is green and there's 1% of the people that say it's blue. You know what it is, you know all of the light. And you can certainly.
Oh, you're cutting off, man.
But because most people want to leave that particular society, want to be outcast. Most people want to hang their ends out off the cliff. And everybody, they to fit the societal norm. Than it be intellectual, or even have a there is a certain amount of courage required to know the truth, live by the truth, and profess it. I think most of the people on the earth, because they don't want to go against the grain, they would rather be accepted by the society. Don't get me wrong.
You're off, man.
To be.
Your voice is cutting off.
Now? Is it better now?
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, what were you saying about people?
There are benefits to being. Well, there are benefits to being of a society. There is, if people like to use the analogy of the lemming, right? Where lemmings follow each other off of a cliff. They don't have knowledge. They don't understand that jumping off the cliff will lead to their path. So they don't understand what as what human beings should intellect and ability to read what is true and is the benefit of knowing truth that will follow the lives.
Seizu, bro. I think most people are not rationals. They just believe in whatever they're being told. They don't think for themselves.
Yeah.
That's the main reason.
Yeah. Well, this is true, and it's not. There's a cause for this. Most people, when they are first enter into the world, are very small, innocent, helpless creatures, and they need someone to keep them alive and to teach them. So there are structures of trust that are built within us when we're really, really young, and most of the time we get information from old words. We figure, well, you made it more than I do. Point where just you can have on other trust whether or not somebody else, is going to guide, if that makes sense. Like, you can decipher on your own now. Even small children understand certain things, like they need help to feed when they're very small, no teeth, yada, yada, yada. They don't know what fruits or vegetables to pick, what herbs, what flowers, what seeds might be beneficial or dangerous. There's a lot of things that small children understand instinctively. Motion, acceleration, they understand horizontal. That's why we ask a 5-year-old to draw a landscape of the ocean. They're going to draw a straight, flat line across the page. And the bottom half of it is going to be water, blue, and the top part is going to be sky, blue, and a big yellow sun. And they're going to draw the earth and their experience with it exactly how it is. It's not until later that they're told something that goes 100% against what it is they already instinctually understand. So yeah, they tend to believe the older folk, the elders, the bigger, stronger people who, why would they lie to me kind of mentality. Well, they've gotten me this far. They fed me up to this point and gave me clothes and shelter. I'm going to go ahead and believe that they know what they're talking about when it comes to the earth. And so they don't bother to think for themselves. They've been trained not to think for themselves.
Yeah.
So there's a cause to it.
often people say that scientific approach and scientific methods are the most rational thing to believe in. That's another thing why people usually believe in this stuff, because they are being told that this is the superior way. It is what is true.
Well, we're going to run back into the thing I was just talking about. Most people have no idea what natural science is and what the scientific method is, right? They hear the word science and their ears perk up and they feel more comfortable about what's going to be said after that, because the term science has some weight behind it. People understand that implicitly, people studying things and testing things can give you a result that can lead you to find knowledge for cause and effect in the natural world. But it's only one tool. It's a useful tool. However, it can only be applied in certain scenarios. There are some things where you cannot perform an experiment. So you're going to have to try a different method to find whether or not the thing that you suppose is true, a cause of an effect or whatever. Let's say the composition of something. Take the sun, for instance. No one's going to go take a sample of the sun. However, somebody came along and said, well, we have this thing called spectroscopy. And in a very contained environment where we can essentially set things on fire and see what they emit as far as spectra is concerned, bands of color in this very isolated environment, then we can say, okay, hydrogen and helium give us this spectra of light emittance. And so we go, well, we see something very similar from the sun, and so therefore the sun must be made of hydrogen and helium, forgetting that that is affirming the consequent, meaning I can't apply the thing that I did over here to something that I see over here. I would actually still have to test that thing. But they said, well, I applied some kind of science. I burnt this crap over here. The sun looks similar. Therefore, the Earth is a sun. I don't think that's science. That's actually illogical. But that's what people do when they can't get samples of the sun. They just make leaps of logic, or they use fallacious reasoning, or, they imply things or induce things and say, well, I'm going to induce, or, through the method of induction saying, when this occurs, this other thing sort of is nearby. I'm going to associate the two. I'm going to correlate them. And so my inductive process is that until someone proves what I'm saying is incorrect, I'm saying this causes that. And they treat it as if it's a fact. When in reality, it would be better to be deductive than inductive. Because waiting for someone to come along and falsify a claim, well, I could make up anything and say, until you prove me wrong, that stands as fact. Also not a great way of reasoning. And that's what science has sort of become. And that's what they teach people, even in university to a certain degree, about what science is. And they borrow that word. And people just sort of treat all kinds of crazy claims as facts. When in reality, no scrutiny, no real research has ever been done. It's true until someone proves me wrong. They also use that word for pseudoscience in the cases, which is kind of what I detailed, but situations where no, experiment can be performed, there's just no way possible to do it, but they still use the word science. There's a lot of that going on in things like geology, cosmology. I mean, biology has some of that going on. You name it, psychology, okay? A lot of these ologies are just people spitballing, associating, and making stuff up, and they still call it science. And it's a complete misnomer.
I see. But there are a lot of people who are studying these things, man. There are a lot of scientists who are coming up with new inventions using these things.
Give me an
It can't
example.
be all false, right? Cannot be all false at the same time.
Well, you've made a claim or an assertion. I would ask you to give me an example, and we'll see if it's actually science. Using the scientific method, because that's what natural science is. Anything else is going to be just kind of dicking around with stuff and engineering.
Yeah, you know about archaeologists, right? They're able to dig up bones of dinosaurs and can carbon date them to know that they're millions of year old.
Okay, so have you researched carbon dating much?
Right? Carbon
no,
dating,
it's not
yeah.
science. Okay, great. Can you tell me what the baked-in assumption is about carbon dating?
That a certain amount of carbon is lost over time, if I'm not wrong.
Well, no. The assumption is that the rate at which the carbon, carbon 14, the rate at which it decays, has been constant over time, over all of the history of the Earth. Now, are you telling me that they have a sample size 1 billion years old to come up with that conclusion? Or are they using the current rate at which we can observe how fast or how slow or whatever, the rate at which carbon-14 actually decays? So that tiny little sample size, which is not even a drop in a bucket to the millions and billions of years that they're applying to some of these dates. By the way, you'll find that the numbers are all over the place on both living and non-living creatures and material. But the assumption is going to be begging the question. So even the idea of carbon dating is fallacious on its face. You can't beg the question that carbon has consistently decayed at the rate that we observe currently. That's not science anyways.
I see, but there's educated assumptions, right? That's how we came to a rough estimate of things.
How did say that one more time? How did they come up with a rough estimate?
Yes, if they think, if they assume that the rate have remained constant.
Yeah, so if they assume that the rate has maintained a constant level,
it gives us
that wouldn't be very scientific, would it? No, it's not even going to give us an estimate. Let's say 300 years ago, carbon-14 decayed at a rate 10 times what it does today. How much do you think your numbers are going to be off?
Oh, by thousands of years, man.
Yeah, well, thousands, maybe more, because the numbers that they're giving us, millions and billions, is a problem. What if 500 years ago it decayed at a rate 100 times more than it does today? And you could use this sliding scale in either direction. Who's to say that carbon-14 won't increase its rate of decay in the future? There's no way to determine that. We don't even actually know really what makes carbon-14 decay at the rate it does today.
Yeah.
So it's not good science, mostly because it's not science. In this case, the observed natural phenomena would be the decay of carbon-14. We actually have the substance and we see how fast it deteriorates or decays. That would be our dependent variable. The next thing that we would do is to say, okay, well, what causes carbon-14 to decay? Never mind the fossils. Never mind the fossils and all that crap. That we can't even get close to that stuff yet because they're covered with dirt. We dig them up. We still don't have a natural phenomena. There's no science involved. Like I said, it's people dicking with stuff. All right? They're just goofing around out there in the world. They're digging holes. They find bones. They scratch their head and go, I wonder. And then they just make some shit up. And it's really hard to get funding unless you make some shit up.
Yeah, but it seems like the entire world is making shit up.
Most of it is. I mean, I'm not going to, paint a pretty picture for you. It's that bad. In fact, Michio Kaku, one of the world's foremost physicists, astrophysicists, he says, we don't use the scientific method. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork. And he says we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120. He says we're that far off. He's literally telling people that they're making stuff up on the fly. And just because they put the word science or ology at the end of it or whatever, or physics, astrophysics, you've got to be kidding me. Has anybody actually physically touched a star? No. And that's kind of why we talk about in this particular topic heliocentrism, or let's just put it this way. Any so-called science, kind of a religious pursuit, because most people are deferring to someone else that they hope has done something empirical, or that they know how to get to the bottom, the true answer, the actual right or wrong answer about what's going on or what things are or what they're made of. And no one is doing that. And so they appeal to someone that they think is doing the work, and they call them scientists. We call them priests, because that's what priests do. They're like an intermediator between the truth and you. And they go, yep, we found it out. And you go, seems good enough to me. You must know more than I do. Even though that guy takes a crap every day. He puts his pants on every day like you. He sees the same world that you do. He's got maybe some better technology, but there's a limit to what he can use that technology for. I'm not saying that we're completely ignorant about the things that we study, but I'm saying that most people have no idea how ridiculous it is out there for the most part. And I mean the lion's share, where people are just making stuff up, and they're called priests or scientists. And we appeal to them, even though we don't know their names, we don't know what they did, but somehow they made it into a journal, and somehow they're in, Popular Mechanics, and they're receiving a lot of grant money, and we go, well, if they're spending that much money, they must be getting to the bottom of it. You have no idea. You don't know what they're doing. You don't know who they are. You don't know where that money is actually going.
But man, if you say these things out loud, you would be labeled as a conspiracy theorist, right?
Yeah, I don't care.
Your points would be immediately dismissed. You may even
listen. That's great. No worries. I don't see. That's the difference between me and you. I'm not scared of that kind of repercussion. That's been going on since the beginning of time. Anytime things get really inconvenient for people, like the truth, they don't like it, and they end up killing the people that are usually carrying or professing the truth. That's been going on since the beginning. People want convenience. They want things that make them feel good. Whether or not it's right or wrong, it just makes them feel good. And so to believe a lie that most other people believe, and to make sure that they stay within the herd, makes them feel good. And anybody that's a threat to their feel-good lifestyle, even though they're complete ignoramuses, they're going to kill them. They're going to put them in prison. They're going to censor them. They're going to shut them up, because it just doesn't feel very good to me. Cowards. I mean, if I'm wrong, let me be wrong. What's the harm? I'm not doing anything with this knowledge that is harmful to the public. Do you think it's harmful to the public to let people know that the earth is measurably flat? And if it is, could you tell me how it's harmful?
No, it's not harmful. It's freedom of speech, right? If they can, they are allowed to say Earth is sphere. You're allowed to say Earth is flat.
Yeah, what's the harm? I mean, if I'm wrong, I'll just be one of those, crazy crackpots. But I haven't hurt anybody. In fact, I think I'm saving lives, because if people start doing things on the earth, with the idea that it's a ball, well, all of your navigation systems are going to have to change. And, if someone's going to go up, do something really risky, like strap themselves to a large rocket and go to the moon, or try to go to the moon, which to me sounds like a very difficult endeavor. And one small thing goes wrong, and that sucker blows up, or, something like a navigation system within the craft breaks down and they can't return. You've got a bunch of people in a really big cylinder that are about to die. I tell them, you might as well just stay here, since even, what's his name? Bill Nye the Science Guy says that we can't leave the earth. There's no place to go. There's nowhere to throw your trash. He's saying that we're stuck here. And I guess if we're stuck here, maybe we should use all that money to make sure that we take care of the place that we can't leave. I should get a Nobel Peace Prize. All of us should. Keep your asses on the ground. There's nowhere to go.
They're thinking about terraforming Mars, making Mars just like Earth. They call it terraforming.
Yeah, well, what is silly, right?
I thought that was like the plot, the search for Spock in Star Trek. It's like number 2 or number 3. They had the Genesis thing, and it terraformed planets, right? So they set this explosion, and it remade a planet from nothing. Sorry, it just sounded like an interesting story. It's awesome. Anyway, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Hope you're all doing well.
What's up, Jedi?
What's up? What's up? Why are we talking about terraforming Mars?
Well, it's just something that Paradox was telling us about, that they, whoever they are considering terraforming Mars, whatever Mars is.
Also, the plot to Total Recall.
Yes.
It says, do you believe that there's something out there called Mars?
Well, there's a light in the sky that we have labeled as Mars. Yes. And I don't know how you're going to terraform it, that light in the sky.
They say that
you would have to assume a lot of things. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. They claim that it's full of ice, and it's a red planet full of iron.
Okay. Who are they?
The scientists, the NASA, and others.
NASA.
Yeah.
Okay. So how did they prove that to you?
They didn't prove that to me, man. It's what I've been told since childhood.
Right.
Yes.
Well, that's why I like to go down this little rabbit hole with people sometimes. I like to ask them questions. Okay, who's saying this, and how did they prove it to you? Now, you're being honest. You're saying that's what they told me, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we'll go back to the thing that we were talking about before, where when you were a little boy, older people than you You trusted them. You had no reason to doubt. I mean, they fed you, they clothed you, they gave you shelter. Why would they lie about this? Right?
Yes, sir.
The problem is that they never bothered to give you the evidence for the claims that they make. So there's a disconnect. They said something, but they didn't prove it.
Yeah, and maybe they themselves don't know about it, man.
Oh, I know they don't know about it. And I'll tell you how I know. Because all of those ideas about Mars, they still are predicated on the Earth being a sphere. And if the Earth is not a sphere, then the foundation of the story itself completely collapses.
Man, they have created so many fantasy stories. Mars, Jupiter, Uranus, whatnot. Pluto. Say so?
Yeah, the entire thing is one big science fiction fantasy. They were not obligated to tell you that it was incorrect. There's a saying within, this is a little bit conspiratard type stuff, but this is a true saying, or at least one that has been uttered. Let him who is deceived be deceived. Meaning, we're going to offer up a scenario, an idea, a concept, a structure for you to ponder, for you to consider, even for you to accept. They are not obligated to tell you whether or not it's true. If you believe it, they'll allow you to believe it, and then they'll continue to sell you every product under the sun associated with it. Now, they're not stopping you from actually finding the truth. They're just not going to tell it to you outright. Everybody here is standing on the earth, the thing that we're all arguing about. Sometimes I think that we get so enraptured by having these conversations that we spend too much time within the mind, all about the concepts, but never about the reality. If you're standing on the earth, then you have access to the earth, and the claims that they're making can be tested by you as an individual. You have water, you have light, you have everything that you need to test the claim. So test the claim. No one's stopping you, but until the day that you decide to go ahead and test the claim and believe the story that you've been told, is it really their fault? I mean, people could say, well, that's kind of shitty of them to deceive you, right? It's like, well, I suppose I could agree with that, but it's still your responsibility as an individual to kind of figure out what's really going on in the world and in your life. You can't rely on everybody for everything. You're not just a baby anymore, right? Now you can wipe your own ass. Now you can feed yourself. Now you can put your own clothes on. Now you can, most people, I think most men could probably build a structure for shelter. So these are all things that grown-ups can do. We don't have to defer or hand over our intellectual authority to complete strangers and say, well, they must know better than me. No, actually, they're complete strangers. They're not obligated to tell you the truth. And, you know, if you wanted to believe something and you want to buy their product, they're going to sell it to you. Can't be too mad at them if we just go ahead and be lazy and not find the truth for ourselves. Everybody's responsible for themselves, save for the invalid, right?
Yes, yes, of course. Say, Zubur, are you aware of the history of this spherical model? Earlier, people used to believe that Earth is flat, right? How does this theory started?
Well, the story goes that it had something to do with Pythagoras, although my guess is that it's long before Pythagoras. I would say the Babylonians actually came up with this, mostly because they worshipped the stars and the luminaries. And also because the Babylonians themselves claim, you know, the Sumerians, Chaldeans, they make claims, and there's some, you know, sort of documented evidence that they were visited by beings that came from the stars or from the heavens, and that they were given all of this knowledge, right? So these ideas are not new by any stretch. In fact, they're about as old as the earth itself. And yet, all of these ancient cultures and their depictions of the earth agree that they were on some kind of flat, stationary earth with a covering of some sort. So we could be dealing with ancient cultures that all of them were wrong, I suppose, or maybe some of them are wrong, or some of them were using way too many psychedelics, or maybe they actually were visited by beings from the heavens and given knowledge. Do we know if that knowledge was true or false? Were these gods or creatures, were they giving truth or fiction to the earthlings, right? There's no way to know any of that except for if we measure the earth.
Who invented the heliocentric model? Do you know him?
Well,
you know about?
I believe Kepler. Well, that's kind of a weird question. So, all of the math done, you know, assuming the Earth to be a sphere. I think someone can correct me if I'm wrong. Kepler was an Earth centrist. He believed that the Earth was a sphere, and so during his time, Earth was the center of the solar system, if you want to call it that. Everything was rotating and orbiting, and all of the motions were associated with Earth being at the center. It wasn't until later, I think, that someone decided, and I cannot remember who, maybe it was Kepler. Anyways, someone decided to go ahead and just change the math up a bit and make the sun the center. So heliocentric just means Helios at the center, or the sun at the center.
Can you change the math a little bit more and put the moon at the center?
Yep, all those things can be done.
Yep.
The other thing that's just fascinating to me, which I don't know what good excuse there would be to do this, right? But with the exception of Earth, the sun, and all of the other planets, right? I say all of the other planets, considering this is a solar system or a heliocentric model, are the names of pagan gods, right? Why did they go through the trouble to do that? What's the point? Why can't you give it a name that makes sense to someone on Earth? Why would you, invoke pagan gods and then name planets after them, even the sun itself, Helios, right? It seems a little bit spooky to me, sort of unnecessary. Shoot, even the days of the week are named after pagan gods, like.
Pop quiz. Who or which god is Friday named after?
Frigga.
What was that?
What was it?
Frigga.
Thank you. Norse goddess. Just gets thrown in that one. Thursday? Pop quiz?
Thor.
Yeah. See, my last comment was incorrect. That one just gets thrown in there randomly. And the one before it, Thursday, that's Thor, same thing. Wednesday. Where does that one come from?
Odin. Woden.
Yeah, spot on, dude. So it's quite weird. 3 of the days are named after Norse gods.
Some of the months too.
Yep.
I actually don't know the answer to this, but Monday, what is Monday? Is that Moon Day? No.
Yep.
Saturday,
So that-
Saturday, Sunday,
right.
Monday is Moon Day. That's Tuesday. Tuesday's the one I always forget. I'm going to Google it.
I love how our months are not named correctly or numbered correctly, right? So October is the 10th month, but octo is 8. September, 7. It's almost as if the beginning of the year is somewhere around, I don't know, springtime.
Yep.
Strange.
Mm-hmm. Found out where Tuesday's named from. Yeah, I can understand why I always keep misremembering it. So it's pronounced, it's spelled TIW, so it's Tuesday, right? So it's honouring day, Tyre. It's pronounced TYR in the subhead. So it's pronounced Tyre. This is a Norse Germanic god of war, law, and justice. So Tuesday's named after another Norse god, Tyre. Tyre's Day, Tuesday. But yeah, the thing about the months as well, not being numbered correctly. Some months you have to add an extra day into as well, occasionally, every 4 years or whatever. It's interesting that if we're talking about months, they're months, right? They're apparently supposed to follow the moon cycle. And there's 13 moon cycles, more or less, right, a year. So if we were to follow that, I think that's what, a 28-day, 13-month lunar moon cycle.
That lines up pretty stinking good when you do the math.
Yeah.
Oh.
Sorry, someone new coming in? Your mic's way low, brother or sister or whatever. Is that Raz?
Yeah.
You're coming in real soft, Raz. Do you think you could get closer to your mic or turn it up a little bit? Well, anyway, welcome if your mic's not working very well. We're just talking about science and geometry in here. And, specifically in regards to the Earth.
Yeah, it's kind of concerning, like when Christianity is one of the like the major religions of the Western world, right? Namely, Catholics, right? And within the scripture, it says, right? Well, God basically said, I don't even want to hear those names of those pagan deities be uttered from your mouth, right? And now, it's like endorsed. It's like it's tolerated, accepted, endorsed. All those names as words. We happily call the planets by those names. We happily say those words every day in our daily language, expressing the calendar. It's strange.
Yeah, they even took a lot of the stories and the characters from the stories and made them into the elements, table of elements. Like hydrogen is the serpent that you cut the head off of and it grows a new head, Hydra. You get multiple heads of Hydra. Those form together and make Helios, the image of the sun.
Right. Yes. Wow. Oh, crap. what does Michio Kaku say about he made some statement about how deeply rooted all their understanding of the world is rooted in
You go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious.
Kabbalah. Yeah.
Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
I don't remember if it was that same interview, but yeah, he mentioned that the idea, the structure of the atom and so on and so forth is all from either the Kabbalah or the Zohar.
Oh, that would be a really good clip to get.
I don't remember the other dude's name though. There's more than those two that say it is closely linked with Kabbalah.
Yeah, I shouldn't say comes from, but very similar to, right? Almost like, this is very interesting.
Yeah.
How they're very similar.
Yoder, what was the name of that? There's the word that describes all religions coming from one source that the Freemasons load. I forget what that's called. Yeah, perennialism. So that's the idea where, all of the different religions actually come from a single source. So if you take how they're claiming that all the religions have a similarity, now you've got scientism building everything off of the old stories. It's just adding the scientism as a new religion, and they're openly admitting it, and it all comes from a single source. Same old shit, new face.
Facts.
Like radium, its abbreviation is Ra, which is Ra, the sun god, who's radiant.
Yeah, they rub it right in everybody's face. And no one seems to care. Old George Carlin, right? No one seems to notice. No one seems to care.
Yeah.
Yeah, the complacency is off the charts. I mean, like, this could be such an amazing place. I mean, like, socially, we could make this a fantastic place to live and be if we got our shit together as a race, as humans. Just if we cooperated. Like, I do feel that part's true. It's just getting everybody on the same page, right? That's the difficult part.
Yep, everybody has to buy in. And that would be the impossibility, right? To get everyone on the same page. They'd have to agree to certain things that would be perhaps against their selfish desires, right? I don't want to go along with you guys. I want to do what I want to do. And it's like, well, that's fair, I guess. But whatever it is that you're doing, it can't harm anybody else. And usually that's never the case. The other thing that's so fascinating is that, yeah, right. The other thing that's fascinating is today people are like, if we didn't know what we know about science, quote unquote, and technology, quote unquote, we wouldn't be where we're at without all this science and technology. And it's like, first of all, because of all of your premises being way off, we're actually way behind where we could be if everybody actually just went ahead and did what was truly scientific, or how do I want to word this? So I don't want to get into it too far, but let's take the field of medicine, right? If the body was created more like the genius machine that it is, and what it was designed for, and how it was designed, thinking of it in those terms instead of a big blob of goo that we just have to kind of pump a bunch of different chemicals into to make it do what we want it to do, I think we would be better off. And I'm not saying that medicine for the most part doesn't understand how the body works, but they don't treat it as a designed thing. I mean, when I look at the Earth and the creation in general, the creatures and the Earth itself as a system, it's mind-boggling, right? It's way too fascinating and way too mysterious to really comprehend, and way too complex to fit it all into your head. But you can see that there is a system, there is an intent and a design to it, all of it. And if you were to approach it from that point of view, how much further along would we be?
How are you?
Hello there.
Give that kid a playground.
It's got some background. Hey, Anus, are you there?
Yes, I am good.
What's up, dude? How are you doing today, Anus?
Yes.
Anna, do you have any questions about the topic?
I am in John now. I don't know what.
Well, I was wondering if he was opening the mic to have a conversation.
Oh, very good to talk about conversation. I think I talk about saints.
Well, we talk about the Earth here, Anus. If you have any questions about the Earth, feel free to speak up.
Please, you
have
can
any questions? Any comments, concerns? I'm directing this to you, Anus.
Yes, the saint is very important for life.
I'm unable to understand you. It's probably
Yeah, it sounds like your microphone is in I don't know how to say this, anus, like not by your mouth.
Oh, that's problem.
Yeah, you got some terrible background noises there. It's making it hard to hear.
What about now? You can hear me clear. Because I am stay behind TV.
When you're behind when your microphone is behind your TV, or you're behind the TV.
Yes, I stay behind TV and the kids play.
Yeah, sorry. Can you not change your position? Move your position or close the door.
Yes, I will.
Because of the background noise. That's a problem. And also, I think your name also is a problem for me. You know,
Thank you.
the name in English, we said that means like a butthole, bumhole, and I don't think that's the name I want to pronounce. To be quite honest, it's not doing you any favors. It's not a nice name to have. So maybe you want to choose a better name, and also change your position in the house you're in. Okay? Two problems you got.
Yes, sir. I will go out now. After change my position, I take in my even.
all right. Till then, can you mute yourself?
Thank you. Goodbye, my friend.
Oh, anus is gone. Okay.
Do you have any other guests? James is a new face. Base Trottle. Salty Fries. 35. Any of you have questions? Rennick, do you have a question? Hello, David. Welcome to the room. So, what's your question, dude? I do not have any grapes.
I have a question for the Globers. Why is it that flat Earth men look like Captain America and Thor, and the Globers look like Shrek?
And Donkey.
Yeah, and Donkey, yeah. And Lord Farquaad. Dang, not even that. I still have yet to get anybody to respond to that. I'm still gonna keep trying though. My goodness.
It'll hit. When it hits, they're a spiral.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm gonna try that when Brenda's in the room.
Globers. Why do lava lamps disprove gravity?
Oh, and trees. And clouds. And mountains.
Glad you could make it. Damn.
And hi, when started the meeting? What
Say
time?
it again.
What time started the meeting?
What?
What time started the meeting?
What time is what starting?
Yeah.
It could start now, but we got to start up a conversation.
Let's talk about geometry and science.
He's asking how long we've been here. We're here 24/7.
Oh, thanks. Plain and sure. Plain and sure. Do you like aviation?
Yeah, it is true. You can check. Come in here at 3 a.m. in the morning. There's going to be people here.
Oh, nice. Good. Do you have a YouTube channel?
See, I mean, people live in different countries. They're up at different times. So I'm from Sweden, for example, and we have a couple of people from there. We have some people from Australia. So we
Yeah.
can talk. Do you want to talk about Earth?
Most many people here.
Your microphone is a little
Hi.
difficult
Oh,
to hear
thanks.
you.
I do back.
Is there two people trying to talk from the same microphone?
My microphone is very bad.
Yes.
Indeed. Valdouche.
Yeah.
Y'all have questions about the room topic?
No, sorry.
All right. Well, the Earth is flat because there's no measurable curvature. They've already claimed that the Earth has a specific radius, which means the geometry is standardized because it's geometry. If the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles, then the distance to the horizon from the observer should be 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet. This gives you the distance to the horizon in miles. The horizon being the cutoff point from the visible range of the observer, which means when boats disappear bottom up, that means they're going down the edge of the sphere. And the Earth itself is causing the occultation of the object. If you desire to go out and check for yourself, remember that equation, 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet gives you the distance to the horizon in miles. If you see beyond that equation, you are not looking at the geometric horizon. You are not seeing the shape of the sphere at the size that they're claiming. And if you keep watching and you watch the horizon change distance, you are now observing the sphere expand or contract, or the reason the horizon exists is not due to the ground causing obstruction. It's caused by another reason. Since we have observations at 1 foot observation height with the horizon at 10 miles, that means the radius of the Earth, according to that observation, is 264,000 miles. There's 3.5 feet, seeing 11.2 miles. That means 94,000 mile radius for that observation. With all of this in mind, how is it anybody measured the curvature of the Earth and derived the 3,959 mile radius that they claim? Anybody have an answer to that question? Simplest answer is nobody actually measured it. They just made it up.
Nice.
Rick, you're a smart guy. Yeah, definitely. Newman, welcome to the room.
Oh. Wow.
Oh. Well, said hello. Crunchy, welcome.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm fine, bro. I'm waiting, and you?
I'm good. I'm glad you could be here.
What's happening here, bro? There's so many people.
Yep, we're waiting on somebody to tell us how they know the Earth is a sphere.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't read the name of the channel. Yeah, Flat Earth Discord. Yeah. Um. Yeah, like Earth is a sphere. Like, yeah.
All right. How do you know that?
Because like when you take a photograph, like when you take a picture from space, the Earth is round. So yeah.
Did you take a picture of Earth from space?
No, but a friend of mine, yes, he did.
How did your friend do that?
Because he's billionaire. Like,
Your friend has been to space.
yeah. With
How
a private
far away
company.
was he?
With a private company.
Yeah. Which
Where did the
company
private
was that?
company take him? How far away from the Earth was he?
I don't know. I'm not an astrophysician, but I think a lot. Like,
No, altitude is not a matter of astrophysics. It's a matter of math.
I don't know. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure you're lying, but because
No?
if you're going to say your buddy, okay, let's say your buddy did do like Blue Origin or Virgin Galactic, right? They didn't
Yeah.
go far enough away from the Earth in order to see it as a sphere. They just went
Yeah.
really high up and then they came back down on a parabolic arc.
Can you repeat, man? I don't get it.
If your friend was
Yeah.
on Blue Origin or Virgin Galactic,
Yeah.
right? They did not go high enough to see the Earth as a sphere. They only went up high enough to make a parabolic arc for a handful of minutes.
Okay.
So they
Then
did
to
not
prove you
go to
that
space because
Hello.
they
Hello.
did not go to space because
Okay. Yeah.
only people who have ever allegedly seen the Earth as a sphere
Mhm.
went to the moon. That's far enough away from the Earth to see the Earth as a
Okay.
sphere.
So I have an experiment to tell you. Like, yeah, I don't know if you know it. It's like a guy on the internet. He's a flat Earth, not thinker. What's the word for that? Like,
Supporter.
yeah, supporter. Thank you very much.
No problem.
He's a flat Earth supporter, and he made an experiment. Like, he put different. He put different. Like he made a photograph. Okay.
Mhm.
And in front of the camera were like multiple like kind of
It's
I don't know.
time lapse. It's time lapse. Time lapse.
What is it?
I think he's speaking about the magnification. Is it the ship thing?
I don't know. I don't know how to explain it because I don't have the vocabulary for it. Fuck.
What is your original language?
I speak French and Romanian.
Oh shit! I do not speak.
What?
Well, I thought I do not speak French, so I could translate. But
Yeah, perhaps you shouldn't have said "oh shit" though. You shouldn't have said that. That's not what.
Oh,
That's
my
not the
bad.
response. Okay? Can you be careful with responses when you're
Yeah, of
talking
course.
to other people from around the world? Okay? Thank you.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, you guys are sensitive. My bad.
No, not sensitive. I just want to hear him say what it is that he's trying to get at.
Yeah, yeah, and it's common decency. It's just being nice, being
You
polite,
can continue
being
your point.
correct.
You could shut up,
Thank
and
you.
he could continue his point.
Shut up! You're being rude now.
No, guys, calm down.
It's okay, guys. Chill out. It's okay. Nothing happened.
Guys, chill. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Okay, yeah. Can you please explain?
Thank you very much, brother.
No, thanks. Yeah, can you now explain yourself, please?
Yeah. Wait, I'm gonna translate the word. Sorry. Like, okay, so Yeah. So he put different plates like in front of him with a circle in the middle. Okay, these plates were standing were standing in front of the camera, and when he took the photograph or something like this, you can see that there is a round thing in the photo, you know, like when he took the photograph, each plate which is placed in front of the camera with a different distance between each plate as well, like when he took the photo, the circle in the middle of each plate were exactly at the same position. But when he took the photo, it wasn't, because the Earth is not flat, but it's round. So
you're gonna have to show it. You're gonna have to show us those images.
Oh, I get it. No, he's talking
Yeah.
about.
You get it? Like there's a video very very popular on internet with this experiment.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Well, that guy didn't have line of sight. He admitted it. And Netflix was the editors of that video. And they made the video in such a way that it looked bad for him. Right? But how is that measuring the ground? I'm ignoring that it's not an experiment. I'm ignoring the fact that, you know, it's all fucked up, right? What I'm asking is, how does that prove that the Earth is curving? If he fucks up an observation, how does that prove that the Earth's a sphere?
But because when you take the photograph, like, and when even if you look inside of the circle, the like I don't know, it's for me, because I don't think Earth is flat. For me, it's an evidence, you know.
Right. So it's just satisfying your bias because you feel like it's proof of the sphere.
But what I'm wondering is why. I think you think Earth is flat, and so why do you think that?
Good question.
The Earth is flat because whenever I look out at the Earth, it appears to be flat. So whenever I try to measure it, it measures flat. So I know it's flat. I don't think it's flat, right? The horizon, where people claim objects disappear because the Earth begins to get in the way because the object is now going down the sphere, right?
Yeah.
Let's assume that that's true, okay? So now I find a place that I want to stand at, and I want to look at the horizon. And in order for me to know the distance to the horizon, I pick an object in the distance from that observation point. And I find out its distance, right? Say it's 5 miles away, okay? So now if the horizon is between me and the object, it's less than 5 miles away. If the horizon is beyond that object, then it is more than 5 miles away. Okay?
Yeah.
They have given us the radius value of the sphere Earth. It is 3,959 miles. So now whenever I go to my observation point and I see the object in the distance and I look at the horizon and I reference it to the object, I will know if my observation is matching the geometry that they claim. Okay, so if I'm at my observation point, I'm at 1 foot observation height, and I see the horizon beyond my 5 mile marker, then the distance to the horizon is greater than 5 miles, and it is a greater drop over distance than the geometry claimed. So at 1 foot observation height, the distance to the horizon should be 1.2 miles. If I'm seeing beyond 5 miles, then that is orders of magnitude greater than that claim. If the horizon is 10 miles away at 1 foot observation height, the radius value is 264,000 miles. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, if I continue to watch the horizon and the horizon changes distance from my observation point, then that means that the sphere is expanding and contracting in size. It is getting larger and smaller. Now, I can either conclude that the Earth is getting larger or smaller based on the horizon changing distance, or I can conclude that the horizon is not due to the shape of the ground. So then the premise, the boat is disappearing bottom up because of the curvature of the Earth, that's false.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I understand things, but like I don't get everything what you said because I can't understand
Remember,
exactly everything. I don't like when someone talks, for example, something which is very long. The time I treat the information, it's not really quick now because I'm still learning, but. I think I got some of the information you want to tell me. So yeah, like I think you're not false on some things because it's from your point of view. So it's if your point of view it's not the same as what they say. Yeah, I can get it.
Yeah, just a second. Yeah, Jim, that was a bit long-winded, just a little bit, okay? And remember, English is his second language. Although what you said, I understood 100%. Unfortunately, he didn't get it all, you see. So you've got to make it in smaller chunks. Everything was great, though, what you said there, though. Thanks.
Thank you, Sensei.
Very, very good. Yeah, it was really interesting, but I have to go because I'm gonna hang out with some friends. But it was a pleasure. So guys, take care of you guys.
Yeah, thank you. Just one piece of advice: if you want to know whether or not the Earth is curving, you must first measure the surface what you're standing on. Don't look to the stars and the skies at this point. Just measure the surface first. That's the most gold standard. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Bye bye now.
Bye bye, guys.
Yeah.
Later.
Yeah. I know your explanation was concise. Unfortunately, as he said, his vocabulary ability to understand everything was a bit difficult for him. That's all. So, well done anyway. What can you do,
Ellie, do you have questions?
Yeah, I have a question. What do you think about Starlink? I see it in the sky, but after a little moment, they disappear. Why?
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, Starlink is an interesting piece of technology that it's not a new idea. They had this idea of balloons attached with electronic equipment. It's First World War, Second World War, and Elon Musk actually purchased the technology from Google because in 2018, I think it was, Google had a program called Google Loon, which is balloons with Wi-Fi equipment attached to reach the outer regions of Earth where people don't have these connections. Okay, so it's not a new technology. It's not proving the shape of the Earth, and it's not really going into space as people think. Okay, it's not a. It's nothing
Have you
new.
ever seen this satellite? Have you ever seen why they disappear? Why? If they are slow, why they disappear in the sky?
Yeah, I haven't witnessed that myself yet, so unfortunately, I can't answer that.
Objects get smaller as they go away from you, or at least they appear to, right? You can hold a toy cow in front of you and then look out in a field and see a cow far away. You can stand away from the cow so that the toy in your hand and the cow in the distance are the same size, but objectively they're not the same size. And that's just due to your eyes, right? So as airplanes fly away from you, they become smaller until your eyes don't see it anymore. Right? So the same thing can be applied to the flying object in the sky. It's flying away from you. Its apparent size is becoming too small for your eyes to pick up, and it's gone.
Yeah, that would be the obvious explanation. Yeah. But it's not a globe prover. Doesn't prove that we're living on a globe as such. So I still don't understand the meaning for the question.
just they just get too far away.
Yeah. I think you've got to go 6,000 miles from the Earth's surface to see the supposed ball Earth in its entirety. So, we can't go there.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Any more questions?
Question.
Answer.
When we at the sea and the sun rise, we see small piece of sun, more, and then we see the whole sun. Why? Why we don't see small round of sun, and then it comes, and then it rise and make bigger? Why we see just a part of it?
Your eye, its lens, is curved. So when light comes into your eyes and then gets displayed upon the retina, it has to make an angle. All right. So when an object in the distance falls, its image is within the angle that's not visible to the eye, then it's gone. So as the sun travels away from you, it may appear to be, you know, the size of your thumbnail. But as it goes into the horizon, which is made inside the eye, it's now, being occulted by the angle that your eyes are not able to see. Okay, and your brain just puts the bottom of that angle and the top of that angle together, and it makes the horizon line. That's why the distance to the horizon can change distance. And it can be based upon the weather, which is causing the light to come in from, different distances.
Why I see a part of the sun, a part, not a whole, but I see the part, just a part. Why?
It's quite complicated, but you can explain it with the Rayleigh criterion. Two separate angles, let's say a surface and the sun, as they converge together and the distances are different, the horizon distance and the sun's distance, then the bottom of the sun will be cut off to you, the observer, because of your angle of the horizon. So it's explained within the Rayleigh criterion. Separation of two angles, or the convergence of two separate angles over distance.
I have a question. How's something in the air, right, that's meant to be between me and the sun, reflecting light into my eye, when all its surfaces that I would have a line of sight to are angled away from the sun?
Ooh, good question. You might have to keep asking it a few times, though, mate. Getting up.
Yeah.
That's a gold star question.
Next question.
What's the question?
Mhm. Why now in the Europe night, but in the US the day?
Because the sun's moved. You know how you see the sun moving through the sky?
But
The sun's
what's the
moving.
plot?
It's like
The sun moving
asking.
through the sky.
It's
Why are you laughing?
flat.
Is that
Why are you
confusing?
laughing?
The sun moving?
Why is this light above my head, but you over there, why is it not above yours? Well, eventually, if I move it to above your head, you'll be able to see it above your head. You're asking us why it's day and night in different locations on the Earth. We're just
Mhm.
pointing out that that's due to where the sun is. You might have this idea that the sun compared to the Earth is bigger than the Earth, but you're asking a flat earther, and that's not our cosmology. The Earth is massive and flat underneath the sun, and obviously due to the size and distance relationship between the sun and the Earth, it is obviously only able to illuminate a small portion of the Earth as it travels across the Earth. Not forgetting the gas, the atmosphere that we breathe, and that how that attenuates light. So it's quite easy to explain why I can't see something until it comes towards me, like a light source. It's because it's not anywhere near me yet, until it comes towards my location. Sorry, Cyclone. Good to see you, my friend. Hope you're doing well.
All right, Jedi, no, good. Doing well. Hope you're doing well yourself. But yeah, like Jedi says, sun move, takes its light with it, goes to another part, and then it's light there and dark here. Pretty simple. Isn't that cool? Next question. That was a good one, Ellie. What else you got? Was that it?
Sorry, I don't understand answer to my question about night and day in Europe and in United States.
you? Okay.
I don't understand it. Sorry.
You didn't. Okay, so when we said the sun moved, do you understand that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so when the sun's above you, it's daytime, and when it moved to a different part of the Earth, it's daytime there and nighttime for you. Understand that?
But is the Earth flat?
Yeah, and the sun moved over your head,
Sun
just like you
moved.
do. Yeah, you know how every day when you're on Earth, you see the sun moving through the sky, east to west? That's because it's moving through the sky, east to west. Do you understand that?
Yeah, but I can see the United States because it's very far. Okay, but why? When I see the sun in US, they didn't see it. They don't see it.
Why
Depends
would
what time
you?
it is.
Because the sun's moved, Ellie. The sun moved.
Move.
So when it's over,
Okay.
so when it's over you, it's daytime and you get its light. And when it moves to a different part of the Earth, it's nighttime for you and daytime for them. It's very simple.
Ellie, I know this sounds funny, but what we're trying to explain to you is really basic, and I hope maybe it's a language barrier. You're trying to ask us why you can see a light from...
It's not a language barrier. No, no.
If you try to
You
stop
understand what we're
snickering for a
saying, then
damn
that's
second.
fine. Can you paraphrase what Cyclone said?
The sun move. Okay, I agree with it. I agree with it. But
So we're trying to explain the phenomena of day and night. Now, daytime is when you can see the sun. Like you're in Europe, so am I. I'm in England. Let's say it's noon, lunchtime, where the sun is very high in the sky. Now, for those people that are far away towards the west in America, due to their perspective, due to their perspective of the sun will be low to the horizon. It will probably be somewhere around the time of 8 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast. And now this is just perspective, how your eyes see the world. I can describe this with a corridor and light fittings on the ceiling. If you stand underneath one light fitting, it's going to be directly above your head. But for me, standing further down the corridor, as I look at you, it's got closer, apparently, to the floor. The angle is different. Now, if that light source is really far away, I'm not going to be able to see it. It's not going to be able to cast its light to me until the sun, the light, travels towards my location. So the phenomena of day and night is literally caused by the traversal of the sun. Giggle through that.
I don't understand what's confusing you, Ali.
I agree with the degree when you explain it, but I didn't agree with the night. Why in different place of Earth we have day and night at the same time?
Well, you only have daytime where the sun is in the vicinity.
Sorry, that would only happen if the sun was above every time, and that's a
That's not what's happening. You don't have daylight everywhere.
Maybe you're imagining the flat Earth being like the third planet in the solar system, but instead of it being a sphere, it's like a flat disk or something.
Yeah, we don't say that. I get where this idea comes from. Thanks, T-Dub, for pointing that out. I think some people think that the Earth is a disk, and like you said, the third disk from the sun, whether the other ones are disks or planet, it doesn't matter. And the day and night is caused by the tipping of the disk, maybe? I don't know. But yeah, we definitely don't say that that's what the Earth is. The Earth, from our point of view, and I say our because I include you as well, the Earth from our point of view is flat and stationary underneath the sky, underneath the sun, underneath the moon and the stars and Mars and Jupiter, however you want to call them. But yeah, we definitely don't think the Earth is like a disk and the sun is still the center of this orbital mechanical motion, and day and night is now caused by some tipping of a disk. Yeah, we don't say that. So maybe our explanation of why day and night cycles didn't hit home because of a preconceived idea that some people may or may not have seen on the internet. But yeah, like I said, the Earth is as we all observe, flat and stationary underneath the lights above. And the day and night cycles are obviously caused by when the sun illuminates the portion of the Earth that you're on or not, due to the sun's traversal across the Earth. Thank you. Oh well, maybe there'll be somebody else who wants to speak. Clyde Cyclone, DJ is here also,
Ladies and gentlemen,
lots of other flat earthers.
we got him.
We did. We got them. But like I said, if there are any other people in the room that have just joined who have got any questions regarding the subject of the Earth and our position and what we say, or your position and what you think the Earth is, then please feel free to unmute yourself, introduce yourself, tell us what your name is, say hi, and bring forth your question or proposition or statement or comment or whatever it is. But welcome one and all. It's a pleasure to have you. And like I said, lots of new people are always joining, so it's nice to invite new conversation, especially when the last person just decided to leave. But like I said, hello, hope you're all doing well.
Yeah, it's hard for people to conceive of Earth being anything other than a world amongst other worlds, sharing essentially an infinite space.
I like that. Yeah, I think you're really right. It's really hard for people to conceive the world not being a world within worlds. I need to write that down somewhere. I'll put it on a poster or something. It's really cool, man. You're right.
So what I was wondering is, I'm on the side of flat Earth, but when you look up in the sky and you see like the constellations the same year after year, what are we really seeing there?
The same repeating pattern year after year. What, maybe expand upon your question. What are you really asking?
I just, if space isn't real, then what are we seeing? What is the deception that we're seeing?
That's a really hard question to answer.
Oh, okay.
Obviously, because we've been filled with a paradigm of what these constellations and these orbital and planetary motions are, understanding that that's possibly or most definitely not the case, and then trying to understand what that really is, I don't know. It might be poignant to point out that there are a lot of people, a lot of cultures, a lot of religions and theologies that say that what we see up in the sky isn't necessarily physical. That's more spiritual, that is. You can look into many ancient texts, including the Bible and other such things, speaking about how the heavens above are filled with spiritual bodies. Now, I don't know if that's the case, my friend, right? Nobody's going to be able to validate any claim about what we suppose the sky is until we actually go up there and experience it for ourselves. I think that's one of the reasons why we've been deceived about what the totality of our environment is. Not just the ground beneath our feet, but what the sun, moon, and the stars actually are or even do. Some people say that the sky is a clock, and yeah, we use it to denote and divide time. Of course we do, but some people in ancient theological cultures say it's more than that type of clock. the Bible says that the sun, moon, and stars are there for signs and seasons. And seasons isn't translated as in winter and summer; they're translated as Moedim, and Moedim are God's appointed times. So some cultures say that the sky is a clock that denotes when the divine interacts with the human. So it's a spiritual clock. Maybe that message has been erased from us because that contains some certain truth and is hidden by those who want to contain that truth from us. But that's highly speculative on my part. But to understand what the sky is, my friend, I don't know. But it's worth looking into because there's some very interesting ideas.
Yeah, I love that. Metaphysical, spiritual. Thank you for answering. I know that was a tough one. I just thought about it earlier. I was like, wonder what that's all about.
Yeah, it is. It's a good question. It's one of fascinating because we don't just look down at the earth and we say that we also have the sky to contend with. When we understand not a planet with that cosmology and the sky is now something else and we've been potentially lied to about what it actually is, then it leads to many more questions. Don't know. It leads to more wonder. I find the sky and space more wonderful than it was before. Even though the idea of space and ever-expanding universes, planets, and aliens and stuff is kind of fascinating, especially to a boy, I presume. But ultimately, yeah, it's much more interesting now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another sci-fi I revisited the other day. It was Battlefield, and I thought the whole concept was interesting. You know, that it's kind of there's a message behind it. You know, a moral to the story. It's like maybe F around and find out, right? Because it's like within that narrative, that paradigm of the current accepted cosmology of the universe, etc. There's potential like intelligent life out there somewhere, and we for some reason want to find it. We want to find our neighbors. Hello, neighbors. Like maybe you might not want to do that if that was even true. Like, why is that such a good idea? Because that movie portrays that as being a really bad idea.
I think Warhammer, right? That 40K version is just like, imagine you actually reach out and then you find some biomass that decided to figure out how to put their minds inside of machines and then put themselves in hibernation to dominate the galaxy after they wake up. And then there's another hive mind, biomass evolution driven super mutations that conquer planets and just absorb everything and then just continue to consume the rest of the galaxy until it's all gone. And then, like, yeah, outer space just drives imagination, but, like, nobody actually knows what any of it is. They just have an idea, and it's driven by a previously implanted idea. If nobody gave you any ideas, you would have no answer as to what they are, other than, I'm looking at a light. It looks like it's white. It looks like it's red. But you don't know.
Yeah, and I mean, even today they take the most well, the least fanciful, right, stance, because they've just found found some signal that's coming in at like was it every few minutes or something, and then they're saying that this doesn't really jive with our understanding of things like neutron stars, pulsars, whatever. Like none of what they thought exists out there can actually explain the signal they're getting. But they don't want to jump to conclusions and think that it's intelligent design. Coming from an intelligent source, it's intentional. Like they're looking for a natural explanation for it first, right? So even today, like, because like decades ago, I remember like it was scoffed at. The idea of there being life out there is scoffed at, but they've relaxed that stance a little more, saying it's probable that there's life out there somewhere, other life, intelligent even, you know, and they build, you know, they even have, you know, you can go to university and get a degree in astrobiology, right? You can't. It's not even. It's not. There's no hands-on. You've only got what you know here to work with, you know, and then the rest is just pure imagination and speculation, fantasy. But they'll give you a degree in it. I don't know who's going to hire you once you get your degree, but whatever.
If they can make a good latte, Starbucks is always hiring.
Right. Take your resume to Starbucks. You're an astrobiologist? You're hired.
Xenobiology, that one too?
Oh, what's that one? What's xenobiology?
That's the biology of aliens, I guess.
Oh, okay. Right.
Astro, I guess, would be biology of all the worlds out there.
So Narnia biology.
Right, I thought it would cover the same thing. Yeah, like, you know, speculation of life on other worlds. It's kind of like, I guess they create, you know, hypothetical scenarios and environments, right? So if there was life in this environment, what would it look like? How would it develop? How would it survive? Blah, 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 blah. Or even evolve, you know, et cetera, et cetera.
That's what you have your astroanthropologist for.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's even speculation out there that, you know, some of the life that we know of, life forms, didn't originate here, and they, even while they may, you know, share some biological similarities or DNA coding or whatever, that they're actually unrelated to us. Like, overall, like that it's, you know, it was introduced to the Earth after life had already developed here. You know? These are all, like, you know, fantastic musings of, you know, people that think that they're very educated and intelligent.
Was that the plot lines of the Prometheus movie?
Yeah, but isn't that sort of like, doesn't that insinuate that all life on Earth came from like one introduced life form? Like that, because yeah, isn't it?
Yeah, similar to the idea that
right,
life appeared here from comets that struck the Earth or whatever.
Right. So there's other ideas being thrown around that involve independent formation of life forms within different environments. Then afterwards, being introduced to each other. Yeah.
That must have been awkward.
Yeah.
You show up at a party and you don't know anybody?
Intergalactic party. Sorry if this bored some people. I heard a few people signing out.
We could always go back to how a small little light source in the sky cannot possibly illuminate, several billion square kilometers of the Earth all at once.
Yeah, when you start getting into that, and you get pressed, like we get pressed for like an overarching, all-encompassing working model. Want for a better term, like that portrays the entirety of our known existence, and how it all operates, and like. So that it explains the eclipses, it explains the seasons, explains day and night, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? Now, I'm not saying it can't be done or it shouldn't be done, right? It probably can be done, like mathematically, right? You can work it all out, just like George Ellis says, can construct you a spherical universe within which Earth is the center. Everything operates around it, and it cannot be disproven by observation alone. It's only on philosophical grounds. So it's just a preference that they, and he wants to point that out, that cosmologists choose the current one they have based on philosophical preferences. And I'm sure it could be done for like a planar surface Earth, like where everything could be worked out mathematically. All the observations are explained. And then it seems though that some people think, yeah, but you've got a problem with the layout of the actual land in relation to one another and how the things in the sky move above that, right? But I think that's when double standards come into play, because they, if we were to introduce some kind of looping, like the Pac-Man Earth thing, then you get scoffed at. Oh, right, yes, you need something like that, like, well, that's not so outrageous as far as your own side is concerned, given that, Einstein and Rosen bridges have been proposed as being quite feasible as far as their theoretical physics is concerned. I mean, they're talking about one day finding wormholes or manipulating space-time to the point that they can join 2 points in space together and travel vast distances in a very short time. I mean, yeah. And then they invent dark matter and dark energy to explain things that, that inconsistent, cover the inconsistencies and discrepancies they find within their model. I mean, like, why is it so outrageous that one couldn't posit that and it be, make people go, oh, yes, like on their side, they're doing it all of the time, rubbing their beard, going, yes, that's that could be possible, and it's out, and it's a crazy out there idea, multiverses and all sorts of weird stuff that they're talking about, superpositioning of atoms and, or electrons or whatever. Like, it's just stuff that they can't prove. They don't know this stuff is true or not, but they're getting Nobel Prizes for suggesting this stuff. But no, flat earthers aren't allowed to have that. No, they can't use anything like that to explain reality. No.
Yeah, they have these lots of fanciful stuff. And if somebody on our side says, well, maybe the sun follows a figure 8 pattern, it changes, it goes to the top of the 8 in the north and then goes to the south, and that's how we get 24-hour sun in the south. And then we're like, oh, no, that's not possible.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Like, why? If someone did come up with an absolute, like, feasible working model that's, that can't be disputed mathematically, at least, right? What are they going to say then? Oh, yeah, okay, prove it. That's what we've been asking of you with your freaking mathematical models.
Yeah, like that corkscrew solar system traveling through the Milky Way. Yeah. What evidence do we have for that?
Whoa. Hello, guys. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, and I think Jedi raised a good point earlier, like because what it would involve is having to make assumptions or have axioms about things, variables about things that we don't know is true or not. Like we'd be doing what Michio Kaku says he does. Just guess. Leaps
Seat
of
of our
logic.
pants.
Seat of our pants, yeah. And that's kind of the position that we're trying to avoid, right?
Yeah, I prefer that we get a little bit more knowledge about something before we start speculating on it.
Yeah, we don't want to be led down the garden path again.
Yeah, we don't need to be pulling out our own dark matter and dark energy. And instead of trying to prove that their theory of the universe is correct, oh, we have unaccounted for mass, so let's just make some up.
And I think that if it wasn't for certain, individuals claiming that they're actually utilizing some of what was, once theoretical physics for practical use, orbits, right, for satellites and things like that, I think that they really would have no ground to stand on at all. Like that is pretty much the only thing that they can appeal to, is that there is this group of individuals who are claiming to utilize this so-called knowledge to perform feats and actions and things, and go to the moon, right, for example, put rovers on Mars and send things out into deep space, Voyager, right? Voyager
Mathematics.
crafts. Right.
They perform
Yeah.
magic tricks just by manipulating numbers.
Right. And their so-called evidence that they're doing this is just imagery on the screen in a book. That's all you get. But if they didn't have that, they wouldn't have anything else. Like because I've sometimes asked people like, all right, if NASA didn't have imagery of their moon missions, they just had the story, they just came back with the story. Hey guys, we did it. Like, would you believe them?
Well, they have no reason to lie, right, T-Dub?
Say again, lads.
I was saying, well, they have no reason to lie, right? They all have PhDs. Why would a PhD in astrobiology lie to me?
Right. Yeah, because that denotes, total, ethics and morality and integrity. Pure transparency. Once you get a degree, yeah, like you're infallible.
Yeah, somebody with a PhD in astro rocket science would not lie to me. Of course not.
It's not possible for them to lie, because once they get that degree, their brain is wired into like Boolean expressions of either true or false. The art of deception has been removed from their brain.
Right. Another thing that they hid behind was patriotism. If you don't believe this, you're a commie.
Yeah, you're an American. I've heard that before. I also got the well, they're obliged to tell the truth. They have to tell the truth because of their PhDs.
Right. And nowadays it's kind of like patriotism's been replaced with, right versus left. So now it's like, if you don't believe this, you're a far right wing conspiracy tart.
Oh, dude, I was just reading up on the Artemis 2. Damn, man, they're pushing it back at least a month, it says. Damn it.
But just you wait. Just you wait. It'll
I'm looking forward to it, though. I want it to happen.
Gonna keep kicking it. They can't fuel it. I mean, they don't even have a lander, and they can't fill it. They can't do. I mean, the whole thing's just a fucking joke.
Bro, all the Globers they're just waiting, bro. They're drooling, waiting for this to happen. So they can all come back in here and say, I told you so. I want them all to come back. All the Rob Utahs, all the Rich Evans. I know they're just salivating, waiting for this thing to happen, bro. They're like leaned forward in their computer chairs, just waiting for it. They're counting the seconds.
Well, at least the way Artemis 2 is going, Rob, Utah will have the opportunity to go and pat another rocket.
What the heck is a wet dress rehearsal? Do you guys see that in Sheepdog's article he posted? He says, next steps. NASA is scheduling a second mandatory wet dress rehearsal to address these technical challenges. Wet.
Is that so they don't prevent a fire like in Apollo 1?
Oof, I don't know.
Or are they doing it in a pool?
Could be. I don't think astronauts partake in such activities of getting wet. I don't know if PhDs got wet.
So where are we at anyway? Who we got in here? We got any newcomers?
Yeah, me. Me too. What's up, T-Dub? How you doing, man? Oh, T-Dub has an exclamation mark. Or is that just me?
I got kicked.
Yeah, it was wild, man. I saw an exclamation mark next to your name. Yeah, T-Dub is an exclamation mark.
Welcome, Ray. Yeah, I was just going to say, what's happening? We got new people in here. But
Seems like
it doesn't look like we've got a big crowd at the moment. Bought everybody with the idea of panspermia and all that, so got left. So yeah, it might be good to like start looking out for some new people. Get the ball rolling again. Salty Fries, Ray, hello, welcome in. See some other regular faces in here. Welcome back, Mer.
Hey,
Good to have you back.
how you doing?
Did you hear that Jupiter might be flatter than they thought?
I saw that. Yeah, someone posted that article yesterday. And smaller.
T-Dub, is the launch that they're planning, like NASA, is it still on track or did they already like move it back again? Because I haven't been paying attention.
Lats was just telling us that it's been delayed by a month or so.
You are fake news.
Yep. Hey, I'm currently on vacation in Bosnia, and I've been like talking to just like new people, right? Because I haven't been here for a couple of years, and naturally through the conversation, they start bringing up quote unquote conspiracy theories, and and 6 people within the last couple of days have been saying like the way they describe the Earth of being like a ball or a semi-ball, it's not true. It can't be true. It just isn't, right? Like it's not a spheroid. And I'm like, what is happening? Am I in a parallel universe?
You must have bridged over to the Bizarro universe.
Yeah.
Or the correct universe.
Who's saying this there? Exactly.
Like just random like people I've been meeting in coffee places, just going out having coffee, and like I meet people, right, and they start like we start having a conversation. All of a sudden they start bringing conspiracy theory into the mix, right, and they start talking about how the globe isn't actually a globe, and I'm like, this is getting interesting, right? So yeah,
that's cool, man. Maybe people are feeling more open to speculate.
Yep, most definitely. On with 3 individuals, as soon as they started talking about it, like once they finished, I just look at them straight dead in the eyes. And I'm like, it's flat, and they just look at me. They don't even like argue. They're just like silence. You know how we take silence, do silence. Yeah, it's like gears are working, right? And like, just leave it at that. To two people, I even gave the FE Sun Moon and Zodiac Clock app just so they can have like solid info to research themselves. They instantly download it, so nice. It's a win for us.
Yeah, man. I think some folks, they already know, but they don't know that they know, and they're just waiting for confirmation, so they have that confidence. Then they know. And the only way to do that is to have conversations about it.
Yep. I just didn't expect, like, of all places, for young Bosnians to go to that, right? Because we already have enough issues with politics, corruption, and everything else underneath the sun. But hey, the newer generations, they're just a step ahead, man.
The TikTok generation.
Surprisingly enough, some of these Gen Alpha TikTok generation kids have actually kind of become anti-TikTok kids. So that's pretty cool.
Well, we all know who runs TikTok, right? As well as Instagram, Facebook, Google, YouTube, and all other social media platforms. So,
man. Everything's under the umbrella.
Yep.
Not China.
Yep. That's the correct answer. Not China. It is not China. It's a special type of people. I must say that.
But yeah, man, that's cool, dude. A couple years ago, I had my phone wouldn't charge anymore, so I had to go trade my phone in. And when I stopped at the store to trade my phone in, the people in the store, I was the only one in the store, and they were all talking about conspiracy theories. And one of them, what is it? I think somebody said something about outer space or something like that. And the other one answered, "Can you have gas pressure without a container?" And of course, it was on from there.
Got him.
Hey guys.
Aloha.
Hey, you guys.
Hello from the other side.
They must have
I know
told
it's been
you
at
and you also lied.
I just popped in for a couple minutes. I'm about to go to bed because it's late for me.
What? Are you saying since the Earth's flat, it's not daytime all the time?
Are you in the wrong time zone?
Oh, I'm in the right time zone, man. I'm in the future right now.
So the theme is let's talk about geometry. I see. What is geometry?
Oh.
You want to talk about geometry?
Oh, well, I was expecting there to already be like people here fighting and stuff. No, like, but nah, there's no one. So I'm kind of
No, you're it.
disappointed. Yeah.
Tag, you're it.
Interesting.
T-Dub, do you know who discovered geometry?
No. Who is attributed with that discovery?
Recently, I heard that it was Eratosthenes that got attributed with creating geometry.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. What? Wasn't Pythagoras before him?
Yeah, at least 100 years before him.
Okay, but I guess in the sense of geo measurement, right?
Yeah,
geo
like
meaning
Earth measurement.
Metrics. Okay. Even though he didn't actually measure the Earth, he just measured the length of a shadow.
Yeah, measured
And then-
shadows.
Yeah. Interesting. The father of geometry, eh?
Never go full retard.
Okay, so who actually is a flat earther here?
Doesn't really matter who is. The real question is, are you able to prove your globe? Not just to us, but to yourself.
Oh, okay. I think I found the flat. Like I have a question that I want to ask a flat earther if they want to answer.
Well, you just got them excited, so you better ask your question now.
Yeah. Okay. So like on the globe Earth, like you can see like the moon like going, like setting down and like rising, and the sun rising and setting. So I'm not including any science for now. Okay, just fuck that shit for now. All I'm saying, like, okay, it makes sense. Like if it's like a ball or something, it's like the sun goes down and you can see it going down. But if it was like flat, it wouldn't actually like go down, but instead it would just go forward and forward.
Donald Trump,
look at the side jet.
This message.
Yeah,
A sunset on a globe would be too bright to view with the human eyes.
What?
Yeah, a sunset on a globe, the sun would be too bright to view with the human eyes.
How?
Because that's the inverse square law. If the Earth only turns a very tiny little amount, the sunlight should diminish less than 1%.
0.005 0.004%.
Okay. Interesting.
So between sunrise and sunset, the intensity would change 0.004 of 1%.
Okay, what?
So basically, what would happen at sunrise? Light would come on, and then at the peak of day at 12 noon, it would hit its maximum, and as soon as it comes on, it would just be at that intensity all day long until it sets, and then gone.
Do you think about what do you think about astronauts? Do you think they exist, or who are what are they saying is truth or something? What do you think about them? Like if an astronaut said okay, I've seen the Earth and it's like globe and stuff, like what is usually your response to that?
They haven't seen the entire Earth. If you go up to the ISS, the maximum you can see of the Earth's surface is only 3%. So if you saw 3% of an elephant, could you determine that it was an elephant?
That's but I'm pretty sure from the ISS you can see the curvature.
No.
Okay.
You want to see an official NASA photograph from 600 kilometers up?
Yes.
This is higher than the ISS.
Yeah, I would like to see. Yep. Okay.
It was taken from the Shuttle Mission 2 to service the Hubble telescope.
This is the original website.
Yep, that's the original from NASA.
I think I do see a curve there.
Then you have better eyesight than 100% of the human beings.
But is it as prominent as what you were expecting?
Then compare it to the ISS, which is lower.
Now, we have people that claim that they can see that much curvature from an airplane.
Okay. There was this other thing. Okay, I just remembered that I want to ask. Yeah, so you can see how can we look in the sky and be okay, sun. Okay, look at the sun. It's round. It's a sphere. Look at the moon. It's a sphere. Good, nice stuff. Everything checks out. We look at Jupiter or something. Sphere. Uranus, Mars, all the planets, sphere, stars.
Sphere. Logic, the pool table must be a sphere because the balls on the pool table are spheres.
No. I get you. What makes you think that if all those things are spheres,
that's not an object sharing the space?
Actually, let's reverse that. What makes you think that because you believe you're seeing spheres in the sky, that we're a sphere? Why do you think that? So say you go for a walk out into the forest and you're right in the middle and you look around, trees, everywhere trees. Are you now magically a tree?
No, but that's the thing though. If let's just say...
He just missed that completely.
Okay. Let me talk.
Say it again for him.
Okay.
If you're standing in the middle of a forest, Ryan.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting to.
And all you can see is trees.
Yeah.
Are you a tree?
No, I am not a tree. How about that?
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm not a tree. Yeah.
So are we Jupiter? No. Are we the sun? No. Are we the moon? No. Oh dear.
How did you figure out you're not a tree? How did you figure that out? I'm just curious. How did you figure out you're not a tree?
I looked at my body, I guess.
You looked for similarities, right? And things, differences and similarities.
No, that's the thing, though. The things that you are comparing, okay, you're comparing, I'm. Damn it! I just.
I know. We look at the Earth and we don't see anything similar, like to the Earth as the things in the sky, right?
Yeah. Well, it was nice talking to you guys. And
Bye.
Yes, I might like talk to you
All right.
guys
Come back
some
another
other
time.
day. Yes,
Okay.
maybe not. Anyways, it was good talking to you. Thank you everyone for like the reviews and stuff. Yeah, take care. Okay, bye bye.
See you, mate. He realised he's not a tree. Good for him.
I cannot wait for Artemis 2, man. I cannot wait.
Well, you better keep waiting because it's not going anywhere.
So, if Mo was here, I'd say, "See, told ya." Or Lats. I can't remember who I was talking to about it.
What you mean it ain't gonna happen?
Yeah, that's right.
What you
You're
mean
gonna have to
Matrix?
wait because they've just delayed it again, so you're gonna have to wait. Sorry.
Yeah, till March, 1 month. Will there be a live stream here?
No, people are welcome to go and watch it if they want.
I bet you guys have the NASA Plus deal.
We have NASA. What?
There's like a NASA Plus streaming service. You pay NASA to watch Artemis 2.
We don't have to pay anyone. You numpies come in here for free to cope. So it's awesome.
They already get enough freaking money.
Yeah.
Not giving them any more.
Yeah. I mean, we got to support the, exoplanet exploration. Come on now. And they're right, T-Dub. You got the astronaut helmet, bro. You know how important this is to us.
I was calling you out, T-Dub.
Yeah. T-Dub love his astronaut helmet. Ain't they right, Crit? we was talking last time how many people would be involved in like covering up that moon landing was a hoax, you know. I think I debated Professor Triangle, and we concluded it would take like, I don't know, 500 people for one program. At least 500 people.
Sounds like you concluded that.
What is your opinion, Matrix? I'm listening.
My opinion on what?
How many people will be needed to cover up, you know, that moon landing is a hoax for every program there is, you know?
Why would I care? So what you're telling me, Gunslinger, is you've just openly admitted to everyone. Hey, why are you talking through me? That is exceptionally rude. What you've just openly admitted to everyone is you understand that it's a hoax. If you're questioning how many peoples there are that it takes to require to fulfill said hoax, you already, at base level, understand that it is.
Okay, if you understood that I was saying that, okay, Matrix. If that's what you want to say, alright. Plain and truth. I mean, you said we finished our talking, right? I gave you the the proof I needed. I'm just happy Reg Joe ain't speaking.
Welcome to our new person. I think it is Amuri the Great.
Hello, guys.
So what's your stance on this?
I'm here.
We're still here.
Excuse me, what?
Yes, we're still here. What do you think? Earth is a sphere, spinning, tilting, wobbling, flying through space, or is it planar with topography?
Well, bro, I have no comments on this. I don't know.
Really?
Yeah.
Why
What
not?
are you guys doing?
Don't you go outside?
Guys, shouldn't we supposed to talk about something here?
What Earth-related topics would you like to talk about?
Well, maybe I'm interested in talking about why do you think that the Earth is flat?
That's a great question. It's because it's measured. It's because it's measured as flat. That's why. Really simple. It's not some religious belief thing. It's because it's actually physically measured without any curvature. So I wouldn't really suggest that it's a belief that it's flat. It's more of a, we know it's flat because it's measured that way. I do apologise. You're probably hoping for a better answer, but it's as simple as that.
Well, if you have ever been, if you have ever seen the horizon when you're at the beach, you would realize a curve, and
the
that
horizon's horizontal, and it's an optical phenomenon based off of the limit of your vision. The horizon is horizontal. At what point does that horizon, the horizontal horizon, begin to curve? If you think it curves away from you, that's just the limit of your vision, dude.
Really? I'm starting to think that maybe the Earth is really flat. I don't know. If the thing that you're telling me is true, so maybe I gotta do some research about this.
Don't take anybody's word for it. Look into it yourself. Go out there into the world and do your own investigation. Like, run some tests on the horizon, man. But the math behind this does not match reality. They give us specific parameters, like an exact size for Earth, right? So you should be able to go and find that if you go outside, but you can't.
Wow. How long have you been? How long have you known this?
Some of us have been discussing this for close to a decade now. Some longer. By the way, nobody here is claiming that Earth is some kind of pizza planet space frisbee or anything.
What about the moon?
It's in the sky. The ground's not in the sky, dude.
What?
But to be clear, nobody's claiming that Earth is some kind of pizza planet space frisbee within the heliocentric lore. We're saying that you're on the ground and the lights in the sky that you see moving overhead are indeed moving overhead.
So
Maybe it is a good question, right? What about the moon? What is the moon? We measure the Earth flat, so what the hell is the moon?
Well, an alleged professor in the 60s interviewed on ABC television in Australia, who nobody seems to be able to find any information about even existing, claimed it was plasma and that men landing on it is impossible.
Well, outer space consisting of plasma is completely within the prevailing cosmological paradigm.
Right, you even have electric universe theorists who suggest that what we're seeing on whatever the moon is, and I guess they're granting that it has a surface. Those indentations are not impact indentations, but rather the result of electrical activity, like lightning.
It is interesting how the craters, whatever they are, for real, seem to have the same depth.
My man Yoda.
I love you.
Where's my butt cream, boy?
Sounds like you've used it all up.
Nah, I ain't butt cream. I think Yoda owe me some money.
I can give you a coupon, 33%.
I think me and Yoda bet there's no underwater.
You need some money. You need money. Are you in here begging for money again?
Oh, my boy, Professor Triangle. Here we go. Here we go, man.
The best we can do is 3 credits at the Flat Earth merch store.
Here's what happens. The first butt cream paste is free.
Yeah.
The next one's going to cost you, and it looks like he's hooked. He can't get enough.
Oh.
Yeah, because Yoda keeps, doing something to me.
Well, you're not supposed to eat it.
Yeah, but anyway, hey, Professor Triangle. Hey, Professor Triangle, listen, man. We was talking about last time how many people will be needed to cover up, moon landings and shit.
14.
14 people for real, per program.
Are you for real?
Yeah, 14.
14 people.
14 people.
Yes.
Of which size? I mean, just a normal person? Or what?
Yeah, 180 pounds.
Yeah, on the day it's running, on the day that they say it's happening, or the days they say it's happening, you only need 12 to 14 people.
No, it's a okay, I got it.
They were running simulated data before they ever did that, and the data did not change. They were running simulated data before they did that, and while they did it, it was all simulated data.
So this Artemis 2 will also like include 20 people to cover it up.
No, that's a
I mean,
TV
was
show.
it was it in
Canceled that.
2022?
They canceled
Was it-
that. So next month.
Yeah, I got you, bro. I mean, was it in 2022 or 2023? I mean,
1968.
okay, I got you.
Any other questions, girls?
Why? I mean, why would you say girls? I mean, how dare you? With all due respect.
Because you keep asking me the same questions day after day after day after day. Now you guys think that there's some kind of special moon program again.
Okay, I have a question right now.
Okay, the Chinese guy has a question.
Okay,
Yes.
do you know Oumuamua?
Nope.
The fuck?
Nobody does.
Not sure to what is.
It's I mean, it's like, is it some type of noodle or what?
Okay, I'll forget. It's like Oumuamua. What do you think about that? So, what do you think about 31A plus?
Nigga, what?
Okay,
I think you mean
31.
three eye Atlas.
Yeah, 3i Atlas. Sorry.
What's that?
I mean, was it like 2014, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is this all made up shit you guys are talking about? You're trying to figure out how it works, how the made up stuff works.
No. Okay. Do you have like any real evidence? I'm talking about triggering triangle, right, bro? You said we're talking about some made up shit. How can you prove that we're talking about some made up shit?
The space is fake.
How can you prove it? Have you been there?
Nope. You know why?
You want to say it doesn't exist or what?
Because it doesn't exist. So how could I go there? So now you have to prove it really does exist, and that you can go there. Do you see how that works?
You can. No. Hold on. Let me learn.
How it works?
You can clearly see it, bro. I mean, why would you?
I can clearly see invisible shit. Is that what you're telling me?
No. I mean, you're being negligent here, being ignorant.
Insane.
I'm talking.
No, he's not being negligent.
Being negligent.
Insane.
You are being.
No, he's not. Insane. A quick question for you. Outside of your television, your mobile phone, and your computer, have you ever seen the curvature?
No, I mean, it's a good question, to be honest.
Ooh.
It's a good question. Hold on. I mean, it depends. Actually, it depends. Do you know what I mean? If you deep it, you understand what I'm talking about.
It depends. What?
No, it doesn't
depend.
Facing
the screen.
It depends if you've got eyes or not. Come on, bro. It's a simple question. Have you ever seen it or not?
No. Do you know what I mean? It depends on, from which perspective you look at it. That's the thing.
Yeah,
so if you look at it from the right.
Yeah, you look at it from your face. You look at it from your face. About that perspective is around your face area. That perspective.
The question is for you personally. The question is, to this date, outside of your TV, your computers, or your phone, or a book even, have you witnessed with your own eyes, firsthand, the curvature of the Earth?
He bailed. I'm starting to like this question.
Your gunslinger left too.
Newbies.
I broke your party up that fast. I didn't mean to.
You party pooper.
All I did was say nuh-uh.
Man, you got to ruin everything with your nuh-uhs.
And gave them why the nuh-uhs. And then it was it. They were all loudy talk, Mr. Triangle. Yeah, you owe me money. I hear all this crap. And then no money needs to be owed anymore, I guess.
Need a cartoonish sound effect for when they skedaddle.
Yeah, that gunshot, pew, like that. That's what you need. Perfect.
There you go.
Now we can all stare at each other. Whoever blinks first loses.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Gravity is not a force.
Oh, well. Welcome.
Guess nobody wants to talk about geometry.
Bruh.
Bruh, indeed. I think the Beatles. I think the Beatles were the first to say it. Bruh, bruh. Obla di, obla da. Life goes on, bruh.
Lady Gaga did it better, though.
Wait, the he/she ripped that song?
She made her own spin on the song.
I love it. Is this dude does shorts on YouTube? It's black guy, just say it. And he dresses up. It's just him. He's the only he plays all the characters. So he's like the dad, and he's the son, and he's the old grandpa. And like the son will come in and say, "Dad, listen to what the kids are listening to now. You know, like hear this. You know, this is the stuff now. You know." Thinks it's original. You know, and then the dad will like put on what he thinks is the original. You know, yeah, that was done in the 80s, bro. Like, listen to this. And then, like, Grandpa's sitting there reading his paper and he gets up and he hits the button and it's like from the 50s or something. You know? I love it.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I've seen the same videos. I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, some of the stuff I thought was the originals, like from the 70s and 80s, goes back even further. Even the 60s, like, goes back even further. Some of those are, I thought they were the original. Like, no, they were covers. It's like, what? Like,
What are you saying, T-Dub? We're due for another locomotion.
Right, yeah. Like, you know, oh, Mickey, you're so fine, you blow my mind. I thought that was the original from the early 80s or late 70s, early 80s. And that other Joan Jett one with the jukebox.
Didn't you do one about the Fiddler
I Love Rock and Roll? Sorry, go on.
Didn't you do one about Fiddler on the Roof?
Fiddler on the Roof. Did he? I don't know. He may have.
If I was a rich man.
No.
Oh, right. Hello, who's that? Who have we got?
No, Andy, no.
No, Andy, no. Is that the soundboard?
No, Andy, no.
Bruh.
Yeah, he even did one where like the ghost of Christmas Past or whatever, the deceased's relative had to show up as a ghost and like show him that it was like some old classical Beethoven song or something. But that was funny.
Great grandpa or great great grandpa or something.
Yeah.
The funniest part is the implication of him making the great great grandfather ghost or whatever go down when he fades out.
In the future, entertainment will be randomly generated.
Randomly generated?
In the beginning, the universe was created. This made a lot of people very angry and has been widely regarded as a bad move.
And how is the happiness probe in your brain doing today? Filthy human!
Bruh.
Be back in a few.
I love it. Did someone made that sound clear for the soundboard?
It's messed up.
Oh my god, I'm going to use that when somebody's going to kill the room.
Don't do too many at once. Give them half a second pause between them. Because every time you re-hit it, it clips the tail end of the previous one.
Oh, I know. I was just seeing how quick I could hit him before it was clipping it. That's what I was testing.
Ah, fair enough.
Yeah, people will be playing that a lot when I'm monologuing.
Excuse me, sir. Have you heard the good news?
Kilara, welcome.
Welcome.
And we've also got Solid 101. Welcome. I'm pretty sure at least one of you two will have questions.
Having a more specific event might encourage discussion. I mean, geometry and science is good, but it's kind of vague and generic. You do something catchy, and that might, I don't know.
Yeah, it's something simple like the Earth is flat. Fight me.
The earth is flat. Changed my mind.
Yes, by fighting me.
Proof the earth, the globe, and T-Dub will wrestle an alligator or crocodile.
Oh, mad! I'm watching that.
Or box a kangaroo.
Oh, I'd rather the alligator. Earth is flat. Prove me wrong. Khalid. Hello. Khalid, hello. You there?
Welcome. Feel free to ask any questions if you have any.
Yeah, I got a question. What time Smoko? Smoko for us is morning tea. Sorry, I had to translate.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
That's why I had to translate.
Yeah. Smoko?
It's almost if we're not constantly talking, some random person will join in, hear silence, and leave. Then again, if you say welcome or hello to them, they leave too, so whatever.
And if you just ignore them and keep talking, they'll, hello, 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 hello. I'm just introduced myself. There's another one.
I learning English. This is pencil. That is book.
That guy. Oh my god.
Oh yes.
I can't even fathom.
Sorry.
I can't figure out what he was even trying to say, though. Like, I don't mean to be meaner, but I just can't even comprehend what the heck he was even trying to say. Damn.
The second time he said it, I thought it was a bot because he came in and he said it, and it was sort of like, yeah, and then all of a sudden it repeated perfectly. The second time, I'm like, hang on a minute, is this a script? Is he a bot or something, or what's going on here? And welcome to whoever just dropped in. I don't know. I didn't see the thing move.
Yeah, well, we can't tell now because it's all on the soundboard. So people could be doing the join sound as well on the soundboard. We wouldn't know.
Oh, DJ's in. What time did Off the Richter have his meltdown?
Did we miss a spiral because of Australian sleeping hours or what?
Yeah, I think so. You know that Aussie fella Off the Richter?
Yeah, the one India debated, yeah.
Yeah. He doesn't. He just every now and then he'll just flip. Like sometimes he'll sit in there for 3 or 4 hours, be chill as, like rolling my boulder, or just poke a snide little comment in here and there, and then all of a sudden he'll just tick tick boom, and just flip at some random person.
Yeah,
I'd
yeah,
say,
yeah. That guy's a nutcase.
Oh yeah.
Like he was sending me some crazy DMs. I can't even read them out here. They're that sick and twisted.
Yeah, I was up till about 12, nearly 1 o'clock, and he was all right till then. Just putting his little couple of comments in here and there, and yeah, it must have been after that.
Yeah, he's a mental case. My second last DM was him begging to ban him. So then I banned him today, and then he went crazy because I banned him. He was already banned. He was just kind of ban evading anyway. But yeah, that guy's a clown.
The one I'm over at the moment is rolling my boulder. He's an idiot. Won't come in here for a week or so, maybe 2, and then all of a sudden, all you'll see is him. He'll grab a random comment out of the side chat, and he'll just start attacking that. So whether it's a meme or something that's posted up, he still hasn't answered my question from 3 weeks ago. So yeah, as soon as I see him typing now, I'm just like, I'll grab the things that he hasn't answered, post them up there, wait for him to not answer it, and just, no, you're out. You had your chance.
Yeah, this is a big enough server. We really don't need to entertain any anti-flat earthers in here. You know, it doesn't matter what you say to them. They're never going to have an honest conversation. So it's kind of pointless.
It's because they won't go out and prove it to themselves. They'll just sit on their computer and have someone else tell them what they want to hear. Unless you drag them out kicking and screaming, here you go, here's a mirror flash test or something like that, they'll never change.
They'll just use some kind of AI for a prosthetic brain.
Well, AI will concede. These anti-flat earthers will never concede anything. They're just dishonest.
That's true.
Sophistry.
Fair enough. That's true.
Yeah.
There was that guy yesterday came in and then after, like, he seemed new and he was asking some questions, and all of a sudden he's like, oh, you mean like independent variable and all that stuff? And I'm like, this isn't your first radio, is it? And he's like, oh, well, I've talked about it with Jim Bob. So I'm like thinking, who is this guy? Has been in a debate with Jim Bob? Like, I don't know who he was, but like, yeah, he obviously like sought us out. He wasn't here to teach or learn English. Sorry, yeah, you were going to say something, DJ?
Oh, nothing. Yeah, no, I wasn't going to say. Was it off the Richter? Was it an Australian guy?
No, it wasn't. No, different guy. American. Oh, or possibly Canadian, because I have a hard time telling them apart sometimes.
That Off the Richter guy, DJ, me and him don't get along. The very first time he popped in here, someone else told me that he was the guy that Indio absolutely wrecked. First time he pops in, it's like, oh, you're the guy that Indio kicked his ass, and that just rubbed him the wrong way right from the get go.
Yeah. Well, this is his message to me. Just ban me entirely, you effing dog D, C hole, effing coward, LOL. You're a weak skirt. I'll see myself out now that I made you my bitch.
Bruh.
Okay, so this is his go-to. This is his globe proof of curvature. I posted in the side chat. He thinks we're terrified of it and that he got banned because he's got this dynamite globe proof. So I'm just going to post it in the side chat. It's kind of hilarious.
Now, last night, before I slid out the back door and went to bed, someone else had posted up, I can't even remember who posted it up now, the 23K laser test. And he was looking at that. Did he say anything about it? Did he whinge about refraction or anything? Because he opened his trap and he wanted to know about it, what our proof was that it was flat, and this is measured flat, bro. Oh, show me these measurements. Well, someone already had logical observations. Had already chucked it up. It's like, there it is inside chat. And yeah, I didn't hear him say anything afterwards. And that's when I went to bed. So what do we got here? We've got a photo out of a plane window on the ground showing...
Yeah, he says, okay, so because you can see convexity in the right-hand image, he took this himself, right? Because you can see a little bit of convexity in that image. And he said that on the left image, it proves that this is curvature because none of the lines in the image on the left show any lens distortion. I'm like, there's no lines to compare anything to in this entire image. It's just like, it's all curved lines. There's no straight line to even check. It's the dumbest argument ever. It's just, it shows his intellect when he's got such a horse shit argument.
I'm impressed he could even operate the camera to take the photo. Have you run any grid lines over that to see if it is curved? Or is it just a slight slope?
Looks like a little bit of barrel distortion there. I'm not sure. It's just a cloud deck anyway. It's not even the horizon.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, that's barrel distortion. I just checked it all out. And it's in the other picture too. You just got to look down that wing.
Yeah, you can even see the horizon, even though the horizon's got a bunch of shit in it. You can still see that it's distorting convexly. Convexly, is that even a word? Probably not.
Sounded good.
But I remember shooting footage when I was flying over Alaska. I was like, damn, it looks so freaking flat. I'm going to film it and show everyone. And then I got home and looked at the footage. I'm like, damn, you can see curvature. And, well, not curvature, you know what I mean? and then when the camera pans up, you can see it convex. I was like, damn, well, this is useless.
Hello there.
Oh, hello there.
Hello there.
Med in chat would like English help.
Oh. Yeah, we can We can send you to one of the beginner rooms just with a few clicks. That's how we can help.
It was funny. This one guy came in and barely speak a word of English. Cyclone was teaching him how to say the earth is flat. It's funny.
I love it.
Oh shit, that's a good one.
Yeah, definitely gonna do that just for fun. Ahmed, are you there? Ahmed Hassan.
Ahmed, answer.
All right. Are you
I'm
ready
here.
for an English lesson?
Okay, I listen you, but I'm
Okay, repeat
I
after
don't
me.
understand.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a good. Okay, so repetition, that is key for learning English. You want to be able to repeat sentences, and then if you keep repeating the sentences, your English will improve drastically and very quickly. Okay, so repeat after me. The earth. The earth. Very good. Say it again.
The earth.
Yes, earth. Earth. Like a th. The earth
The earth
is flat.
The earth is flat.
Very good. Can you say it a few more times?
The earth is flat.
Very good. The earth is flat.
In fact, many people are going to want to talk to him when he says that to people.
Absolutely. Yeah. A+. Well done. Good job.
That's like that's a good introduction when you meet somebody. They'll talk your ear off after that. They'll teach you how to speak, teach you words you've never heard before.
Excellent conversation starter, that one.
Very good, Ahmed.
Yeah, well done, mate. Well done.
Now, do you remember what you have to say again?
Okay, the only way it's to learn a sentence and repeat it more and more.
Very
What was your sentence?
What?
Can you remember your sentence that we just went over? The earth is flat. Guess not.
Go tell your friends. It's almost like we're setting up little English learning robots. Just let them be their first good sentence be the earth is flat. Hello, my name is Ahmed. The earth is flat. And that's like a great conversation starter. That you're going to heaven for that.
Thank you very much.
DJ, on the other hand.
Hey, check this out. I was looking at a long distance observation, and I hit print screen right at the right time. Check this out.
Oh, whoa, headshot.
Yeah.
Headshot.
Bruh.
We'll be back after these short messages.
Stop it. Get some help.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
So how can the Globers claim parallel sun rays and also claim that there's always refraction and light bends? And it just, yeah, they're kind of contradicting themselves quite a lot right there.
You are fake news.
Welcome, Yuk.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm fine. It's a good morning. Nice. How about you? How are you?
Very good, sir. What brings you by the Flat Earth channel today? I like to ask because sometimes people don't realize that they are actually in a Flat Earth channel. Full disclosure, you know what I mean?
Sorry. Actually, I'm first time in this channel, English Hub. So I don't know about this channel, but I like geometry and science. I'm actually software engineering, map system, and I really like this one. But yeah, I don't know what purpose in this channel. Yeah, sorry.
That's okay. So a lot of people aren't aware, but the Earth itself, whenever it is measured, right? Because we're talking about geometry, when it's measured, it measures to be a horizontal plane with no curvature. At least curvature consistent with a sphere Earth.
Sounds good. Yeah, I got it.
Okay. So if the Earth is measured to be a plane, then it cannot be a sphere.
Okay. I don't understand the word. Sorry. I'm actually start of English. So, can I explain a major or major? What?
Yeah, you can explain whatever you need to. That's fine. So measure. Oh, okay. You want me to explain what measure is? Okay.
Yeah.
Measure means whenever somebody. So if you like math and you like geometry, when we measure something, that is the same as taking its dimensions. Do you know what dimension is?
Yeah, I saw a space like a 2-dimension, 3-dimension. Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, right. So when we try to get the Earth's dimensions on the surface, that's a measurement.
I got it. Thank you.
Yes. So it dimensionally, or the dimensions of the Earth, when we measure it, it is a plane. It's flat.
Okay. So, yeah. Okay, I got it.
Okay. So it cannot be a ball, right? So I don't know if you're familiar with the word ball, but the Earth cannot be a ball because its dimensions are flat.
I got it.
Okay. So no globe.
I got it. I absolutely agree. I got it. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So, okay. Okay.
So yeah. Anyway, that's what we talk about in here is the measurements or the dimensions of the surface of the Earth. And we just thought some people would like to know that they don't They don't live on a globe.
Mm-hmm. I got it. I got it. Can I get some evidence of flatness Earth?
Sure. I can give you measurements or observations, or we can just talk about water. That's usually the easiest way to talk about the surface of the Earth, is to talk about the water on the surface of the Earth. So you know that water is flat, yes?
Yes.
Okay. So if water is always flat on the surface and most of the Earth, let's say 70% of the Earth is water and it's flat on its surface, then the Earth is obviously or observably, measurably flat on the surface.
Okay, I got it.
So, but we have some. So, do you know what survey is?
Oh, sorry. Transmission condition is so bad, so I can't hear it.
You broke up a bit more.
Maybe it's me. Okay. So, do you know what surveying is?
What, surveying water or Earth?
Surveying Earth. So there are people that measure the surface of the Earth every day to build buildings, to build bridges, to build all kinds of large things on the Earth. And when they survey, they're taking measurements of the surface. All of the surveyors, that's what their job is to survey, so we call them surveyors. They always measure the Earth flat too. All of them reference the Earth as horizontal, which is parallel to the horizon, and they also take their tools. They're called theodolites. That's the tool that they use, and they also level their tool with the surface of the Earth, and they measure all of the heights and depths, rise and fall along the line of the flat Earth to help them level it so they can build things on it. So they also measure the Earth to be flat. So those are two evidences. Another one would be the navigation. So if I want to go a long ways across the surface of the Earth from one point to another, I can use a tool called a theodolite, and it measures a large angle between the surface of the Earth, which is flat, and let's say the sun or the stars, to give us our distance between our point and the point right below the sun or the star that we measure the angle to. And that will be sometimes hundreds, or in some cases, 1,000 miles or so of flat Earth. So everybody measures the Earth to be flat.
I got it. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. So
you're welcome.
That's kind of you.
Yeah. That's what we talk about in here. If you have any other questions, you're free to ask those questions. It's not very busy in here right now, but Most of the time it is, and you're welcome to stay and listen to the conversations that we might have. We've got maybe, let's see if we have anybody else new in here. We've got Rob. Welcome, Rob. And that's all the new folks we have in here. So anyway, yeah, that's what we talk about in this channel. So you're welcome anytime. If you have questions, feel free to ask.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
That's so nice. That's so nice. Yeah.
Where are you from, Yuk?
I'm from South Korea.
South Korea. Okay. Great.
How about you? Yeah, where are you from?
Well, I'm in the United States. Okay.
Okay.
And the state is Missouri.
Yeah, I heard about it. Okay.
Yep. Where are you at right now? You're not in South Korea? No.
Yeah, I'm living in South Korea now.
Oh, okay. So you're there. Okay, great.
It's a morning, 9:16. Yeah.
Yep. Well, it's 6 p.m. or 6:16 in the p.m. for me.
Oh.
All right, Yuk, what is your favorite South Korean food?
That's oh, okay. Do you heard about kimchi?
Yes, I like kimchi.
Oh, yeah, I like kimchi stew, and in Korea it's very famous and very traditional, and every people live in Korea like kimchi stew. It's my favorite. How about you? What's your favorite food? Yeah.
Well, I'm an American, so obviously I like most of my meals to have a lot of meat in them. So I like barbecue, usually some kind of smoked pork or, yeah, that sort of thing. Or obviously a hamburger is hard to beat. So those are the things that I like. But I wanted to ask you about the kimchi stew. So I've had kimchi when it's cold, right? So the fermented cabbage cold. But what is kimchi stew?
So okay, can I so concrete URL in this channel?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, just okay. Can you see it?
Let me look. Okay, so it has tofu in it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Tofu and kimchi and some pork, and yeah, it's very delicious with some carb or like rice, white rice. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, well, that looks pretty good. You say rice or rice? Rice. So, I have a question for you, Yuk. In
Oh, hello. Oh, okay. Oh,
Yeah, we've lost you, Sesu. You might want to rejoin.
okay.
Yeah, just give him a moment. He's just having some technical difficulties. In the meantime, are you back, Sesu?
For whatever reason, the call just got dropped. But yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Yuk. In the Asian language, I notice, and I'm not trying to make fun of you or anything, but I notice that oftentimes the L and the R get switched. So when you say rice, I heard lice.
Okay.
And anytime that you try to use a word with an R, you'll use an L, or vice versa.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's so difficult to me. So R and L. Okay. Okay. Thank you. I'm trying to. Yeah. I'm trying to pronunciation exactly. Okay.
Sure. So when you say rice, I actually think it would be maybe easier for you to think of the R as an L, and then you would probably say rice. But anyway, that's a small detail. I'm sure you will figure it out.
Yeah, I'm very thank you. Because after actually I learning English. I start learning English in myself. So your feedback is very important to me. Yeah, thank you.
You bet, man. Well, good for you. How old are you?
I'm 30 years old.
Okay. Yeah. Well, good for you. You know at least 2 languages. I'm still just plugging away at 1, and even English I'm probably not that great at. So good for you.
Yeah. Oh.
So I got a story about Korean food. Years ago, I was waiting for a train and I saw this little Korean bar and I was hungry. And I had about $5 on me. And I went across, left the station, went across. I had a bit of time to wait. And none of the menu was in English. And these people could barely speak English. And I was like, I showed them my $5, like, what's that? And they like spoke something, and I don't know what that means. And I was just looking at all this food, and I said, mix, I just gave the $5 and said, just whatever you think, just any, you know. And they just made me up this dish in this container. And I took it back to the train station, and I sat down and I opened it up, and I was looking at it, and I was thinking, what the heck am I looking at here? What is this stuff? And I was afraid to put it in my mouth, but as soon as I did, it was just like an explosion of flavor and the stuff I didn't know your mouth could experience that. And it was just delicious. I don't know what I ate, but whatever it was the best food I'd ever had to date.
Oh, so funny, hilarious, yeah.
Korean barbecue is freaking awesome.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, man, it's so good.
And I think because of their cold climate in Korea, like they really got their pickling down pat. I learned that for reasons for storing food for cold months, they had to learn how to preserve food and without refrigeration. So centuries of that they've mastered pickling.
If Earth is flat, where are the edges?
If the Earth is flat, where is the edges? If the Earth's a ball, where's the curvature?
Where didn't we explore on Earth?
Hey,
Where's the
Gunslinger,
curvature?
We got a meme for that now. India.
Well, let me
hey,
see the
Gunslinger,
meme,
did
man.
you know no one's ever kept going south, right? Because if someone had done that, they'd come back around the other side of the globe if the Earth were a globe. But no one's ever done that. That's crazy, right? Not even globers have kept going south. That's kind of weird, don't you think?
I think there are stations and settlements all across Antarctica's coast.
Yeah, that's great.
You know,
How come no one's ever kept going south and come back around the other side, mate?
How come the people?
Gunslinger, answer the question. Stop sidestepping.
Who's this rude motherfucker interrupting me?
Yeah, you're Gunslinger. Gunslinger, it's very simple. Let's just do the basics. If you've got a sphere, okay, and you're saying someone can go south, go all the way around the bottom, and then come back up the other side, how come this has never, ever, ever been done?
Didn't NASA do it?
No.
What you mean no?
The opposite of yes. No. Not done. Not completed.
Shut your mouth for a second. DJ, did NASA do it?
Say fucking what?
You heard me, boy?
Boy?
Yeah, boy.
No. Yeah, boy. Gunslinger, stop being a douche. If you want to be a complete clown, there's plenty of other channels you can go to. You come in here with your shit arguments. You never seem to want to ever answer questions. I couldn't imagine why. When asked about the travel south, you start rattling on about stations in Antarctica. Nobody cares. We're only interested in, has someone been all the way around the bottom of the ball and come back the other side? We already know the answer. It seems you don't.
Yeah, you'd think that would have been done by now.
It was done in 1979.
Yeah, who did it in 1979?
Sir Reinhold Finnis.
That's the same guy that got busted for faking footage and got sued.
Faking footage in 1979, yeah?
Yeah, he got sued for faking footage in Antarctica.
So, did he do the expedition or not?
Nope.
No, I don't think so. Didn't they fail the expedition anyway? It got too cold or something like that.
No, they
But he got caught, dude. He got busted for faking footage.
I've never seen that.
Okay, type his name in, and type in Randolph Hines or whatever his name is, Randolph Fiennes, and faking footage. Just type it in, right? You'll see that.
Okay, let's go. Okay, let's say that's fact. Let's go to another example. What you guys say about this? In 1977, Pan Am Flight 50 circumnavigated the Earth through North and South Pole to celebrate Pan Am's 50th anniversary.
Okay, post the flight route. Okay, what you're going to find with these ones is that they didn't keep going south. They kind of go down near Antarctica, and then they turn around, and then they go back up again. Right? They don't keep going south. You're being punked, Gunslinger. That's what's happening. We're trying to help you out, but you just got Stockholm syndrome, man.
Yeah, I'm a hard nut.
You're just defending your captors.
I'm a hard nut to bust.
Not really.
What you mean?
You
not
already came
really?
in pre-broken. Not really, as in, no, you're not a hard nut to bust. You already busted the day you walked in here.
That sounds a little bit pretentious, don't you think?
No, you came in pre-broken. We didn't have to do anything to you. And we know you're broken because you keep returning.
That sounds a little bit projecting from you, boy.
Oh, boy. Gunslinger, how old are you?
I am 21.
You're telling me you're only 21 and you're calling me boy?
Yeah.
I'm about 2 years short of being old enough to be your grandfather.
Well, you're still a boy to me.
Nice try, kid. Anyways, show us your proof of curvature again.
Oh, here we go, back to the curve, huh?
Well, I don't want to be rude, but a primary aspect of a sphere would be its curvature. And you haven't presented any.
A proof of a curve. You want some photographs
Measured,
of...
drop over, distance.
Yeah.
Yeah, boy. How's that going?
What about one more orbit shit from 2019?
That's hopes and dreams.
No, what about
just
drop over distance?
Gunslinger? Yeah, so this is what they did. Okay, right. So this is what they allegedly did. They went down near Antarctica, and then they took a right-hand turn and they turned around and then they came back up again. They didn't keep going. They didn't do a circumnavigation. They word these things in a sneaky way, right? They call them north-south flights or something like that. So they start in the north, they go down to near Antarctica, and then they turn around and they go back up again. If you have a look at the flight path, you'll see what I'm talking about.
What about...
No one's ever just kept going south, right? No one's ever come back around the globe, right? Doing a great circle north to south.
What about 2009 DAG transpolar flight?
Have you looked into it, or are you're just throwing shit at the wall and hoping it sticks?
It's on a flare.
He's throwing shit. He's throwing shit. That's all he's got.
He's Googling it.
Notice how he never ever posts anything up in the side chat? Oh, I found this so you can look at it.
Bro. Post the
Not even an elephant
2009
hurl.
one.
I'll post it, yeah. I don't think I can post photos in here. Wait, I'll copy the text from the photo. I'll copy the text, boy. Here we go. I'm listening. How are you gonna tell me they started in England, went down to South Pole, came out to Chile, and then back to England, and they didn't go north-south?
That's the problem. They didn't go north-south. You just summed it up right there.
You didn't look into it. How are you gonna tell me something?
So you just said to us they did not go north-south, which is what we're asking you for. What's a unit of power? Stop mumbling.
I just said they went from England.
You just said they didn't go north-south, so make up your mind. Are they going north-south or are they not going north-south? Which one is it?
Anybody
So you haven't even read that. Yeah, anybody that looks into it. So you're going to palm this off as I've done my part. I've thrown shit at the wall. Now it's up for you to clean it. I don't think so. You haven't even looked into this. You've picked a couple of random words, and now you're thinking that we're going to accept your stupidity.
Hey, Douglas, is that One More Orbit or the 2009 transponder?
And now you're going to try to sidestep it again. Why do you do that?
I don't know what you're talking about, man. I just posted the north-south circumnavigation.
Yeah. So this is gunslingers thinking. I'm going to post this, and then I don't give a rat's ass what anyone says because I've posted it, and I'm a hardcore believer. You started speaking of it. You said they did not go north-south.
Who told you?
So what we're after from you, yeah, great. What we're after from you is the north-south circumnavigation. That's what we want from you. You've just said it's not one.
I just said it is.
So is it or is it not? Which way are we going to go with this today? It is.
Who said it isn't? Why are you like trying to
You
get
said.
or something?
You said.
Why are you trying to get? That's what I want to. You
I'm not gaslighting anything. Gunslinger, this is recorded for stupid fuckknuckles like yourself who choose not to listen.
You're a wannabe gaslighter. That's what you is.
I'm a wannabe gang slider. What the hell is that?
Wannabe gaslighter.
Gunslinger, okay, cool. All right, cool story. Now I just want to see the footage of them flying over Antarctica.
The footage.
Yeah, the footage.
The footage, which will you say it's fake, yeah?
No, well, I just want to see it. I haven't seen the footage.
Okay, and I'll give
if there's footage of them flying over Antarctica, then that'd be great.
And what you want, like 8
look
hours?
At the footage. Yeah, I'll just. No, I can scrub through it. Do you have the footage? Have you seen the footage? Have you seen the footage? Have you seen the? Yeah, funny, isn't it? Have you seen the footage? Yeah, you haven't, have you?
It's always something with you guys, man. You ain't never gonna do it,
Gunslinger. Hey, bro.
That's
you want
a
to
pretty
get
solid cope, DJ.
You want to get permabanned, or are you gonna? You want to get not permabanned? You without hesitation. I've started typing it out, dude.
The story's good enough for him.
Exclamation mark. F-ban.
As long as they say they did something, that's good enough for him. He doesn't need proof.
What you mean we don't need proof? When we give you proof, what happens then?
No, you gave us a story. You gave us a no. You just gave us a story, bro. That's all you gave us.
What happens?
It's a story.
What happens, Gunslinger? What happens is when you come forward with your stories, aka proof in your little brain, we assess it to see if it's true or false, and we compare it to maps. And you've failed again.
Gunslinger, just answer my question. Or if I hit enter, then you get permabanned.
Oh my god, I'm in a bit of a conundrum. What's your question?
Yeah, you weren't even listening. So have you seen the footage of the flight that you're talking about?
No.
No. Have you researched if there is footage of it?
No.
Had you heard about it before just now?
Yeah, I heard about it. I think me and you talked about it.
Yeah, okay. So can you present the footage? Can you find the footage? So you just blindly believe this shit. You've never even seen any footage.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but why would you believe that footage to be correct, but why don't you believe
I don't think there is any footage. I don't think there is footage of it.
Okay, but if there was, you would say it's what? You would say it's fake or doesn't prove nothing.
No. I don't think there is footage of it. I think it's just some bullshit claim.
But I'm saying if I give you footage right now, yeah.
You get me the footage.
You would say also, just like you said.
This is what you do, bro. This is what you do, you dishonest prick. Right?
Yeah.
We give you footage, high definition footage showing an entire observation start to finish, and you say it's fake. No, Great Salt Lake, Effie Core, you just have to say they're all fake because you know it's a problem for the globe, so you have to say they're fake. Right? And now you're accusing me.
He's projecting onto him, onto you, Gunslinger, why don't you just post the footage and find out what we'd say instead of speculating on what we might or might not say?
Because I don't know what you guys will say.
Get the footage or get banned. Laugh one more time and get banned. Laugh one more time. Go on, bro. Oh, there we go. Done. See ya. Bye-bye.
him. I was actually hoping he was going to get something.
You weren't going to get anything, and there's no footage of that. I've already checked in the past.
I'll give him. He'll be back within within 24 hours on a different account, guaranteed.
See, now, though, DJ, now it's no fun.
Good
job.
So which alt do you think will come back?
He's got a bunch of alts.
I've always wondered if that idiot is Rob Utah, you know?
I don't think he'd be able to pull off that accent. He's from Croatia, I think.
The sad part is, his mindset, he'd be taking himself getting kicked out as, oh, that's a win for me because they couldn't answer my question, so they kicked me out. That's how broken these guys are. It's amazing. Not because he's a dishonest slime. In his mindset, I'm awesome. I've just proven we live on a ball. They kicked me out because I was right and they were wrong, and they couldn't handle it.
Yeah, I found that post on Rob Utah's server. They actually said that they hold getting kicked out as a badge of honor.
Yep.
Wow. Pretty sure the flight he's talking about anyway is a suborbital flight, and it was conducted in conjunction with NASA. Pretty sure. I'm not sure. I haven't clicked on the link, but I know there is one that they claim was a direct, complete, like Great Circle circumnavigation north to south, and it was a NASA effort thing, and it was some suborbital aircraft thing. No.
Have you seen? Dude, look up the footage. It's the most pathetic shit you've ever seen in your life. It's like a 2-minute video or something like that. Doesn't show anything. Doesn't show them flying over Antarctica. I was like, oh, this will be interesting, you know. Let's check out what they've got. And yeah, it's just absolute junk. I'll find it.
Yeah, hopefully Gunslingers actually listening. Look how quick DJ is going to be able to pull this footage up.
Yeah, protect hate speech, that's right. It's like he cracks himself up. It's like, yeah, look at me, I'm pulling this off, and I've got him on. And he cracks himself up. He can't help it.
Now it just got too quiet in here.
Yeah, this is the one in the side chat here. It's called Fram2 Polar Orbit. So if you check out that footage, you'll see how disappointing the footage is.
Oh no, it wasn't disappointing. It was perfect because when the guy in the spacesuit goes through it and he can barely move in his spacesuit, just goes to prove that the Apollo program is fake.
Is that the same one where the guy that looked like a mannequin popped out of the little capsule?
Yeah.
Is that called Fram2 as well?
I think that's the same one.
Yeah. Okay.
What the is that? In the thumbnail. Looks like Richard Branson in a yeah. No, so good.
It couldn't possibly look any more fake than that. That's just ridiculous. I don't know how anyone can buy into this shit.
Why aren't they moving? Oh, they are. It is moving a little bit. It's going really slow.
See what happens when rich people have too much money? Like, seriously, you couldn't pay me enough money to do that. And this guy paid for it.
Yeah, that's not actually the one I was thinking of, DJ. There was a older one. That's just recently, isn't it? It's like within the last couple of years.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, there was an older one. I think it might have been from the early 2000s. I'll have to look. Okay. So here's the list of claimed full Great Circle circumnavigation pole over both poles to date. All right. 1. The Pioneer Polecat, 1965. The route: Honolulu, North Pole, London, Lisbon, Buenos Aires, South Pole, Christchurch, Honolulu. 2. The Speed Demon Pan Am Flight 50, 1977. To celebrate Pan Am's 50th anniversary, they chartered a long-range special performance jet. The aircraft was a Boeing 747 SP. The route: San Francisco, North Pole, London, Cape Town, South Pole, Auckland, San Francisco. 3. The Heavy Lifter Aeroflot Antonov, 1990. The aircraft was an Antonov AN-124 Ruslan. The route: Melbourne, South Pole, North Pole, Melbourne. That was the previously held record. This flight covered 50,005 kilometers, which is significantly longer than the Earth's polar circumference.
Why would they use that aircraft?
Sure.
That's the worst aircraft to choose for that flight.
Right. And ensuring it met the strict Great Circle requirements. The current record, One More Orbit 2019. This mission was launched to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Apollo 11 moon landing and holds the current FAI world record, which is the Fédération Aéronautique Internationale. Sounds French. Aircraft Qatar Executive Gulfstream G650ER. The route: Kennedy Space Center, Florida, North Pole, Nur-Sultan, Kazakhstan, Mauritius. Is that how you pronounce it? Then the South Pole, Punta Arenas in Chile, and then back to the Kennedy Space Center. Record of 46 hours and 40 minutes. This flight was specifically designed to pass as close to the precise 90 degrees north and 90 degrees south coordinates as possible. Those are, to date, the closest, well, they claim full north to south circumnavigation. And then it says here, like, because I originally asked for suborbital claims, it says you mentioned suborbital in your initial query. To date, no suborbital vehicle like the Virgin Galactic spaceship 2 or Blue Origin's New Shepard has performed a polar circumnavigation. True suborbital point-to-point travel over the poles remains a theoretical goal for companies like SpaceX with Starship, which could technically fly a ballistic trajectory from one hemisphere to another via a pole in under 45 minutes, but this has not yet been attempted.
Okay, that's interesting. Ask it. What about Fram 2?
Fran 2?
Fram, F-R-A-M?
it says, excuse me, the Fram-2 mission was launched on March 31st, 2025, represents a historic shift from aircraft-based circumnavigations to the first ever crewed orbital polar mission. It is not suborbital. It is a full orbital mission that specifically targeted a 90-degree inclination to pass directly over both poles. Spacecraft and launched via a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket and Crew Dragon resilience capsule from Kennedy Space Center, Florida. The trajectory: this was the first human flight to achieve a true 90 degrees or 90.01 degree polar orbit. Previous crewed records were significantly lower, such as the Soviet Vostok 6, which was 65 degrees, or the Space Shuttle, 62 degrees. Orbit speed, and at an altitude of 430 kilometers, the crew traveled from the North Pole to the South Pole in just 46 minutes. This is roughly 30 times faster than the One More Orbit aircraft record set in 2019. The flight lasted approximately 4 days, concluding with a splashdown in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of California on April 4th, 2025. It goes into the crew specifics. Scientific and historic goals, atmospheric research, health studies, legacy. That's about it.
Yeah, that Gulfstream one was trying to like beat the record or something for fastest circumnavigation. They did it in 46 hours, 40 minutes, and 22 seconds. Their refueling stops were optimized for quick turns, about 30 minutes each.
So this is what it claims, right? It claims it did pole to pole to pole, right? Like 55 passes directly over the poles within its 3.5 to 5 day duration. Why can't they be clear on the days? But that's weird. Okay. The spacecraft completed one full pole to pole to pole loop every 93 minutes. It traveled from the North Pole to the South Pole, one half orbit in roughly 46 minutes. From that footage, does that look like it's doing that? Doesn't. It looks like it's going really slow. Like to the point where they zoom in and it doesn't look like they're moving at all.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. And if they're that height above the Earth, why are we seeing this much curvature?
Right. Yeah, I was looking at that. I was looking at the tiny little bubble window he looks through too. I was wondering if that has something to do with it. Wherever they are, you know. All right, get this. Right? I don't get this. I don't understand this. Right? This is weird. The mission's 90-degree inclination meant it was flying perfectly perpendicular to the equator, allowing the crew to witness 24 hours of daylight at the North Pole and 24 hours of darkness at the South Pole during their orbits. What? But they witnessed 24 hours of sun and darkness? I thought they were orbiting it like doing pole to pole in like 46 minutes.
Exactly. They wouldn't be loitering over the poles for very long.
I don't get that statement. It's really weird. Actually, I messed up there. So the previous record was the 1965. So 1965 Boeing 707 held that record until 2019. It claimed to have done it in 62 hours and 27 minutes, and the 2019 attempt was 46 hours and 40 minutes.
Yeah, there was
sorry, 1977 Boeing 747, 54 hours and 7 minutes. Okay, so 77. It wasn't broken. The 1977 flight wasn't broken until 2019.
There was another attempt back in 1988 by a Saudi businessman. He did it in 52 hours, 31 minutes, and 48 seconds.
Hello. How's everyone?
How's it going?
Oh, hello, buddy.
Welcome.
Thank
Hello
you.
everyone, how are you doing?
Chilling. That's crazy. My phone's about to die.
Why are you silent? They are crazy, maybe.
Everybody's just hanging out, man. These people are impatient.
Oh, DJ. All right.
What you found?
Listen to this. So I'm pressing it even more. I said, now let's get this absolutely straight. All these attempts, excluding Fram 2, were complete great circles, meaning they reached 90 degrees south and continued as a forward path as possible, not backtracking like other polar circumnavigation claims were discovered to be. And it said, to get this absolutely straight, no, many of them were not. When you apply the strict requirement of a forward-moving great circle, meaning the craft crosses the pole and continues out the other side without a 180-degree turn, most famous polar circumnavigations actually fail the test. Here is the breakdown of who actually straight-lined it versus who performed a U-turn or backtrack. So, the failed great circle test, right? Many historic claims, especially surface and ship-based ones, reached the pole and then turned around. Fiennes, the Transglobe expedition. Michael Palin, 1992, reached the South Pole via plane for the finale of his show and then flew back out the same way he came. The true Great Circle Flyers, the 180-degree rule. Okay, Pan Am, Flight 50, 1977, Antonov, 1990, One More Orbit, 2019. They claim to have passed the test.
Yeah, but they didn't do that. One More Orbit didn't do that.
Yeah, it's saying this is saying it reckons it did.
Also, there's the footage. They don't have footage of them doing that. Like they have footage, but they don't show any footage of them flying over Antarctica. And if you actually have a look at their claimed path that they did, which I call bullshit on, even if we look at their claimed path and assume they did do that, they, you know, I'll post it in the side chat. 1 second. So, 1 second. Here it is. So, which other ones does it say? It says One More Orbit and the Pan Am one. Is that the only ones it's saying?
It's saying there's three. So the 1977 Pan Am Flight 50, the Antonov An 124 1990, and the One More Orbit 2019.
Okay. All right. Well, let's investigate those then. All right. So here's the flight path for One More Orbit. So clearly that one didn't do it. All right. So this is from their website. And there isn't footage of them doing this. There's some footage. Most of the footage shows just footage inside the plane, not even looking out the windows. Shows some footage of them landing at some airports. It doesn't show them footage of flying over Antarctica. Right, and look at the flight path. They didn't do a great circle. They didn't do that at all.
Ouch.
So, all right. So, what's the next one? The Pan Am. Flight 50 or something?
Yep, Pan Am Flight 50, 1977. Says they flew into the South Pole from Africa and exited toward New Zealand.
All right. Well, we would need some footage of that, right?
Yeah. I doubt they're going to have that.
Oh, well, what they didn't have video cameras back then?
Well, I guess they did in 77. Don't know that they really, they didn't. Did they have camcorders even then?
Yeah, of course they did.
Yeah, I suppose they had. I thought they were not as compact and manageable as today, but maybe they did have little versions with the bigger TV crew style ones. Well, you'd think they'd even take a TV crew, TV crew equipment with them. I don't know, maybe.
If there's no footage of anyone actually doing it, then why should we believe it? All right, I found a video about that one.
Yeah, it is just a story, isn't it?
Yeah. Here we go. Here's a documentary about it. All right, here's the path they're claiming in the documentary.
What the heck, bro? It just skims over the edge of the South Pole. All right. So they're saying that the way that is on a globe, that's a great circle, is it?
They're trying to say.
That means it's not perpendicular to the equator, then. Like Fram 2 was claimed to be. It's off by a few degrees.
Oh, hold on. Check this out, T-Dub. This is out of the documentary.
Yeah, see, they could say that, like, they could project that onto the globe and say, yeah, it's technically a great circle, right? A little wonky, right? But it just wasn't perpendicular to the equator. They're going to say. I mean, yeah.
So panning through the whole video, there's one tiny little shot of them looking out the window, and it looks like ice.
So verdict works on flat.
I mean, it kind of looks like they just kind of crossed over a little bit of Antarctica. I don't know. Hold on a second, because it's kind of hard to tell when you've got this Mercator projection.
Yeah, that's what their graphics are showing. I mean, you know, like Dave Weiss had put this in the works on flat basket. He put it in there, you know, because it skims over that little peninsula. If you were comparing it to, you know, the AE map, right, you'd want it to not do that, right?
Right, so this is what they're claiming was the path on a globe.
Well, that's a lie. That's not what their Mercator map shows at all.
Yeah, that doesn't seem to align with what they're showing us, right?
No, that's too perpendicular to the equator. That's not what they're claiming. They were off by a lot. They didn't.
Right,
They didn't reach the South Pole. No, that's not what it'd look like on their Mercator projection. Their Mercator projection, and that doesn't match.
All right, here's someone's put it on an AE map apparently.
Okay. Right. Yeah. I see. But no, their projection onto a globe, that's dishonest. That doesn't do what it shows on the Mercator. They were off. It says specifically says they flew into the South Pole from Africa at approximately 20 degrees east and exited toward New Zealand at approximately 170 degrees east. So the Mercator projection, the Mercator map flight path is not showing. That's not the South Pole, is it? Really? That's their South Pole on the Mercator projection. That's what they call the South Pole, that tiny little portion.
Yeah, that's what they call it.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever.
Is that even a Mercator projection? It looks kind of weird.
I'm not sure.
How is that a Mercator projection? Because in the Mercator projection, and Antarctica doesn't look like that in the Mercator projection.
No. Yeah, I'm not sure what that is actually.
Here, just to make it even more confusing, here's someone else putting it onto an AE map. Check this one out.
What the heck?
Yeah. Yeah, how is that what they're showing on this globe? Hold on a second. Take a side by side. Like the features on Antarctica aren't the same in both of these pictures.
Okay. All right. It's just got even more interesting because I asked it. All right. So all those that passed, right, as in they passed the test, held as close as possible to the same longitudinal path. And said, actually, no. In the world of aviation, as close as possible to the same longitudinal path is almost never done, even on record-breaking runs. While these missions pass over 90 degrees north and 90 degrees south, they almost always shift longitudes significantly between the two poles. If you stayed on one longitude, say the 0 and 180 line, you would be flying over empty ocean for the vast majority of the trip. Here's the intellectually honesty breakdown of how they actually fly. The S-curve. Aviators don't fly a single great circle. They fly a series of connected great circle segments. To keep the forward motion you asked about, they enter the pole from one side and exit the other, but the longitude they use to reach the North Pole is usually different from the one they use to reach the South Pole. Pan Am 50 crossed the North Pole moving from the UK toward Alaska, 0 to 150 degrees west, but crossed the South Pole moving from South Africa toward New Zealand, 20 degrees east to 170 degrees east. The goal, they aren't trying to say stay on one line of longitude, they are trying to minimize total time. To do that, they have to zigzag to hit specific airports for fuel. The true longitudinal path surface, the Trans-Global Expedition FIENS is the only one that attempted to stay on a single longitudinal path. Because they were on the ground, they couldn't just jump to a different continent. They followed the Greenwich Meridian as their track. Even then, geography forced them to deviate. You can't walk in a straight line. Through the middle of the ocean, they had to follow coastlines and ice shelf edges. Bam. The only perfect path, Fram 2. That's Fram 2's yeah, that's it.
All right, so I looked up just a like a general picture of Antarctica on the globe, and now I'm gonna put this little section of Antarctica that they flew over next to it in Canva. Check this out, Tito. Something doesn't add up here. So, you there?
Yeah. Go on.
Yeah. So the one on the left, I reckon this one's been made by some anti-flat earther for sure. Right. So that's the path that they're claiming that this flight took. Okay. Then the one in the middle is from the documentary about the flight, saying that this is the path they took. And then if you have a look at the one on the far right, that's just a random map of Antarctica on the globe from Google. Right. So it looks like they just took like they didn't go over Antarctica. Right. Most of Antarctica, like if you cut out that little section that you can see there, right, most of it's missing. Most of Antarctica, they didn't go anywhere near the core, like the center of Antarctica at all.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's right.
So when we see these pictures where it shows the red line like kind of going over Antarctica like that, that's bullshit. That's absolute bullshit. That's some anti-flat earther that's lied, plotted it out like that. It's not even the path they claim to have taken.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it looks like they're just settling for like we're just going to say that we reached like they're just South Pole is just really they're just saying Antarctica. We got to Antarctica. Like there's not even any grid lines on that map.
Yeah, it's like they did like just a little flyby over the like you can just take those commercial flights. It's like you can go from Australia and it'll fly you over, or from New Zealand, and it'll fly you over a tiny little section of the edge of Antarctica. It's kind of like what they did.
Yep. Yet the Google AI is like being somewhat honest, right? When I ask more questions, but it's still trying to claim that the Pan Am went to 90 degrees south.
All right, so far it's given us 3. It's given us one more orbit. That one's pretty easy to debunk. That's been debunked a million times, right? Because clearly they did a U-turn basically when they hit Antarctica, and they only just flew over a tiny little section of it, even according to their own map, which they don't have footage of them doing either. Right. Next one was the Pan Am one. You know that they just flew over a tiny little edge bit of Antarctica with that one.
Yep.
And then what was the
other
next
one? Was the Antonov. Yeah. 1990, I think it was. Yeah, also called AN-124. Or AN-124.
Okay, anybody got any globe evidence? Go ahead. Anybody?
Not at the moment. DJ and I are just taking a dive into some of these claimed to be north to south polar navigation attempts.
Cool. Find anything interesting? Besides, they actually didn't do it.
Inconsistencies with stories, inconsistencies with them plotting the path out on different map projections. No footage of what they claim to have done.
They basically go down and hit Antarctica, then come right back up.
Yeah,
They just
fly
do fly
over
across the North Pole. That makes sense. But I'm sorry. Go ahead, DJ.
Yeah, no, you're right. That's exactly what happens. They seem to they do they cut over a little bit of Antarctica and kind of turn around and and there's not even footage of them doing that, really. It's just a claim.
Yeah, if more people knew just that one fact that they've never done that north-south thing, we'd be in a lot better position, but that's what makes it so obvious that we're not involved. I mean, that was one of the main things for me, but 10 years ago. Like, why has nobody ever done that? Billions of people have done east-west. Nobody's done north-south,
So we kind of debunked the first two that were on P-Dub's list. Now we're trying to do this last one, which was 1990, some Russian airline or something like that. So
you already did the most recent one, the One More Orbit one, because I know somebody debunked that one anyway. But
yeah, One More Orbits. Yeah, that one's debunked. That's easy. Well, I mean, just
down Antarctica and bounced right back up anyway.
Yep. And then the other one's the Pan Am Flight 50 or something like that. And then, can you see the side chat, Dave?
I can look at it. Go ahead.
Yeah, so at 48 minutes after the hour. Okay, so when you look it up, you'll find images like the one on the left, and it kind of looks like this is the path they took over Antarctica. Well, that's bullshit, right? Because if you have a look at the second one on the right, I looked up the documentary from the 70s when they did this, and this is the path that they're claiming that they took in the middle image, right? Just dipping over that little peninsula, basically, right? And then the image on the right is just a random picture of Antarctica on a globe, right? So if you have a look at that little bit that they flew over, it's missing most of Antarctica, and it's absolutely nothing like the image on the left that has clearly been made by someone like a anti-flat earther or something like that.
Yeah, and doing it that way, they can sort of claim that they actually did travel across Antarctica, if that makes a difference. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But this is one of the ones where they're claiming that they kept going south and they flew all the way around the globe kind of thing. But it's bullshit.
Yep.
Where the hell did you talk to P-Dub at?
Who,
me?
Oh, DJ, where did you run into P-Dub?
P-Dub? I'm talking to T-Dub.
P-Dub.
I thought you said P-Dub.
Who's P-Dub? Sounds like a rapper.
He's an anti-flat earther on Twitter that hangs around McToon and Slice Parkane.
I try to forget anti-flat earthers, but go ahead.
Well, I mean, it's important to know who they are, right? Like, even with Ozian, like, I don't know if you know the story with Ozian, but even he turned out to ring true with the more degenerate they are, the more anti-flat earth they are.
It's a mental condition for a lot of these guys. I'm not saying anybody personally, I'm not pointing anybody out, but it's a mental problem that they're having. They won't let go of this globe and space and all that shit. I kind of feel sorry for them in a way, but you know, they don't need to behave like they do on the internet. People that come on here and are clowns and are dishonest, I got no time for them, I agree with, I hear DJ say that to them all the time.
Not like how DJ calls him out. You're just being dishonest, man. He sounds like Simon Cowell.
So this whole panel of people, nobody wants to take up the banner for the globe right now.
I will. The fact that you're talking to us is proof that satellites are in orbit.
Oh, okay. Who wants to do satellites? Go ahead.
And then when we can't hear you, it's because the satellite went away. We're waiting for the next satellite to pick you up.
So did you say you already debunked all 5? Was there 5 of them, DJ? Or how many were y'all doing?
There was a bunch, right? So first AI, like it tries to get you. It gave T-Dub this giant list of north to south circumnavigations, and then T-Dub pressed it a bit further as he's like, oh, like did they actually like cross over? How many of these actually crossed over Antarctica and kept going around? And it's like, oh well, most of them actually just got to the South Pole and just turned around and left the same way that they came in.
That's wild. Why would you turn around?
Yeah, and then
it would have to be a documented flight over 90 degrees south and keep going that way. You know, don't change your direction. Go directly over 90 degrees south and keep going. Pop up on the other side.
And film it. They got to film it, right? They can't just tell us they did it.
Here's the wild thing, right?
The whole list that T-Dub got at first is all people that went to Antarctica and came right back up. But they claim they crossed it. You know.
Here's the wild thing, right? If you were swimming across the river and that river was a mile wide, and you knew you were halfway across the river, but you felt like you couldn't, that you weren't going to make it, which way would you swim?
I'd turn around and come back, man, just like they do in the airplane, right?
Like, why would you, if you made it halfway, you felt like you're going to drown, and you had to pick a direction to go, would you go back or would you continue forward at halfway?
I would say 99.9% of all logical humans would continue swimming the direction they're going. If you knew the other beach is only the other half mile away, right? Why would you ever turn around?
That's it, man.
Whatever's beyond the point that they actually flew to is what they're hiding. Is part of what they're hiding. I'm speculating, but it ain't like it. They did all this discovering of lands, and then they told everybody about all these lands. There's a lot of shit we don't know about. Total speculation.
Well, they say like the lady that went all the way around Antarctica, I think, circumnavigated Antarctica, was an actress, and she did it in 90 days.
I don't remember that one. What was her name?
I don't remember. I just like.
What year was it? You don't know, do you? Seems like generally speaking, people are getting less. Sorry, I was just going to say real quick. Seems like people are getting less enthusiastic about defending this globe idea, but that could just be a speculation impression I've got. Anyway.
Yeah, there you go. Over the fences. Over the fences shows it. But yeah, no, every time I hear actress or Freemason, I can automatically dismiss that what they did. Like I can just dismiss them as being untruthful, and they're going to have to give me all the evidence, not just a story.
Yeah, they have to document the physical reality of what they're doing. You know, it's obvious they can go down there and come right back up. We know that. It's just like they know the general gullible public will just believe oh yeah, we got these hundreds. Like whatever T-Dub got in his first search, everybody just they might look that up and it's like, these flat earthers are crazy. All these people have done this north to south thing. And that's the last time they think about it, right? For what it's worth, I just noticed that the date is 2626, if that matters to anybody. And it's still not a globe. Somebody prove me wrong.
Do 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 do. Who else in here?
What song is that anyway? Dead Air Days.
Hey, India, what's up, man?
All right, now I've got that.
What song was that? I didn't hear it. He was.
I don't fucking know. Dude.
Hey, have you been listening to the stream?
I listened for a second. I heard you guys going over the one more orbit or something.
Yeah. So, yeah, we're going over all of the different claimed north to south circumnavigations one by one. Super inconsistent, man. It's crazy. And it's like anti-flat earthers are lying about when they plot the path out that they said they took, right? So the best one that they seem to have is the Pan Am 1977 one. And just
that's the best.
Yeah, that's the best one.
When they're $4 billion in debt and about to go into bankruptcy, and they needed something to revive their company, and yeah, that's the best they got.
So check this out. So it seems like the anti-flat earthers or someone like that, because if you look it up and you look at the flight path they took, there's these images that make it kind of look like. See what I posted in the side chat? The left one.
Oh yeah.
The left image. That's what you get when you look it up on and hit images on Google, and it kind of looks like that. That's what they did, right? But then I looked up the documentary and took a screenshot of the path that they claim to have taken in the documentary. And it looks like they just kind of cut over that little peninsula there of Antarctica. And then the image on the right is just a Google image of Antarctica. So it looks like most of Antarctica was completely skipped. And it doesn't look anything like the left image that they're telling us this is what they did. It's another one that's just bullshit. And there's no footage of them.
Oh yeah, they just have them like taking off with like it was a bunch of celebrities, right? Celebrities, business people, and I don't know, they paid some ridiculous. Well, some people were paid to be on it, like the celebrities, but then there's other people that obviously paid, and they paid to be on the flight, and it was just like they filmed them partying or whatever, drinking, and it's just it's a advertising
Exactly. That's what it seems like.
All this.
Yep.
Pan Am was
And
also
then-
the company that was selling the first moon flight club. So
Andy, y'all didn't they go bankrupt pretty quick after that? What year was that?
What,
didn't they go
first-
bankrupt pretty quick after that? Pan Am.
No, they were about to go bankrupt. They were like at the verge of bankruptcy. There was something like $4 billion in debt, and then that kind of like revived them for a little while. And then they went bankrupt. Didn't Pan Am go bankrupt during the Reagan era or something?
I'm trying to remember. I can look it up here in a second.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
look, I'm going through it. Let me see real quick. God damn, it's a long ass wiki article. Yeah, no fucking way. You can't make this shit up. Financial, operational, and reputational setbacks. This is from Wikipedia. This can't be the same guy. Ugh, it is the same fucking guy. Unfucking believable. In 1987, Towers Financial Corporation, led by its CEO Stephen Hoffenberg, and his consultant Jeffrey Epstein. Can't make this shit up.
No, it could be a different
tried
Jeffrey
to take
Epstein
over
now.
Pan Am in a corporate raid with Towers Financial as their raiding vessel. Their bid failed. That was in 1987. Bro. And it's I
Gotta be a
confirm, it's
different
the
Epstein,
Jeffrey
right?
Epstein.
Yo, come on, man.
Dude, you can't make this crap up, man. It's a cartoon, I swear to God. We're living in a cartoon. What are the odds? Like, we're going to debunk Pan Am as scammers, and then Jeffrey Epstein comes up. Well, that seals it. That was easy.
All the world's a stage, isn't it?
My goodness. What year did they do the circumnavigation?
Which one?
DJ? The Pan Am one.
77. 77.
77. Well, from their revenue passengers per mile, so between 75 and 79, so it has like the revenue passengers per mile flown, and it goes from 16,000, and then at 75 it went down to 14,000, so they're going in the wrong direction, then boom, back up to 22,000. Yeah, it's a marketing gimmick they did. That's how I figured it. Just who can confirm it? You see the plane take off. Yeah, we'll be back. We're going to fly around the world. They just come back 3 days later. Yeah, we flew around the world. They declared bankruptcy in 1991. I knew they were around for a while. But man, Jeffrey Epstein, this guy is everywhere.
Yeah, so basically with all of the north to south circumnavigations, right, none of them are even claimed to have kept going like along a line of longitude or anything like that. The only one that they are saying did do that is the Fram 2.
I'm not familiar with the Fram 2.
Yeah, it's in the side chat here. All right, so you want to check out how much curvature that they had from that height?
From to the movie.
Yeah. So it's like an orbit. So they reckon that they did like 12 orbits or something like that around the globe, 90 minutes or something like that per full orbit, and the curvature's all like warped out, right? Kind of like egg shaped.
Is this Fram 2? Is it an aircraft or is it something like the International Space Station?
It's like the International Space Station, and like it's meant to be doing an orbit. It's like a capsule.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, just
that's what I was going to ask you guys. Remind me, what is their official excuse that the ISS doesn't do this all the time? They have some official excuse. I can't remember what it is.
I was just listening to the footage. Sorry, Dave.
I was just saying, if the ISS is up there, they could do it north to south all the time if they wanted to. But they've got some reason they don't, right?
I was just listening to the footage in the thing and the girl in it, right? So this is the scene that she's looking out the window, right? It's kind of weird. We could see this much curvature, but anyway, she's like, "Oh, I can see the launch pad. I can see the launch pad."
Did she fuck? Is she the bionic woman?
Yeah. It's at like 43 minutes 30 in the film.
Okay.
Nice bionic woman reference. I like that.
Ram 2. I've never even heard of that.
No, neither have I.
It's claimed to be the only pole-to-pole, like full circumnavigation that went perfectly around doing a great circle. Yeah.
Who did it? NASA?
SpaceX.
Oh.
So it's really kind of recent.
2025.
Wow.
Boy, Elon, he nailed it, boys. Way to go, Elon. Way to go.
Yeah. Hi, Elon. Thanks for listening.
I'm just like skimming through, looking through the proportionality. That's like, okay. Is that Florida? That's like Okeechobee or whatever it is. It's way too curvy for that to be Earth ball. Unless Florida is like absolutely gigantic.
Josh was in here the other day, and he's saying, "Well, it actually fits just right. That's how big it would look, because when you're really close to the globe, things look bigger."
What? Yeah, but it wouldn't be that curvy because you're too close to the globe. Like what? He's ill.
Yeah, that guy's a mess. You know, the other day, what was he saying? Oh, he was saying some of the dumbest shit, and then you just look it up, and he says it confidently. Something about X-rays from the sun. He said I forget what he said, but I just looked it straight up. I'm like, that's not right at all. He's like, oh, okay, yeah, I can see it on that point. Right. And then the other day he was waffling on about Velcro, and he was so proud about how amazing it was that NASA invented Velcro. Looked it up. It's like, they didn't invent Velcro. He's like, oh, okay, yeah, I can see it on that one. Yeah, I was wrong about that. The guy is a freaking
liar.
Tool.
No, he's a liar.
Yeah.
We spent a lot of time in the beginning getting anytime someone can especially because he first started coming over on the politics, and he spent a lot of time trying to he would get indignant if anyone questioned his honesty, and which is what I expect actually honest people to do, but it's so many times now that he's just been caught straight up making shit up that I can't. That's just an act. No way. I mean, I don't know how many times he's been caught now. Like it's like 20, 30 times now.
I told him the other day, I can't say Josh Ingersoll.
Josh in making
him. Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
I gave him the benefit of doubt, which I usually don't give Glover, so I gave it to him for a long time because he insisted. That's the one thing. He said this when he first came around. The one thing I don't do is I'm not dishonest and I don't lie. Well, I mean, usually that's a red flag when someone goes out of their way to say that.
Yeah.
But I go, okay, I'll take people, especially if they say, listen, man, I'm dishonest, I don't lie. But as soon as I catch you, that's it. That's a wrap, man. Like, you just literally lie twice because you said you're dishonest and you don't lie, then you lied. So that's 2 lies.
You held yourself up to that standard, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
And he didn't qualify and say, well, sometimes I exaggerate. Sometimes I,
That's what I was going to say, Indio. Guys like they don't count making shit up about space and satellites. That's not really lying because they know it's a globe and there's satellites going around and stuff. So he's just kind of embellishing it a little bit, right, in his mind.
I just he's definitely has instant expert syndrome. For I called him out last time I was in here because he was like saying stuff so matter of factly, stuff that we had asked him earlier that he said he didn't know because that wasn't his specialty. Now he was talking about the same things as if he does know now personally that he has primary information. Where no, he just read it somewhere he's like, I went and researched it. Yeah, well, you still don't actually know. You just like, hey, they have questions. I'll go find the standard bullshit answer, and then I'll say it as if I have personal knowledge of it because I work for NASA.
You never heard of
Amazon.
You never heard of a script upgrade, Indio? You gotta, the actors when they have a script and then like, we don't like that script. Let's add these other lines, and then you add the lines, and then they can say something they weren't supposed to say before. I didn't know anything about before.
I find it amusing. He's always got a buddy. I ask my buddy about whatever subject y'all are talking about with him. I got a buddy that does this. So I'll get back to you on that. Right?
He's always got a friend. That's helpful.
Yeah.
And I don't know how to take him, to be honest with you.
It's one of those 9/11 things, right? Online. How dare you? I know someone that died.
Flat Earth Discord, the best place on earth to talk about Earth.
But so that's what I'm sure everybody here figured it. So his gimmick, Josh's, is to personalize it and to give the impression that like, oh man, it's just like you could just go down the street and just talk to the astronaut that lives at the end of the road. Like he tries to create that impression that this whole space fantasy thing